I would have really liked to see that celebration happen live, like in our studio, and but now he's tied. Like, it's kind of an insane achievement, quite honestly. Like, I know you guys had talked about this in previous weeks as he was approaching the record, but I'm just like, it could have happened while he was here.
I mean, it's really, really cool. And yeah, he doesn't have the record, but like, unless Cloud9 fires him and no one ever picks him up ever again, like today, you know, he's going to get the record, right?
They're going to do that just to
He just needs one assist.
Like, you're benched. We're bringing in APA support.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's like, even in horrible losses, it's almost impossible to not get an assist, right?
Yeah.
He needs one. He is going to become the all-time leader for assists in the LCS. And it's very, very cool because Vulcan has been, you know, so good for so many years. And I thought it was kind of interesting that, you know, this was happening in a week where you were probably the one interviewing, but Zazel was talking about how, like, you know, he's like, even when I gave it 100%, I tried for so many years to be the best player I could be. He's like, just couldn't be as good as Vulcan and Core.
Yeah.
And no matter what I did, I just couldn't be as good as those guys. And, you know, there is that kind of element, I think, in all things, whether it's traditional sports, whether it's esports. People talk less about like genetics and stuff like this in esports, but I think it's because they are less obvious. Like when you see a guy walk onto the football field and he's like 6'8" and 300 pounds of muscle, and you're like, okay, like he might have a genetic advantage, you know, like over me or whatever, right? In esports, I feel like there are similar advantages. I just think they're less obvious. And at a certain point, it's like, you know, hard work beats talent, but talent with hard work wins every time is kind of like how I feel. And I think that it's like some of the things that, you know, if you're listening, you're like, well, what is he talking about? Like genetics in esports, like anyone can play a video game. Yeah, you can, but like the speed at which you take in information and are able to like understand what is happening on the screen. I do think there is some genetic element to like how fast your reaction speed is, like how quickly you're able to process information, how quickly you're able to like learn. All of these things, I think, you know, is one part nature, one part nurture. And so I think that like Vulcan is one of these guys that is just an undeniable talent. He has been at the very top of the league for a very long time, has worked incredibly hard, is like a really diligent player. And it's cool to see someone being that successful for that long. And you know, getting to the top of the table, it's you know, he's up there with a lot of, like, we had the mountain of assists. I can't remember all the players that were on it.
Shout out to Blabber, who also crept up. Well, so the other issue is like Aphromoo and Vulcan are so far ahead, right?
Yeah.
But then you have like Huhi and Core and Impact, who, as long as they keep playing, they're kind of just gonna keep, like, I think they've like swapped. In fact, I think we were gonna do it as a gag. I forget did we do this in game? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did, no.
Because the series ended up being maybe more serious.
Yeah.
But I do remember half planning a gag where we were just going to be like, oh, and Huhi takes the assist record. Oh, and Core just
because they were like tied. Yeah.
Because they're just going to kind of keep like passing and falling behind in like kind of a clump, which is what really makes Vulcan's achievement stand out as such an impressive one, right? Because one thing, to return to like kind of a Hall of Fame, Hall of Legends thing that I really value just generally in pro players is longevity, right? It's the ability to kind of stick around and stay at the top. And I'm glad you brought up that Zazel interview, because I feel like a lot of supports in NA have felt similarly, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm coming in and I know I'm really good, but then what happens when I still can't approach what Vulcan is doing? What even Core right now is having, like, I'm sure we'll talk about it when we talk about TL, but like he's having yet another career resurgence, right? So you're just kind of sitting there being like, what is it going to take for me to be able to beat these guys?
Sometimes the answer is you just can't be as good.
Yeah. And so that's where Vulcan's achievement really stands out to me, is just like how consistently good he has been for so long. And when he has had a down season or a down year, he's been able to recover from that the next year, right? Like he's pretty much always in the conversation for All Pro. And that just says something about his dedication to the game, his ability, and as sad as I am that didn't happen here, congrats to him for tying the record. And I know he's going to get it in 2 weeks. So
we can celebrate when he comes back.
Yeah.
You know? Celebrate his achievement.
I'll just follow him around like a little popper and be like, woo! Just be like, Emily, what the hell are you doing?
Waiting at the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is really cool. Definitely a very, very deserving player. And it is, yeah, it's also one of those kind of like surreal things. It's like Afro, you know, has been around for so long. How long has Afro been out of the league now, though, right? Like, it feels weird when some of these players who have been around, like, you associate them with the old days and with the beginnings and stuff, and we're so dominant for so long. When some of the records start to get passed, it's like this kind of bittersweet feeling. It's like, oh, you know, to me, like, so core is amazing. When we did the like top 10 or whatever it was, like the roll for like by roll for LCS. I think it's a different story now because Core has been around a lot longer, but that was 2020 or when was that? Do you remember?
I think it was right before I came on.
Okay, well, we did that,
would have been 2020.
And Afro didn't win #1 in support, and I was not happy about that. I felt like Afro should have won because it was like in LCS, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like, even if Core's a better player and had like accomplished more with the World Championship and all this, I was like, man, Afro deserved to be like immortalized as like the best LCS support all time. And that's kind of like was my stance at that time. And it kind of goes back to the same thing you're talking about with a real Hall of Fame, right? It's like Afro is someone that like as an LCS fan and LCS diehard for all these years, like I would want to see players like that immortalized too, right? It's like, you know, should Afro get into the Hall of Legends over Deft or someone? No, but should he be in the Hall of Fame? Yes, I think so. And so I think it is, you know, another argument for that.
How many people know that Afro used to be an AD carry? I used to watch him and our director Yut play together.
Probably not a lot of people. Should Yut be in the Hall of Fame?
Should Yut be in the Hall of Fame? He was my favorite streamer, actually. I used to watch because he had good music and he was very chill.
I have a little story from this is like, God, I think it was it 2016? Maybe probably 2016 finals in Toronto. And I think that's back when we had the third place match. We didn't actually have like the continuation of the bracket. So CLG, I'm pretty sure, was playing in the third place match, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Because
I interviewed Huhi there.
And my brother at the time was a huge CLG fan, and so I had like at one point I'd gotten him like he started playing League and he like was like one tricking Nami and stuff, and so like I got him like a Nami plush and all the CLG guys signed it, which was super
cool.
Sweet. And then my brother got to come to the LCS finals because it was in Toronto, which is, you know, only a couple hours from where, you know, they live in Kingston where I grew up. And so they came and, you know, like after the cast or whatever, I met up with my brother and stuff, and we were walking back to the hotel, and we just happened to run into some of the CLG guys, and like my brother was, you know, it's Afro, it's Starshot, oh my God. And I was like, oh, like I'll introduce you. And like, you didn't really want to bother them. And I just thought that they would just like do a quick hi or like, you know, take a photo or whatever. And went over, introduced them, and they just like hung out and talked to him for like the whole walk back for like 30 minutes or maybe even more, to be honest. And both like took pictures with him and like, you know, we're offering to like sign a jersey for him and like all this stuff. And they were just like so nice. And it just made me such a fan of kind of like those players and, you know, the realization of like how much of an impact some of these pros can have on people. And just, it's really, really nice to see. So that was just, like a positive memory I have of Afro in that time. So it's like, it's really cool seeing Vulcan pass him, but also I'm like, Afro needs to be remembered.
Yeah, he'll go in my League of Legends book.
Yeah, you can get him in there. You can interview my brother about how nice he was.
Nice.
Yeah. All right, we're going to head to a quick break, but we will be right back after these messages.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. It is time to talk LCS, and what better way to kick it off than to talk about the fact that LCS Championship tickets are on sale now. Another wave of tickets just went up for sale, including one-day tickets October 3rd and 4th at the Gas South Arena in Georgia. Check the link for the description. It should be a lot of fun. It is, of course, our summer finals, which means our teams will be qualifying for Worlds there. It's going to be, they're going to be going off to Worlds. We'll be determining the seeding and everything, so that should be a lot of fun. And the LCS pros are also going to be taking over the broadcast this Sunday, which is going to be...
I can't wait for this. It's going to be so funny.
This is going to be insane. There's no talent on the analyst desk. So it's my understanding is it's just pros.
So
they've got to make the segments, they've got to do the things, and I don't know what's going to happen.
It's going to be a really heavy lift, I think, on producers. And it's also, so like there are 2 pros who actually have had to do like actual segments, and one of them being Sven, who I think we've both...
Yeah, we got some experts.
We've both worked with, but I do also remember, and it was hilarious, but I do remember...
The Cloud9 analyst desk?
Yes. Yeah, Sven trying to corral the rest of his
trying
team.
To herd cats.
Yeah, because he's like the only one with an IFB, so he's trying to hit like the transition time.
Yeah.
And his team is like not allowing him to do that. He's trying to stop Berserker from swearing. That's also not happening.
Yep.
Like it was a fun time. So I'm definitely looking forward to watching.
We need like PAs on standby with an air horn to get them ready for the toss. It's like, you must toss the commercial now. But it's gonna be amazing. We got some really great guests. So we have Inspired, Dokla, Sven, Zazel, and Blabber. I believe are all gonna be there. So that should be a ton of fun. They're also gonna be casting. Spoilers, I'm going to do a duo cast with Blabber, which I think should be really fun.
I was actually so happy that Blabber finally got to cast because I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, no, he's excellent. I think Dokla is also going to be casting. Inspired is making his return. Not as a player, but as an analyst. Yeah, he's going to be here. So that's going to be so much fun for week 5. We have this cool opportunity because, of course, a lot of our top teams for week 6 are going to Mexico City and playing there, which means they have a bye in week 5. So these players don't have to play in week 5. So they're going to all get to join the broadcast, and that's going to be really, really, really fun. So definitely don't miss out this weekend. But let's talk week 4. TL won another series here. They beat DSG 2-0. And I don't know about you. I know you had your Huhi Hambach.
That's like, okay, yeah. Unfortunately,
I wasn't trying to put you on blast.
Yeah, no. So at the beginning of the year, for anyone who doesn't know, they asked for hot takes, and usually people have taken issue with the fact that my takes are never hot enough.
They're room temperature.
They are room temperature. They're lukewarm. My friend Kelsey used to always be like, wow, good, another lukewarm take from Emily. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go really in. And I'm like, something
this is a good hot
that
take.
Could happen.
Yeah.
Isn't likely, but could. And that was like, Huhi and Hambach are going to become the best jungle support duo. And that is not looking good.
But it is Jose and
Core are tearing it up. Like there was, when I was reviewing the series for this episode, there's like already as early in game 1 at around like 11:40, Jose like ganks mid just as Core is invading bot side. Sajed loses like I think 3 total waves to turret throughout this entire exchange. But so the gank happens mid, that's successful. Jose is immediately able to rotate into the bot side jungle, invade, wait for DSG to respond. Meanwhile, Yon is just like hammering at the turret. Like again, Sajed is completely off the wave. And then Jose just comes, or like Core delays his back with Solar Flare, I think. And then Jose just comes in like, I think auto attack or like pokes him like 4 times or something. Sajed dies. Another wave just ends up dying to turret. Like they seem to be like Core and Jose are so like synced right now. Like the entire team is in sync, but specifically those two because the early game is so dependent on support jungle. It's super important. It's been super important all year. And
they're
like
just torturing enemy carries.
They see like the best way I can put it, I think, is that a lot of people like this happens to me a lot when I'm in game. I can always see the beginning of the play, right? Like it's really easy to see the beginning of the play. It's not as easy to see the end as you start the beginning, if that makes sense. And the best way I can put what TL are doing on the map is that they're so deliberate about their movements that they can see the end of the play before they even begin the play, which is like they can super see the play impressive. After it too. Yeah, which is like it's just like what they're doing right now is really, really impressive to me. And the fact that they are so focused on continuing to improve as a unit and really trying to hold themselves accountable is also really, really good.
I think TL looks really scary. They are just, they're playing really, really well. Core and Jose, what they're doing to enemy bot lanes is just like crazy. Like
it's awful.
Watching watching Sajed and watching like Masu the week before, it's like they are living behind the tower, and I just love how they play together. You know, even when Core is just on an Enchanter or whatever, like they're still willing to play so aggressively. It's not just like if he's on Bard or Nautilus or whatever. It's like he's on Nami and they're still, you know, proxying behind the tower and stuff. And it is just really, really impressive. And I think it is something they're kind of being allowed to do because all of their players are playing well, right? So all of their lanes are putting on pressure, and it makes it really, really hard for the other team to be able to kind of like keep up. And when everyone is being pressured, the enemy jungler has, you know, really difficult job already. And then one gank happens or one 2v2 kill or a solo kill or anything happens, and it just feels like the map just breaks.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's this extra point of pressure where, okay, now Quid can help with an invade, or bot got pushed, so now they're invading. And like, there's always that extra man that is moving in, it feels like, with Jose and being able to support on these plays because their lanes are all really playing well. And they've been using this to destroy bot lanes. And Jan, I know we've talked about this a lot this split, but like he had not been very good this year, and he was not very good at MSI. But TL were still, you know, doing pretty well. And now seeing Jan play as well as he is, and the whole team is playing at a really, really high level, it's exciting because they are a real threat to win the title. You know, it's not just Lion, and especially there's more uncertainty around Lion now because Inspired has been away for a lot of the split and so on. But yeah, I just feel like they are coordinating better than any jungle support in the league, and they are slamming home advantages better than any jungle support in the league because they're constantly delaying bases. They're constantly forcing, you know, mismatched timers when it's like you chunk out a support, the support bases, now the AD carry gets zoned off, and instead of letting a base, Core and Jose are behind the tower, interrupting the recall 3 times in a row while all these waves out of the turret, and Jan gets 2 plates, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, how do we play?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is especially when Quid also gets involved. Like, I know he was joking. I think he saw the Loki rise stats and thought that was LCS overall rise stats.
Oh.
But he was like, yeah, like I saw Rise has such a poor win rate, and I was like, how? This champion is broken. And I think you can also really see TL's foresight when Quid is on Rise, right?
Because his Rise is sick.
His Rise is insane. He will do these plays where, like, I remember last week, there was that run of play where he like goes up, kills Gakgos, realm warps mid, Core is already in position to link up with him. And it's that kind of map play overall where it's like he knows that, you know, Core is going to be there to help with that setup because I think he was just there like holding the wave. It's the fact that their support jungle always seemed to be at a point of pressure that forces, like you already pointed out, their opponents to make, like, at the very least, really risky decisions because they're making it from a disadvantageous position pretty much constantly.
Yeah, no, it's super, super impressive. TL looking really dominant. They have not dropped a game yet. They're 8-0. I was hoping that we were going to have kind of like the undefeated match between Lion and TL, just because that like is really, really cool. Now it's a different story. Now it's like, oh, they faltered, you know, can Inspire get them back on the right track or whatever. But I do think it's really impressive that TL is looking this good, and it's easy, I think, for people to start feeling like over the last couple of years, it's like, oh, just like whatever team's inspired on is going to be the one that wins, right? And so having like a true rival kind of like rise up and having TL get to a point where they are playing the best league, I think that they have been really throughout the last couple splits is really exciting. And it's like all coming, with the return of Inspired in Mexico City, 4 week 6 is going to be a crazy banger. But yeah, TL definitely smurfing. Dig lost to Shopify. I actually predicted Dig to win this one. I just kind of thought that it was going to be a bit of a mid gap, to be honest. And it ended up being a pretty back and forth series. Dig had a really good start, but Shopify obviously ended up taking it. How did you feel like this one went?
The ultimate
grudge match bowl part 3.
I think my favorite. So two things. One is kind of goofy, but if you remember that failed flash, like Skarner flash from, there's just this absolutely heinous team fight in like mid brush, like topside river kind of,
where they all chatted after,
where they all just like, and Renata ult doesn't come through in the right spot. Like it's just like, fortunately B-Boy gets this like miracle bailout, right? And that's actually a huge part of the fight. But afterwards, Gondrax just types in, "Christian, we're both disgusting, no." And Palafox just responds with a ha ha ha, close kinda. Like, yeah, I always love seeing stuff like this, because obviously for people that don't know, like they are like Gondrax and Palafox are still friends, right? So that was funny to see.
They hate each other. There's gonna be an ultimate grudge match bowl part 4 coming soon.
But then a few other interesting things that I think happened after this were in that same interview that you mentioned, Zeyzal kind of talking about Vulcan and Core. They also mentioned, and they weren't going to get into like specifics for obvious reasons, but they were like, we had scouted Dardoch specifically and been like talking about what can he play, what can't he play. And it seemed like their predictions were pretty spot on, because while I think Dig has looked better with Dardoch for sure, they still have kind of some of the same issues where it comes to mid-late game, and they seem like really, really lost. And I think another difference maker in this is that we finally saw Zinni have like a pretty solid series.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think, like, it makes me sad, again, as someone who watched him a bit in LCK Challengers while he was on KT. That's the only Challengers team that I sometimes watch, because I like to torture myself even more. KT just lost to Gen G last night, if anyone was wondering how I'm doing this morning. But like, it does make me sad that I still feel like we haven't seen those like really sharp facets of his game that we saw in Challengers. And I'm not talking about like how he sees the map or like overall macro play. I'm talking about just like individual micro mechanics, right? But this was the first series where I was looking at and I was like, okay, like Zinni looks like he's back on track. He's performing well. He's a part of what the team is doing more often than not, which was pretty consistently a problem for them across the like several splits now.
Which I think is why he had just been on like Galio Amy.
Yeah, exactly.
Your role was so obvious then, right?
So it was good to see him actually come out and have like a pretty strong performance for the team, and I do think it was a difference maker. I also just really enjoyed the Contracts Zeyzal banter afterwards. I'm super happy that Zeyzal is one of our pros who's going to be on the pros takeover, because he's fantastic, really hilarious. And for as much as he said like, oh, I'm not necessarily going to come back to pro play after this, like as much as he's joked around about it, it does seem that he really does care about what they're doing and the results, and was pretty critical of himself after some parts of that game, despite the fact that he did end up getting the fat Renata ult at the end, which was like, I do think their game 2 and 3 drafts were really, really good into what Dig wanted to do as well. So now Shopify are one of our top teams by record.
Yep. Well, they're going to Mexico City.
And they're also going to Mexico City with the other top team.
Yeah, so we'll find out. Maybe they'll actually prove it. But no, I thought it was cool. I like that you mentioned what Zeyzal was talking about, where he was saying, like, basically he like you said, he didn't want to give the specifics, but they make some assumptions, some guesses about like kind of like things that Dignitas can and can't play, right? And he was kind of saying that that's true of like all the teams except the very top teams.
Yeah,
like are good at some things, but they can't do everything, right? So it's like to have the best draft, it is often smarter to leave certain things open because you're just saying, hey, they actually can't play it, even if that champion is stronger than this other champion, right? And so, he felt that they kind of like made the right guesses or made the right, I don't know, analysis or whatever you want to call it in those cases. And I did feel like they got some pretty advantageous drafts. I know there was a lot of criticism about the Game 2 Dignitas draft, where it's like you pick Alistar with Sylas open is like, that's like
it was an immediate silence response, and then they picked the Gnar.
The Gnar one was like, I don't know if this is some like crazy cope, but like, we messed that up, guys. All right, well, he can't take all the ults. We just give him two, like just pick a Moo.
He can't take both ults
we're
at
going
the same
a Moo
time.
and Malphite and Gnar, and we're gonna, it's like he can't take them all, which is true, but. It basically guaranteed he had a Giga ult at all points in the game, right? Like when you have Alistar and it's such a short cooldown, like Alistar ult is one of the best in the game, in any realistic scenario that Sylas can get. Gnar is absolutely insane. And even Trundle ult is also really good because it's like he has two ults that really help with his survivability. If and then the Gnar ult is like insane damage and playmaking, right? And so he kind of had the dream setup here on Sylas and was kind of like gifted that by I don't know if you want to call it like I don't know if it was an oversight or just like poor drafting or they didn't think he would play it. I'm not sure. You'd have to talk to Dignitas and be like, did you guys forget about this? Because sometimes that literally is just the answer is like, oh yeah, we just forgot about Sylas. And sometimes the answer is no, we thought he wouldn't play it, right? And maybe guessed wrong. But that was definitely like one where Zinni got to really kind of pop off and punish them. And it's cool to see him have a good Sylas game. And then he followed it up with a good Azir game. So he wasn't just on the same kind of like endless cycle of Galio, Annie and Anivia that it feels like he has been on, right? Yeah. And so it was really nice to see him having a good series, and I think B-Boy looked quite good too, especially in game 3. The like Kalista game was pretty big pop-off game. And I feel like Kalista, the more I'm seeing it, like maybe it is just like when it's picked in specific scenarios, but the more I'm seeing Kalista, the more I just feel like this champion just seems like it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It actually is looking
back.
pretty strong. She does feel like she's back.
It actually has been interesting just tracking overall bot lane picks across, which kind of coincides like on the new patch, which just coincided with a little bit of a rise of Kalista, which we were already starting to see on the last patch.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, mages are kind of dead now, which
I knew was going to happen.
I think is more of a. This is like a little bit of a tangent from Shopify because, this wasn't more. This was a lot less of a B-Boy thing than other bot laners in our league, right? But I think part of it is just that. Kind of like in LPL and LCK already on the old patch where they were just kind of deciding like, hey, we're better at traditional ADCs anyway. And
yeah, I feel like the shift was already happening.
And then they like overforced it.
Yeah, which I think was maybe less of a pro thing and more of a solo queue thing anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm a little bit sad about it. But no, definitely interesting series and puts Shopify in a fantastic spot for playoffs. And as you said, they are going to be heading down to Mexico as one of the top teams with record, right? Because they're 3-1 right now, I believe.
Yeah.
So they are 3-1. They're going to be going down. Lion will be there. They're 3-1. TL will be there. They're 4-0. And then C9 are 3-1, right? So it's like all our top teams.
Yeah, by record.
Which is definitely going to be exciting. C9 played against Fly, and I'm starting to get kind of disappointed with Fly. I feel like they're having a pretty big regression this split.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like they can actually get things together, which is, I feel like they had been clearly progressing from split 1 to split 2. They seemed like they were getting better and better. They seemed like they were working more well together. And then this split kicked off, and it's like, okay, they got 2-0'd by Lion without Inspired. Well, that's kind of a little bit of a surprise. And they played TL. All right, well, you got 2-0 by them as well. Okay, well, you're clearly not as good as those teams, but like, are you as good as the rest of the teams?
Yeah.
And then they play C9. They also get 2-0'd by C9. And now it's like this team that felt so confident that they're going to Worlds and probably still does. I feel like we are really starting to see that they do feel like a tier below the top teams. They don't really feel like they're in the mix so much anymore.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of, and this happens to, I think, a lot of teams, especially since I think they started, and this was such a good thing, and this is why at the beginning, the last time I was on this show, I think subbing for you because you're sick. I was talking about how
Forgot about that. You poisoned me. You're taking us out one by one.
I have a whole assortment.
Next week it's just Emily and 2 Tivers.
No, God, no. But I think I was like, Kobe was so excited. He put them higher in his power rankings than any of us did.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, if you saw Lion at MSI and you were really excited about what this team can do and like some of the more creative picks they're bringing out, and you want to watch more LCS, FlyQuest is a team you should be looking at because they are so interesting, because they are so creative. And the only thing in the back of my mind that I was thinking, and we kind of brought it up, I think Meteos brought it up first, was talking about, while we had confidence in Masu being able to play some of these creative picks, Cryogen still really hadn't shown that he could get down the specific timers he needed to be in a super, super roam heavy meta where he is one of their primary engagers as well.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of a concern going into this split specifically with how the meta had transitioned from MSI to the first few weeks of LCS. And I did think we saw that in action. However, all that being said, I think it's more of a, like, TL, we already talked about, are performing at a much better level. Lion held on to their kind of top spot-ish, like, despite the loss that we're going to talk about next after. And then C9, they're working out the kinks with their new starting 5. I'm not even going to bother calling it a 7-man roster anymore. As I joked on cast,
we start calling it a 4-man roster, a coaching roster.
We haven't seen 2 of the men. So outside of Coach Cams. So this was kind of another big test for FlyQuest coming in, being like, okay, if you want to make it to Worlds, most likely C9 is the team that you're going to be contending with, at least now, as we're looking at the way the standings are shaking out and the way the teams are performing. Returning to the dog tier list, which players are obsessed with the dog tier list, and I really appreciate that.
It's high quality journalism right there that we've created here on The Dive.
But there really is. There really are, like, got too excited about the dog tier list. It's like TL and Lion, right? They're like kind of not guaranteed, but they are the 2 teams that you're looking at, and you're like, okay, these are automatically,
they're going to Worlds.
Yeah. And so then you have this pretty important test against C9, and you lose 0-2. And I think like the big thing to me is that the thing that FlyQuest haven't been able to build on, in my opinion, has been, like, we kind of always knew them as this scrappy team. They're willing to take so many fights. Even when they might not seem to have an advantageous position, they somehow come out ahead because they have really good players. They have a very strong draft philosophy in a lot of cases. And they play around their bot lane specifically really, really well, right? Like Masu and Cryo were destroying people earlier this year. And that was a huge point of pressure for them. Especially when Griffin was on like more farm heavy like options, as we've kind of already pointed out some of his like pocket picks of the Nasus, the Shyvana, stuff like that. And that has kind of stagnated a bit as other bot lanes have started to perform better during the heavy roaming support meta. I don't think it's a coincidence that this is our youngest jungle support duo, and they've sometimes looked a bit behind the play as opposed to some of the other jungle supports they've had to go up against. This week it was Vulcan and Blabber, and I thought specifically in game 2, because I know a lot of people were really hesitant about the lock draft, but I thought from level 1, with that immediate like flash taunt out of Vulcan onto Masu, establishing this kind of bot lane prio, being like, look, we know you want to play around these pushing bot lanes. We know exactly what you want to do. We have enough CC that allow Locke to go crazy. And he was like, it was C9 had such a really good early game plan to be able to set the map in their favor and really kind of stop what they want to do with the Varus Bard. So even though like I know a lot of people were looking at that draft and being like, I don't know about this, I did think that C9 entered that game with a very clear game plan, and they were able to execute on it really well. That attacked when FlyQuest has been at their best. It has been through like when this FlyQuest roster has been at their best. For as much as we've talked about, Griffin, jungle picks and like quads consistency, it has been through these really strong 2v2 from Masu and Cryogen. And so I did think from really early on in that game, C9 had a very clear idea of what they wanted to do with that draft, and they were very successful.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So someone that I feel like I got to throw some criticism to. It's kind of funny because it's on the weekend where you guys did the top lane tier list.
Oh yeah,
and
I was on that, but yeah.
Okay, well Raz did, I guess. Raz had Gakkos, I think, as the lowest tier, and then FlyQuest posted a video of Gakkos watching this, and he's like, "What? Like I'm the worst." But it's like, come on, brother. Like, yes, the stats and stuff are skewed because you've played all the best teams. You've played the 3 best teams in the league, right? So that is definitely going into that, and so maybe things will be looking a bit different by the end of the season, right? Because they still have a number more games to play. They're going to be playing mostly weaker opponents from here on out, and so maybe they're going to start really kind of like performing better. But like from the games that have happened on stage, Gakkos has been struggling. This guy has been like not involved in almost anything, and it's like I was looking at this because I was feeling like, okay, yeah, I think he's the worst. Like, he's been getting slammed in lanes. Like, I feel like he's the worst laning top laner in the league right now. I had felt like his mechanics were so good, and that like his laning was always something that was a strength, and that it was more about like learning the other aspects of the game, which is usually what happens for talented rookies. So his average goal difference at 10. I don't know if you know these stats.
I don't.
Okay,
but it's not going to be good.
So it's second worst in the entire league. If for top lane, it is worst in the entire league. So he's averaging down over 500 gold at 10 minutes in a game. Second worst is -50 for top lane. So he is negative 506 gold at 10 average. Second worst being Impact, -50. And the thing that makes this more crazy is it's like people are like, well, yeah, but what about the picks? He is second highest counter pick rate in the league in top lane as well. So that means 63% of the time, the only person that's getting counterpick more often, and counterpick is defined in this way, not specifically the champion you are like picking, like if it's a counter, it's just you're picking after your opponent.
After, yeah.
So he is seeing what his opponent is playing. He's getting to choose based on that. And he's also like, even when you just look at the stuff he is playing, like it's not like he's just getting put on Orin duty every game. Like he's actually playing stuff that is supposed to be good in these matchups, right? Like he had the Jax into Olaf game where he got solo killed. He had he's played Olaf and Bessa, 2 Gnar games, Aatrox, Rumble, Jackson Zahen, right? And it's like all kind of most of the time in pretty good spots. So I've been kind of shocked by how much he's struggling. He's just really, I feel like in a lot of these games kind of getting dumped on in lane and then just struggling to find much of an impact in the game. Yeah. Was it last week, his series where he like had 1 KP, I think, in the entire series? I think it was. Like I think he had 1 assist and 0 kills across the whole series last week.
In the TL series.
Yeah. And this one was rough as well. So I'm a little bit worried for FlyQuest. It's like, yeah, they're clearly way worse than these top teams, it feels like, but they're way worse. So like, are you better than Shopify and Sentinels and stuff? I don't know. Like where are they? Right. The only games that they have won is they beat DSG, but they're 2-6. They didn't take a single game off of those top 3 teams. So I'm definitely concerned for FlyQuest. I feel like they have been such an exciting story throughout this year because it is like all these young players, lots of NA talent. It's really cool to see them going, and they're really fun personalities, and obviously people love Griffin. He's really funny. But I'm like, damn, like FlyQuest, you're struggling.
Yeah.
We can no longer just write it off.
Yeah, no. And
they might be Chihuahua tier.
No.
I think they might be Chihuahua tier.
Don't drop them down to Chihuahua tier.
I think until proven otherwise.
Yeah,
FlyQuest
you are the keeper of the dog.
They're the newest inductee into the Chihuahua tier. I think we have.
I feel like we have too many Chihuahuas.
We've got 3 Chihuahuas right now, Emily. They're down with taking DSG.
Yeah, I mean the stuff about Gakkos. Like, I'm glad you brought it up because just last split in playoffs, we had that Quinn game, right? Where I was looking at that draft and I was like, guys, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. And then they played it super well, right? Like, they found so many angles. He did well in lane. He was able to contribute in team fights, which is my biggest issue whenever Quinn is drafted in pro play. I'm like, how are you going to get her in? They got her in. They set up a bunch of really good angles for him. He took it. So to see how he is kind of struggling along with all of the other stuff that we've kind of pointed out, like they no longer can, like, teams are targeting the 2v2, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I think bot in general is a party now, like, and has been all split, but, you know, now it's even more apparent with teams kind of being like, okay, we know exactly what you want to do. We're going to attack that. And yeah, it does make me sad to see how they've regressed because, like you already said, like they are a fun team. Like they're a fun group of guys. I love rooting for them. Like I want them to improve. I think it's like overall just better for the health of the league if they continue to improve. So I hope whatever kind of block they're having now, because they've definitely like stagnated, I hope they can work through it. And maybe just cutting their teeth on a few teams that are like theoretically worse than them could help. Although to your point, like, do they beat those teams now? Like, we don't know.
Yeah, like, are you better at Sentinels? Sentinels just beat Lion, right? You know, it's like, I don't know. Well, it'll be interesting to see. The last series of the week was Lion versus Sentinel. Lion came in 6-0 in games, hadn't dropped a game, let alone a series. And Sentinels actually took them out. And there is going to be a lot of talk about this. And we obviously even kind of like touched on it from Isle's POV of like, Lion just played bad. But I do think that is an oversimplification and also just like ignores the fact that Sentinels look way better than they have. I feel like Sentinels actually were playing a lot better league than we have seen from them so far this split. And so I do think it's you know, it would be unfair to not be giving Sentinels their flowers for this. They're the first team to take a game off of Lion so far this split, and they actually got the job done, beat them in a series, and I was really impressed overall with how they played. I mean, it's like, yeah, you can say, oh, well, Inspire's not there, or this or that or the other thing, but like Lion has such strong lanes that it just didn't matter against the other teams. They just show up and just kind of beat you, and I feel like everyone thought that is exactly what was going to happen in this series as well.
Yeah, I mean, even the game that they lost, it was like they just got giga outscaled by Lion draft. So it was basically like if
they
you
were
make,
up like 8K.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you make a few mistakes, you know, the Lion draft just kind of takes over the game. But like they set up really well for Hambach to just pop off on Kha'Zix. He had one career game previously, had won it. You could see how comfortable he was on the pick, even if I like personally didn't like that draft all that much. And talking to him afterwards, like I did ask, like, you know, how did you keep your mental after having like such a great game? And he was like, oh, well, I had a good game, so it's fine. I entered game 3 and I felt great. And I think specifically in game 3, you saw like there was that one realm warp that Saint had at around like 37-48, and I know we're gonna pull these plays up back to back, but basically Hambach is too late on turning the lights out, right? Like, so they end up losing that fight.
Blue.
Yeah, and it looks like it's like, oh god, you know, this is gonna be bad.
Game 2 again.
And then at 39-54. Guess what? The lights go off immediately as soon as they see the realm warp. So I always think it's really cool when you can see a team kind of learn stuff like that in real time and be like, we messed it up the first time, but we're gonna get it right the second time. And once again, I do think that having players like Impact, like Huhi, who've kind of just seen it all, probably are a pretty good stabilizing presence on that team, especially for someone who is as volatile of a player as Humbok is and who kind of always wants to go in. I also want to give just a small shout out to Darkwings. I think he doesn't get as much credit because Sentinels are kind of this infuriating team where you'll have, over the course of a series, players have really bad individual performances and then turn around and have really good individual performances the next game. But he's been like pretty consistently solid for them. And I feel like he doesn't get a lot of credit for what he's doing, but for a player who, like, I think a lot of people expected, oh, he's just going to go in, he's going to get crushed by the better LCS mid laners. He's been, like, wasting away in tier 2 for too long. He should have come into the league, like, forever ago when he was younger. He's been, like, consistently solid for them.
He's got second best CSD at 10 in mid lane in the league.
That's sick.
I think he's, like, I fully agree. I've talked about this a little bit myself. I feel like he is quietly really performing well, right?
Yeah.
I think partially he's also going to get less talk just by the nature of his champion pool, right? Like he doesn't play the kind of like sexy champions, right? He's not popping off on Yone and stuff. Like, he is going to play like Victor and Wei and and Nivea and Galio and those are strong champions. And I feel like his Wei game was really good.
It was.
I thought he played excellent in that game. But even in some of the games that they have lost, he has been kind of like the lone gold lead or lone, person who's kind of like even.
Yeah.
And so I think he is quietly playing very, very consistent. And he's been a really pleasant surprise for me for someone to come up from tier 2. And my expectations weren't super high. I feel like he's solidly like middle of the pack for mid laners. I think he lacks some of like the super high highs of like a Saint or a Quid or someone. But I do think he is playing very consistently and he is getting them across the finish line in a lot of these games. So no, I've been quite impressed by him. And just kind of like how they played as a team, I thought was really, really nice throughout this series. I know he has talked a number of times about just feeling like they are struggling to convert what they are seeing in scrims because players still get nervous on stage. And I think he specifically kind of like mentioned Rahel and Hombok getting a little bit nervous sometimes when they're playing on stage. And he felt like this was more akin to how they normally practice. And that's something that's just like really hard to tackle. Sometimes I've been in a lot of different scenes. There are some players who really have those stage nerves and they get past it. And there's some players who struggle with stage nerves their entire career or never move past it, right? Some players that are like constantly known as the best practice partners, whether it was like StarCraft 2 or various games. And the literal best players in the world are thinking of this person you've barely ever even heard of as the best practice partner in the world because they think that they play at that like insane level. But then as soon as it's their turn to play in a tournament, they're going out in like 80th place or whatever, right? Because they just struggle with those nerves. So it's always something that is really, really hard to combat. But getting reps definitely can help. But I think sometimes it doesn't help as much as people think because reps only help if they go well on stage. When people struggle with nerves and then they go on stage and something bad happens, then sometimes that just gets in their head and then they're kind of like, stuck in it. So it's not always an easy thing to solve. And I think things like this can really help build that confidence for some of these players. And it'll be interesting to see where Sentinels goes from here.
Yeah. I mean, I can speak to that personally because like for people that don't know, like I get nervous for every broadcast. Like I don't eat during broadcast days, like when I'm on broadcast because of that. So like it's something that I really, I guess, resonate with. And it sometimes can be really difficult. Like even Huhi himself, I think, has said like his first stage games sometimes like returning to stage. I think it was before he was on Sentinels. I think this is when he was on NRG where he was like, some like they didn't play in the arena for a while. And then they came back and he was like, we were all nervous. And this is someone who's been to like international finals, right? Like, and so I think sometimes you don't realize how nerve-wracking that can be, but then it's a matter of, like you said, like you either get over it and you figure out ways to mitigate it or deal with it, or sometimes even turn it into being able to focus that nervous energy into performance, or you don't.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. Like I competed for a long time. I was always super nervous before games, but like for me, it was like music that would kind of calm me down. I'd always listen to music as long as I could until they forced me to sit down and get ready to play.
That's what I did during track.
And that kind of just like helped me kind of vibe and stuff. And then usually once I was in game, I was chilling. But like, yeah, until it started, I was sweating.
The lead up is the worst.
The lead up is definitely the worst. The anticipation for me was what was killer. But yeah, no, it's always interesting. And yeah, no, it's a big win for Sentinels, and it's a win that also helps their playoff chances tremendously, because they only had one win, series win coming into this, and they did not have super easy teams down the stretch because they were still going to be playing against Cloud9 and Fly, right? And so it's like if you only have one win, 3 is going to make you safely in playoffs, right? I think there's scenarios where you can get there with 2, but 3 is going to safely get you to playoffs. So this puts them in a much better spot where they only need one more series win to pretty much be a sure thing for playoffs. And that does lead us to Week 5 look ahead, which is going to be a lot of the same teams because we have this bye week for the teams that are going to Mexico in Week 6. We have a doubleheader for all the teams that are staying here. And so this is a super important week for teams, especially for Sentinels and FlyQuest, let's be honest, because Dig and DSG people are
this game is a banger.
Assuming Dig and DSG are kind of out of there. But getting towards top 4 is so important for playoffs. So both these teams aren't going to make top 4. It's just not going to happen, I think, at this point. I don't know if that's mathematically true, but I would assume it is. And so really only one or the other, I think, even has a shot of doing it. And so this is incredibly important. Sentinels are kicking off the week against FlyQuest. And this feels like for FlyQuest, I mean, it's not a must win, but it's starting to feel like a must win just for confidence sake.
Yeah, I mean, the loss combined with the Sentinels win was actually really bad for FlyQuest, right? Because now you're looking at this team that theoretically you should be able to beat, right?
Yep.
But they have a better record than you. It's suddenly way more important that you beat them in this matchup. And it's kind of like, it feels like FlyQuest have stagnated, and then it feels like Sentinels, so if like FlyQuest is here, Sentinels can either be like here or like significantly below them because their variance is so high. Which I'm pretty sure because I gave Raz first pick of match of the week, which I think he picked DSG Dig.
You're killing the mystique. It's more funny when Raz...
I'm just boxing Raz out.
It's way more funny. Like I knew that you started letting Raz go first, but I wanted to keep it up because I just think it's hilarious the idea that Raz just has to scrape through the dregs for the match of the week.
Raz is choosing these matches. I think that's funnier.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But it is an important matchup for DSG and Dig for reasons that we'll talk about. But yeah, Sentinels FlyQuest is kind of my like must watch for this weekend because it seems so important to both teams, but more specifically to your point to FlyQuest. Like they really need that win because I do think
they're 2-6.
At least one win will help like just tremendously in terms of vibes and attitude and like righting the ship. And I think like, I don't know if this is them, but in my experience, if you do have a younger team and you do have a team that is a little bit more volatile in terms of like the way they play in game, right? Like taking a lot of fights, being really scrappy. I think a win can be so huge for momentum going forward. Especially since like they do have an easier strength of schedule on the back half, but if they don't right the ship, I can see it continuing to spiral as well.
I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but well, it's probably not that hot because they're not doing that great. But like, I feel like if FlyQuest loses Sentinels, they're not going to Worlds. Period.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's gonna be really hard to climb out of that deficit.
Yeah.
Like both just actually based on standings, but then also just mentally.
Yeah, I mean, even if you make it to playoffs at that point, I just don't, it's like you're scraping through in the lower bracket, and I just don't see it. And I think especially with a young team, confidence is so important, and having the vibes you get. If they can get a dominant win over Sentinels, then the last couple they have to play Dignitas and Shopify, right? And it's like, hey, if you beat Sentinels and then you string off a couple wins and then you win 3 series in a row and you go into playoffs, we're still going to be uncertain about how they're going to do against those top teams, but at least they will have built some confidence. At least they have some momentum. And if you do win those 3 in a row and you beat Shopify, there's pretty high likelihood that you could be top 4, right, and start in the upper bracket and so on. So I think it's a hugely important match for both these two teams. I mean, if Sentinels win, they're locked in playoffs. They're feeling really good, and FlyQuest is going to be in big trouble. Yeah. What's the other? We'll choose one other matchup. What's the other one you think you're most interested for? Is it both the FlyQuest ones?
It's both of the FlyQuest ones.
That's how I
then
feel too.
because I'm also really really interested and invested in Dignitas now. It's been cool to see Dardoch come back. I do think for as much as we've joked about game 1 Dignitas and Palafox Summer becoming game 1 Palafox or whatever Kangas has transformed his graphic into.
Yeah. But now they're fighting other Chihuahuas. So now we get to see who the king of the Chihuahuas is.
This is the week of the Chihuahuas, actually. It's Chihuahua week.
We got Dig versus DSG and Dig versus Fly, the newly inducted Chihuahua.
So, I mean, especially depending on what happens against Sentinels, right? That Dig Fly series is just absolutely massive for Fly.
Oh my God.
Specifically.
Imagine if Sentinels beat Fly, and then you're going into that, you're like, oh my God, what if we don't make playoffs?
Yeah. And that's a quicker turnaround than you expect, right? Because
just next day.
That's more of a international type turnaround where you're playing back-to-back days.
Yeah. So prep is a lot harder for sure.
Yeah.
And you would think if you're prepping more for one series than the other, it's probably Sentinels, right?
Yeah.
So, those are the two I'm most excited for. We do have Sentinels versus Fly and then Dig versus DSG on Saturday. And then Sunday is going to be DSG Sen as well as Dig versus Fly. So super important for these teams that are battling to try to make playoffs. Dig and DSG have to have a good weekend if they want to have really any chance of making it into playoffs. That Dig versus DSG matchup going to be very important for their playoff chances. This was a fun episode, though, Emily.
Yeah,
thank you
for having me.
For coming in and joining and poisoning my co-host. And
I hope Kobe feels better. I hope Medios has fun. I hope Medios has fun at work.
Yeah. It should be good. Next week we will be back, of course, for more of the dive. It'll be an Emily solo dive next week. That'll wrap it up for us here on the dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode. And leave a comment about how you want to pre-order Emily's definitive League of Legends History Edition. And LCS is going to return this Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be Sentinels versus FlyQuest. It's going to be a banger. We'll see you there. Bye.
welcome back to week 5 of the LCS. We got Kangas, Emily, Raz, and Sven joining us. A little preview of the Pro Takeover tomorrow. How you doing, Sven?
Great.
Yeah, warming the bench at C9, now warming our couch here.
Just know you're closest to choke.
I am, yeah, true.
Right next to him. I think he knows he wins 1v1. So.
You want to try an arm wrestle? We can give it a go.
I'm
pretty sure we've done that before at some point. But honestly, it's awesome to have you on. Are you excited for the Pro Takeover tomorrow? And also just being on the show today?
Yeah, because it means I'll get rid of you.
Ooh. There we go. There we go. Respect for that one.
That's actually, he's going to be the host, I'm pretty sure.
He's going to be the host. Yeah, that's the best part. Do you want any tips on hosting a lounge?
Not from you.
No.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yeah, but here's a reminder that the pros are taking over the LCS broadcast. Are you nervous at all to be amongst such esteemed peers on the desk?
I got this.
You got this?
Yeah.
Okay, what are you going to do to immediately ego check Inspired? Because he's just coming back. This is the first time we're going to see him on the show. He hasn't even played it all this summer.
I'm not going to reveal my tomorrow plan.
Okay.
I'm going to wing it.
Okay. You're going to wing it. Fair enough.
I just have one question. Is it going to be better or worse than the time you were trying to herd C9 on the C9 Analyst Desk Takeover?
Ooh.
When was that?
That was like years ago.
Years ago.
That was actually
it was
with
like
Fudge and
3
Berserker,
years
everything
ago.
on that team.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that actually. Yeah, that was terrible.
It did not go well.
I mean, I couldn't make Berserker stop swearing.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, you can't say that word on broadcast. You're like, really?
I pitched we should have a swear jar for tomorrow for all the pros on the desk.
It's not. It's.
You don't think so? Oh, I'm here for production. We will have one.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay.
they're going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
if
I
you
can't
do
afford
that.
it in this economy.
The problem is no one
Current
has
salaries?
actual change on them anymore.
Yeah,
it's
no,
actually
I don't
good.
have money on
yeah.
me.
Yeah. It's just got to be mouse pads and mice. There we go. Is it
Collateral.
mice as the plural for like a computer mouse, or is it mouses? I never
mice.
knew. It
Mice.
is mice? Okay,
I
it
think
just
so.
doesn't sound right, you know? All right, well, that's neither here nor there. Let's take a look at the schedule and standings so far in the LCS. We still have one undefeated team at 4-0. Team Liquid Alien, we're yet to drop a game and are looking dominant. And then today, though, we got a lot of those teams towards the bottom of the standings, and we get a very fun matchup with a lot of standings implications for playoffs. Sentinels versus FlyQuest, and then Dignitas versus Disguised today. Raz, is it your match of the week here? I don't remember
Yeah,
if your
it
match
is.
of the week
It's
is
Dig
here.
versus Disguise.
It's Dig versus Disguise.
We're seeing the dumpster fight. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. And it will decide essentially, like, there's a scenario where it doesn't decide if, like, DSG, we'll talk about the playoff scenario specifically, but if DSG loses and they're 0-5, there's still a slight possibility of them making it to playoffs in, like, tiebreaker scenarios. But that's a very slim margin.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it later on.
Well, Sven, we have a tradition here, because Emily usually does match of the week. And then Raz jumped on to do Raz match of the week as a derivative of the Emily match of the
No,
week.
mine is unique.
Yours is unique.
Yeah.
Fully. Okay.
His is always the dumpster fight.
It's usually the lowest of the standings.
Yeah.
We want to get the Sven match of the week, the derivative of the derivative. So we're gonna look at tomorrow's matches, because then you can defend your take tomorrow. It's gonna be DSG versus Sentinels, and it's Dignitas versus FlyQuest.
Oh God, that's not it then.
That's not it?
That's not it.
That's not it? Okay, do you want to pick one for today then?
Well, I think today's match, Sentinels FlyQuest is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty important match for both teams because right now most teams just think that TL and Line are guaranteed to go to Worlds at this rate, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
And then you're looking at the third place seed, and I think C9 is going to go because they beat FlyQuest last week. That was pretty big victory as well. And you're like, who else can even contest this third seed, right? It will be Sentinels, if anyone. I don't think DSG, Dig, or SR are gonna make it.
You're not a Shopify believer?
No, I think
I will
those teams are
change your mind
what we call
later.
NGMI, not gonna make it.
Is that the industry term?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
my
Technical
own
term.
coin term.
Yeah.
And I think Sentinels, they could rise to the occasion and beat, FlyQuest, and then that will bring them to the team that contests C9 for third.
Yeah,
At
we
this
saw
rate, right?
we saw him do it in a lock-in tournament, so they were
Yeah.
good for one top 3. But if you had to pick one tomorrow, Sven, I'm putting you back on the spot. DSG Sen or Dig FlyQuest, which one?
Jesus. Second one.
Second one.
Yeah.
Dig FlyQuest.
Yeah.
He
Dardock
didn't even want to say the name. He just didn't want to
I was speaking about those teams. No, I think Dignitas with Dardock are actually pretty good. I
Yeah.
think the first week when I watched Dardock in scrims, it was like ganking his Vi without Q skilled, and he was like, Vi invaded him one time over a ward for 10 seconds. He didn't see him, lost his whole topside jungle camp. So I was like, whoa, Dardock is like completely griefing. But then now I'm watching him play, and he actually is much better. And Dignitas have actual plans in the game, and I'm like, this team actually has some hope now.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to hold you to that. Maybe we'll get some graphics made for tomorrow so you can defend it live as well. But Sven, it's time for you to defend something else because we have a tier list. You're a bot laner, correct?
Oh, shit.
Bot laner support, bot laner right now. We have a tier list of all the bot laners in the LCS. We would love to hear your thoughts. We like to do this on the broadcast sometimes where we're tier list players, but now you have to create your own. Here, I'll hold it for you.
Is this everyone?
That's actually,
I believe that's all 8, yeah?
Okay.
You got you and Tactical. You have not played this split. That's effed up.
There's 9.
That's
We got you staring down B-Boy. Look at that.
They're putting me on the spot here. It's kind of messed up. Okay, well, let's get. Wait.
They're magnets.
Oh, they're magnets.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, we're high tech over here.
Get me out of the way first so I can figure out who goes where.
Okay. So you're not putting yourself down
big.
here.
No, I'm just putting it different for now. Yeah.
Masu and Jan's head are enormous.
Yeah, some people have bigger heads than others here. Okay.
Honestly, you can even just put them in their place first and then start to
I
explain.
think this one is fair enough.
Yeah.
Let's get you out of the way here. Okay, wait.
Oh.
Just placeholder, not there.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
sure, gotcha.
I'll get my overview here.
So far it's Berserker S tier. I think that's pretty in line with our expectations as well.
I think you go. He's kind of like big-headed, this guy.
Yeah, I think it's accurate,
Literally.
too.
Do we care about the names here? We just care about heads, okay?
Yeah, just heads.
That's just the heads.
Here, we'll move some of these around for you.
I think I might have a lot of people in B tier in this one.
Ooh.
I honestly think it could be something like this, like literally everyone else.
Just everyone B.
Yeah, besides.
And is this in order of B?
Oh,
Watch it. We don't have the swear jar yet.
this could be like, it honestly could be something like this.
Yeah?
I
Wow.
honestly think this could be a fair list. But I also think it depends a lot on different things. Like, I think Jan and Koji are a good 2v2 lane. While Berserker is better than Jan in many other ways.
Sure.
Well, every one of these guys and this guy have different things they're good at. For example, I put this guy in Kaisa, I'll put him up here.
Okay.
But I put B-Boy on Lucian, I put him here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I put Berserker on different champs, he's up here, and I put Masu in a winning lane matchup, he might be up here. Or, but if I put Masu in a losing that matchup, he'll be down here.
Fair enough.
It's like
Yeah.
different people have different strengths. It's like the two is kind of unfair because like,
Yeah.
oh, this guy plays with the worst support in the league, but this guy has the best support in the league.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like different people have different support strength or champion pools, and it's like so much more to it than just like, oh, you're better than this guy.
In the 2v2, it's a 2v2. I want to get your quick thoughts. So what makes Berserker alone in S tier? Like what does he do specifically?
He is disciplined, has very good sense of danger, doesn't get caught, doesn't die a lot, and doesn't lose your team the game almost ever. While almost all of these guys can do that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there we go. That's Sven's bot lane tier list. Thank you very much. Notes, Raz or Emily, thoughts on that one?
I think that's fair. I think he actually explained it quite well.
Cool.
I think the one thing that's interesting to me is Masu in like losing matchups, because I think the art of like being able to lose gracefully on like tough matchups is something that's
I think
difficult.
last split, Masu had the most deaths of any ADC in the league in the season.
Yeah.
Besides Saji, who was last place, right? Which it's like kind of unfair comparison because you're just the losing team, so you just die more. You know? But he's much better when he's winning than when he's losing. Masu, that is. I mean, most people are.
That's the cool quote right there.
But
Sven. He's much better.
Playing when you're losing matchup is an art form, right? Like some people made a career out of that. You know, like people like Reckless, for example, back in the day. You know, I grew up in the Reckless, Forgiven, Sven era, and Forgiven was a guy who won lane. Reckless was a guy who lost gracefully with a skilling champion, right? So it's like there's a skill to playing from behind or playing from a losing position in the game and making the most of it, right?
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
I can respect both styles of play.
Yeah, that's something that I would say a lot about your career, or at least like your last year where you were playing Corki and a lot of like losing matchups consistently. But that was a skill that you had, which is being in a losing matchup, but always coming out even.
It's like understanding that the moment I get Trinity Force and we have Mandate on Nami, rest in peace, stick a nerf. But once you got there, now we're online.
Yeah.
Like getting there is the hard part. So it's like, and while the other guy has to pressure you until that point.
Yeah,
So-
a lot of that comes from skill, the longevity of your career, being able to play and have those situations when you come back.
bro.
That means that we got to talk now about, no, I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying it's time to talk about the rookies, the young guns, because that's a conversation we haven't had yet this year. Rookie of the Year is coming up. We're going to have to vote on that soon. And Emily, these are the options currently for this year's Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I do want to remind people, if you are looking at players like Hambach and Griffin, they are not on this list because they have played Griffin in CBLOL and Hambach over in LCK. We are not doing a peanut Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, we're not doing the LPL.
did.
That's not happening.
But I do think, despite the fact that I think FlyQuest bot lane has been having some struggles this split specifically, I think Cryogen has kind of emerged as the as the front runner for me.
Okay.
In terms of Rookie of the Year, specifically when he first came on in Split 1, they were playing a lot of 2v2 Enchanter to try to dominate the lane.
Yeah.
And I thought, A, he was just really good in that meta, but B, he was a lot better and learned a lot more in that short amount of time than I was expecting, given the jump he had to make.
Fair enough. Raz, who's your front runner?
I mean, it's pretty much the same point. I think it would have been one of the FlyQuest buddies, but I think Cryogen throughout the full year was very consistent with Masu. And it's always difficult when talking about a bot lane and discerning which one is actually like leading the lane or doing really well in the lane. But I felt like Cryogen, especially in the Enchanter meta, was doing a great job. So for me, it would have been Cryogen.
Yeah. Sven, do you have opinions on Rookie of the Year?
I mean, it kind of sucks because like it can't be Danto, right? He's only played like what, 10 games, something in the league. Sajed kind of loses because he's in the last place team, so it's like he doesn't really get a real chance. And I don't think anyone this list has been particularly impressive, to be honest. I would probably just go with Cryogen, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
All
like
right.
not a very exciting choice, to be honest. But I think pro players have usually the worst takes on this kind of stuff because you base so much of your voting judgment or whatever on scrims or games you play against them personally.
Sure.
While the games you play against them are not the only thing that matters.
There's a lot of
But they are the pro players. You know, it's like, oh, I beat this guy, so he's bad.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not how it works, you know? That's not how it works, but that's how pro players think. So.
Okay. Well,
I'll say Cryogen. Probably.
Cryogen, it seems like is the sweep right now.
Cryogen voting block.
I think that there's a name that's been left out right now. And Raz, you went pretty hard on this player last week.
Okay.
You even name dropped them in your defense right there. So in the words of Andrew Garfield from the hit 2010 movie Social Network, it's time to lawyer up, okay?
I didn't want to.
Because I'm going to give the defense for Gakkos right now. I got the evidence right here. I feel like Gakkos is a slept-on player.
Is this? Why
the evidence is mounting up in his favor, I would even say. Now, one of the takes against Gakkos last week was isolated deaths. He's got 11. It's a lot of isolated deaths, right?
That's a lot of isolated deaths.
But you got to do the eye test. So I challenged myself to watch every single FlyQuest game and identify every single isolated death of Gakkos.
Why was that a challenge?
Because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. But we're going to break them down, okay? Because we have game state shenanigans and self-inflicted. This isolated death, he's the only one up when the team's already losing the game, dying at fountain. That shouldn't count against him in the argument against Gakkos for isolated deaths. Here, this one, you know, let's take a look. They're trying to dive top lane. There's a TP flank. He gets isolated from the team. That's a game state situation. I'm not going to hold that against Gakkos. Shenanigans, okay? Four-man dive, you can't hold that against him. And what is this? This was the first game of Summer Split. He wasn't used to Camille's being in his lane. This should not be held against Gakkos in the isolated deaths, right?
I don't know about that one.
No, I'm telling you. These were taken away.
Okay.
Now the problem might come in with all the self-inflicted isolated deaths.
Yeah, okay, so here we go.
He maybe has died a lot, arguably, which was his fault. But
if I'm hiring a defense attorney, I'm not hiring you.
This is why you get a lawyer, everybody, because I'm going to break down why these should not be held against him. First off, electrocute Jace. Nobody takes electrocute Jace. That's shenanigans, okay?
What?
He did not expect that one. Let's take a look here. So you might think he's missing his ultimate on the Cassiopeia. He is, but they're already down 5k gold. And he was greeting for a side wave because he needs to find a way to come back in the game. I'm going to call that game state. No, that's game state.
No, that sounds like it's his fault.
I think that's game state. You're trying to come back. This one, Quid just did a freaking clinic on this. He's roaming up early. He already got a kill bot side. Then he goes back mid, gets a kill. Are you going to hold him against Gakkos when Quid gets 2 other kills in the same game? I think that's shenanigans.
I'm holding it against FlyQuest for giving Quid rise.
And in fact, I think you could make arguments for all of these. That
I don't think you have.
He didn't do anything wrong. I don't think Gakkos did anything wrong, and we should forgive him for all the isolated deaths. And he's actually, if he gets back to spring form, my front runner for Rookie of the Year.
What does that entail?
This is why you don't hire a public defender.
Yeah.
A public defender, order in the court.
Yeah. Judge Sven, what do we think?
I approve.
Yes! Let's go!
Under what circumstances?
Did you hear the gavel going? That means you don't talk anymore.
My bad.
Yeah, can we get some order in the courtroom, actually?
Better call Kangas.
Better call Kangas, exactly.
Paid off the judge!
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'll give you those tips for free later.
Oh
All right.
God.
Let's take a look at FlyQuest versus Sentinels, our first matchup. Who Sentinels just upset Lions last week in a very, very exciting match. Sven, what are your thoughts on Lion dropping a game, or dropping a series rather?
This series was I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
It was all over the place, this series. It felt like I could have said one team was going to win and it would be fair enough at any point of any game. There was like so many throws back and forth in this series, and it was just kind of disgusting to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, a little bit.
The one thing I will give Sentinels credit for is in that Nocturne game where they turn the lights out too late, pretty much like get absolutely slapped, and you're like, okay, they're going to throw. The next time the Realm Warp comes through, they immediately turn the lights out, so, you know.
Yeah.
Progress
Growth
within the
mindset.
game.
Growth mindset right there.
I think it's a skill to be able to force a leading team when you have tempo in a really uncomfortable situation to like make a split decision. So like the Baron call that they made, I think that was in game one, was like a really good example of like, you're hard losing the game, you should absolutely lose this situation. But then they force a Baron situation where Olaf comes in, he dies, like suddenly. So I think there is a good note to Sentinels being creative, but they shouldn't have to be creative.
Because they also dig themselves into holes.
Yeah, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's an issue.
Well, it's funny you talk about creativity, because when we look at their draft, Emily, like they've been drafting pretty standard, right? Like they haven't been adopting the Enchanters, or the Mages bot lane. They've been going for pretty standard drafts overall.
Who he did say that Rahel had practiced Mages bot. I still don't believe it. However, I do think, and this is a quote from Golden Glue in an NA-Men interview, it's basically they have kind of an archetype of team composition. And we talked about this previously with like, when you don't let them have certain champions, specifically Bard and Caitlyn and Skarner, in prior splits, they would lose a lot more games, or they just look a lot more volatile in game. I do think there are certain draft archetypes, especially with Rahel on the standard AD carry, where they are playing a lot more back to front, that they look significantly better on.
Do we add Kha'Zix to that list now with the Skarner? Huh? Have we gotten there yet?
They lost that game.
No, they lost that
game. Actually, Sven, have you been in a situation where like you're in a team that cannot play any other style? You play one style and it's successful. Otherwise,
I'm in one right now. well, kind of.
What would you say the style is then?
I can't leak our strategies.
Okay.
Yeah, what the heck?
Trying to get you to turncoat right there. Yeah.
After he defended you, he sided with you.
Yeah, and I did come in pretty hot at the start of the day. You know, we'll get back to friendly Kangas and Sven shortly here. But that's a good question that Raz posed, though, of like, what's it feel like to know that you're kind of scouted, or there's a chance that you've been scouted going into the match already?
It's scary when you get deep into like the playoffs, because you think if teams figure you out, you can get a good draft.
Yeah.
But it's sometimes you know your weaknesses, but they don't. In the case of Sentinels, everyone knows their best champs are Skarner in good matchups. It's Caitlyn. It's Caitlyn Bard specifically, and Darwin is a mage player. Impact's a tank, pseudo tank player, like you know, tanks and bruisers. So you know what to not give them if you can avoid it. But they're still very good at that style, even if you give it to them. So it's like, it's whatever.
Okay.
But it gets bad when you go deep in playoffs, and everyone knows, oh, just ban Caitlyn and Skarner, and you just win the game.
Yeah.
That's when it becomes a problem, right?
And another one of the weaknesses, Raz, we've seen time and time again. Sentinels get, fall behind early, and they have to do the Sentinels comeback.
Yeah, you talk about the weakness because you're focusing a little bit too hard on the deficit. But it's always about the comeback. I remember really early on in the year where Huhi made that quote where you're always just a fight away of winning the game.
Yeah.
And I think at first you're like, okay, that's a really emblematic quote. That's nice to hear. But surely they scale up and they don't need to do that anymore. But like, they find themselves often in these situations, but it is crazy to see how large of a deficit it can get, up to nearly 9K.
Wow.
Some of these gold crafts are hilarious.
That's wild. It is wild.
That's like segue was so perfect.
It happens twice to Lion. Those are 2 gold grabs dedicated to Lion. So Lion is uniquely, in great position for that. And one of those was C9. Just gonna put that there.
I'm also realizing very long games.
Yes, they will drag you out into the depths.
They
nearly a
hang
50-minute
in
game.
there. They hang in there and they choose their spots.
Don't ask how they got into a deficit versus DSG. It doesn't matter the opponent at all. It just matters that they find themselves in these holes and they will climb.
Yeah. What do you think about that from a player perspective, Sven? Having the iron mental of like consistently falling behind like that, but still bouncing back?
I mean, it's like you said, it's nice that they can come back from like 9,000 gold deficits, but also it would be better if you didn't have to come back from that large of a gold deficit, right? But I think Sentinels definitely are a good team at playing from behind. They don't roll over and die. They try something stupid, and half time it works, sometimes it doesn't, and that's kind of play you want to make when you're behind to actually win the game, not just like losing peace, you know?
Yeah.
So,
all right.
I like it.
Happy to hear. With that being said, we actually have Jad who's standing by with an interview from one of the players of Sentinels, Huhi. Let's throw it over to him.
Huhi, you guys had a big win last week against Lion. And I don't know if you know, but because of their finish at MSI, Lion was a top 3 team in the world, but you beat them, so you now hold the top 3 team in the world belt. That's yours. Yeah.
Thank you. Lots of
as long as you keep winning, you're guaranteed to be a top 3 team in the world.
If you win today, we're top 3.
You're already top 3. You keep top 3.
Okay. I like to be humble, so we tell ourselves that we're bottom, so we're trying to climb up. Yeah.
You guys have also played FlyQuest many times this year. Usually had the upper hand. What do you need to do to beat them again?
I think we just have to kind of play our game. I think we can kind of tell in Lion series. I feel like we were more about ourselves than focusing on the enemy team. So as long as like we play our game, I think we can beat that.
We've also heard Golden Glue talk about how you're comfortable playing kind of your style, but it's a bit of a struggle when you get outside of that style. How are you trying to approach filling that gap?
I think to fill that gap, we just kind of need to kind of win on stage more, because I think the more confident we have, the more confident and the trust we will build among ourselves. And then as long as we have those trusts and someone makes a call in game, I think everyone is going to have that faith that this is going to work and everyone is going to all in. So I think that's the key part that we will need.
Okay, good luck today, Huhi. And if we can find a spot for this, you can keep it with you while you're top 3 team in the world.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, back to the lounge.
All right.
Top 3 team?
I mean, he can just wear the belt during the game.
Ooh, would that be, I feel like that'd be uncomfortable.
No, I think
But maybe it'd be good for the core. You know,
Exactly.
keep you standing up straight or sitting up straight.
It's like a deadlift belt.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
I don't think it cinches in the back.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's the old.
No,
OPL.
you don't have to say anything.
It's the old OPL.
Hey,
belt.
hey, hey.
Wow, can't believe you just outed it like that. That tape was official, okay?
No, but
Top
it
3.
means that it's actually like surprisingly higher quality
is.
than I thought
Very
it would
quality.
be.
And if FlyQuest win, they get the belt because they win by proxy. Sentinels took it off of Lion, and then FlyQuest could take it off of Sentinels. But that's not all that's on the line, Raz, for both of these teams.
All right, let's talk about playoff situations, because this week, simply because these teams are not playing next week as we go to Mexico, actually has a pretty large ramification. So I want to show you one situation. If Sentinels ends up winning here versus FlyQuest, and DSG loses versus Dignitas, you put in a 50-50 situation between Dignitas and FlyQuest. FlyQuest are now one series away from missing playoffs, and it happens tomorrow versus Dignitas and FlyQuest. So whoever wins this one, as you can see, FlyQuest has a 100% chance after winning this one, or Dignitas has a 100% chance. So FlyQuest must win today. Otherwise, they'd be put into the blender. So that's the situation. There's also just another situation to throw out there, which is this one scenario where DSG wins and FlyQuest wins, where now you only have like 2 teams that are qualified for playoffs. That situation we don't want to see. We want to see resolutions, all right? We want to see resolutions. So this is a scenario that I need to see to give us that Dignitas versus FlyQuest banger tomorrow.
That would, hey, that's your match of the week, Sven. So Dignitas FlyQuest could actually become very, very interesting for playoffs.
Yeah, you can change your match of the week. Yeah, exactly. You mentioned
That's
it.
what he said. Yeah.
There it
the
is.
second one, as he phrased it.
Yeah.
What do you think about a world where FlyQuest don't make playoffs? Like, how crazy? Because for me, that would be crazy. I felt like this team was pushing for a world spot just in spring. Is like the conversation around how good they looked in the spring split.
Yeah, I never felt that way about them.
No?
I'm not a hater. Like my head coach Dom is a FlyQuest hater. He's very outspoken about it.
He is a huge FlyQuest hater.
I do think FlyQuest are a bit overrated. I think people give them a lot of benefit of the doubt because they're like young and stuff, so they're really talented, blah blah blah. But like, it's not that simple, right? Like, you can be young or old and still be bad. It's like, but anyways, I think Fly.
It's the old man yells at Cloud.
Yeah, literally.
Those kids.
Just going on tangent for a little quick second to say I don't hate FlyQuest and say why I hate them. Anyways, I think Fly are talented in some ways. I can see it. Sometimes they have mechanics in some ways, but they just don't have anything going for them outside of their individual play, and their individual play isn't even that good.
Sure.
It's like Darks will lose lane, for example, last week against Thanatos, he lost lane really hard. They lost the whole game, basically. Their ball lane doesn't do that well when they aren't winning. So like I talked about in the tier list earlier, like FlyQuest ball lane, when they're playing a winning matchup, they do kind of well.
Sure.
When they're losing, they're borderline the worst in the league.
Yeah.
And we have a little clip from Emily later that'll show this.
Well, we actually have that right now.
That's a
so you can head to the PC.
Look at
that. Professional
segue.
Dude, I'm smurfing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest ball lane has this problem where, let me just go back in this clip so we can watch what happens level 1. But Masu will ward the bush level 1, which is pretty standard. He will ward it right. Come on, go faster. Whoa! Right faster. He'll ward it here.
Okay.
Yet somehow, Var's Q, which is the longest range spell in the whole game, will be used melee range for borderline. He'll get flashed on. I think if Jin took W here, it would be really bad for him. But anyways, he doesn't. Now, fast forward this little clip, C9 ball lane wins lane, they use flash to do it, but they have lane prio. Var's Q is at 20-second cooldown level 1, so blah blah blah, nothing happens for a while. C9 will invade with bot prio. They will use Poppy to do it, because in this jungle here, Poppy is really strong, because there's nowhere you can stand where you can't get wall stunned, basically, besides like this little spot right here. FlyQuest ball lane will often die in a situation where like either C9 will take the camps, or they will dive bottom, if Griffin decides to go into the topside jungle of C9, right? And in this situation, FlyQuest often makes mistakes. And I don't think this is like, I feel like Bard is kind of trolling, to be honest. I'm like, whoa, you really want to die here, don't you? Because I feel like just let Vars catch the way bottom, use his TP to get back to lane, and then Jin is like half HP, no TP on him. He might lose a whole wave here at the end of this. So as long as FlyQuest just take their own Grump, make Blabber smite the blue buff, and then trade camp to camp, it's not even that bad for them, right? Because then at this point, FlyQuest clear the whole jungle, have their camps respawning as level 2 camps faster than Blabber's camps, they're still up, right? And the crab isn't even up yet, so like, Griffin might just be able to take both the crabs and let Blabber go take his blue and then go hit back to his own jungle, right? The point is, this isn't even that bad for FlyQuest, what's happening here, to be honest. But Cryogen makes it really bad, very easily. I don't think this is like a very difficult angle to see that Poppy can, let me just go back. This thing's kind of hard to use, actually. But like, I feel like this is not a hard angle to see that Poppy can do this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow, it's that easy.
The classic Poppy play.
Yeah.
And now Jin just gets walk back bottom, he catches his wave. Whereas if this didn't happen, Vars could have just stayed back, waited by, had an XP advantage. And I feel like this is kind of like FlyQuest in a nutshell, where they will give the angles very easily when they're losing.
Yeah.
Sure.
But when they're winning, and especially when they can have certain conditions in the game met, like if Griffin is playing like his Nasus into Vi, or his Shyvana into like an engage comp, and they have lane prio elsewhere, and he can just farm, it's when they're best. But when they're put under pressure, they kind of crumble a bit, I feel like. FlyQuest as a team, they make mistakes like that one where they just hand over a free kill, and you're like, well, now you made this play
really bad.
Worth it, yeah. It's like, yeah, you're going to lose one camp. You know, Blabber smites the blue buff, you smite your own Grump, now you're even, kind of. He has more camps to kill than you, so he's up one camp technically, but like you can make like 2 crabs maybe, or like something like this, right? You can use TP to get like some mini advantage on Varus, but you just hand it over.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of the trend for FlyQuest.
When you're going into like FlyQuest, like when you're facing a team like FlyQuest from player perspective, is that something you kind of can rely on? Like, are you going in being like, you think they might misplay this?
Yeah, I mean, against every team you have like certain like player and team profile. Against FlyQuest, I'm like,
that's the scouting report.
Yeah, I mean, literally,
they're gonna make a mistake.
Just do not give Griffin an angle where he can play one of his funny champions in a good game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Shyvana and like Nasus are good champs necessarily, but they're good when they're good.
Yeah.
So don't give his angle, right? He's like 5 counter picks to Vi. It's like his whole personality is like counter picking Vi. So teams are like, yeah, I'll spend Nasus and Shyvana and I'll pay Vi anyways, right? Well, and don't give Master and Cryogen like Karma Ezreal or like Lucian Melio in a good matchup, because it's like the only way they can win. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't give Quad Cassio no matter what.
Will Sentinels have the same game plan though? Let's talk about predictions for this match ahead of us, because we're ready to hop into the game here shortly. Let's pull them up, because FlyQuest, if you had asked me this question in spring, I would say absolutely favorites. I still have them winning, but I think it's going to be very close, and we are split on the desk as well. Emily, give the defense for Sentinels, and Rez, give the defense for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is an accurate representation of how close this is, right? Like, I was just like, ooh, this is the worst to pick predictions. I'm giving Sentinels the slight edge, because I feel like they've looked better lately.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the only reason.
5-second defense is the fact that they face the top 3 teams in the league, all right? They're
There we
not
go.
that bad. They're not that bad. They're not that bad, and they will destroy Sentinels. Start the damn show! 5-second defense?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS here at the Riot Games Arena as we are ready to kick off week number 5. And that kickoff is going to happen right here with a little battle of red versus green. It is Sentinels going up against FlyQuest in this one. A battle of 2 teams really just clawing their way through the standings here at the middle of the pack. FlyQuest has had a pretty rough schedule against the other top squads that they've fallen against. Sentinels with the upset against one of those top squads in Lion just last week. I'm Captain Flowers here with Jat for this series, and it's part of Pro Player Takeover Weekend. So, of course, we have a pro player here helping us with that takeover as well. You just got done listening to him on the lobby. Now you're going to listen to him here. Sven, it's good to have you back, brother. Welcome.
Thank you for welcoming back. I
Hell
don't know what I'm saying.
You're ready.
You're
You're ready.
so many hats these last. I mean, especially if we go back like 3 or 4 years, you've worn the support, the 80 carry hat. You're gonna have like you've hosted an episode of Pros. You'll be on the lounge tomorrow. You're casting.
Dude, what can I do?
You're coaching.
He's got a whole handful of hats. That's like 5 different hats.
What can this man do?
Yeah. The ARAM Mayhem late game build where you just have.
God.
All of them stacked all the way up like a skyscraper. Okay, well we got Sven here. We obviously saw your prediction on the lounge, 2-1 Sentinels. I believe you ended up predicting. Yeah. All of the predictions were 2-1, and there were 2 for Sentinels and 2 for FlyQuest. So it seems like at least in the lounge, you guys had some pretty split opinions on this series right down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. Like Emily said, it's like, if I flip that coin, it might be more accurate than like, thinking about the game. So
okay,
it's like, really, bro, just give it to whoever you want to give it to. Like team colors or like jersey difference. Like it doesn't matter, bro. Just
the logo you like better.
I feel like for predictions like that, to be fair, you always end up 2-1, but then you're not shocked at all if it's just a sweep.
Yeah.
Because if FlyQuest loses game 1, tilts a little bit, Sentinels could absolutely just easy.
Yeah, and it's like draft difference. You remember I said on the broadcast, don't give quad Cassio. Well, they banned Cassio. That's the one. Having a good draft. They banned Karma Ezreal from Masu, right? Like team preparation can matter so much because like you're doing these like worst case scenarios in your draft meeting, and you're like, oh, if they ban this, we're screwed. You go on stage, they don't ban that. You're like, nice, we can win.
Okay, we're through.
After you spend 2 hours, of course they're going to ban that. We're not even running through that scenario that happens on stage. Early on, FlyQuest with potentially even Lucian Melio later on, I thought the start of their split in draft was really weird. I'm curious about your opinion. Like their first series against Lion, they were playing Silas bot lane, Ziggs bot lane, didn't feel like them at all. Now I kind of feel like they're trying to adjust back to what was working for them in spring. I think everyone was on the, whatever goes. And Master's always been playing like top and mid and solo queue. He's like, he never went ball lane. So you guys like the practice on those like fine champions in those lanes. So I think he was kind of guy who wants to play that way. But it just wasn't as good as people thought it was. I think people took it a bit too far with the whole, mages, bruisers, whatever.
Like, they cooked too long. A little bit too much time at the stove.
All right, back to your marksman.
Back to your plain bread and water sandwich of your traditional standard marksman. But we are about halfway through the draft already. Karma, Olaf, Cassio banned out by Sentinels. FlyQuest removing the Vi, the Nocturne, and the Bard. Ezreal first pick for Sentinels. I feel like this is such a go-to for pretty much everybody in the league right now. Game 1, pick one on blue side. You're going to take that Ezreal. Seraphine and Jarvan picked with it. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, Lucian Melio, like you said, Jat, and the Syndra.
It's interesting that Sentinels banned Karma, which is the most common pairing with Ezreal, but then picked Ezreal anyways. Sentinels is playing the same comp as Genji last night. They played Ezreal Seraphine as well. It was with a different jungler, I think it was Pantheon, but still, Seraphine is like maybe a worse laner in some ways, but she's a much stronger team fighter than Karma. She's more, aggressive, has CC, has engage tools.
And speaking of those engage tools, I feel like, you're saying the Gen G comp, you had Pantheon in the jungle.
Yeah.
But Pantheon and Jarvan, at least from Seraphine's perspective, they can do the same thing, which is stand in front of her and enable Encore to fly through everybody, right?
Jarvan, much rather have a Seraphine ulti and the E to follow up than like a Karma Mantra Q.
Yeah, it's like, okay, here's a shield.
Let's go, guys. Seraphine actually has real follow-up, so it's more of an aggressive engage comp, which I think fits Sentinel's profile a bit more than the slow Enchanter shield type style.
Yeah, and a fun fact, Ezreal is currently on a 6-game LCS win streak and has actually won 9 of the last 10 games that he's been locked in. So not too surprised that Sentinel's just slamming it. Might have been tactical.
Oh, actually?
Yeah, it was did you know that?
I didn't know that, actually. It looks kind of sus. It looks kind of sus.
Wait, hold on. Like he's 3 of the 4 Ezreal losses in the LCS.
Oh,
That's
really?
Crazy.
Okay, well, we ended up getting a surprise stat here today.
Anyway.
Second half of the draft, though, we do have some mid lane focus coming out from FlyQuest, as they already have their mid laner in the Syndra. They know that Sentinels don't have their own, so it's going to be Orianna and Victor, 2 of those standard control mages banned out, so they can't use that in response for Darkwings. Meanwhile, over on the Sentinel side, they're banning out Ambessa and Shyvana, looking towards those potential jungle picks, thinking about what Griffin might be able to bring to the table, but FlyQuest are going to respond and lock in the lead for Griffin.
Yep, nothing too crazy here. I like the FlyQuest are targeting the mid lane. I think Darkwings is like a somewhat limited player. I think he mostly likes to play the control mages, so picking one early when there's already 1 banned in the Casio and picking 1, bang 2 more. Not 4 champs off the list of mages. I think it hurts him more than most people. This could be a Yone angle potentially if they log in Rumble.
Okay.
Rumble Jarvan Yone is like a very common 3-man combo on top side. With Seraphine, it would make sense to have like
huge wombo.
The more engaged you have, the better, because then there's more people you can hit with your ulti that extends the range of Seraphine ulti. So I can see a Yone being logged in here.
Last I checked, though, Yone is not a Darkwings champion.
It is not, but he has played it.
He has.
Well,
but he goes for the very
he's not playing it
route.
here. We are 3-9 in the LCS on Rise in summer. Rise has not been doing well.
Yeah, we had a talk about this with Loki. Apparently he's 0-9 on Rise.
Yeah.
He was like, am I bad or is it the champ? I'm like, do you want me to answer that?
Do you want the truth?
But yeah, Rise is like, I don't like it that much with Rumble specifically. I feel like Xante will just build like a Kinect Rooker and he'll have Mercs, he'll have like 500 MR at this game. You'll have Ezreal and Seraphine as well, so like, who's gonna kill Xante at this point? You know, he's gonna have like 1,000 MR.
Yeah.
I like it more when you have like Rumble Yone and he buys Kinect Rooker and then you put Yone with Blade against him and he just murders him 1v1 or like something that Rise can roam to at least in top lane, like a Jace or like something that wins lane and then you play off of that with Rise roams. This feels like not the greatest combo, but Jarvan Rise is strong early game for what it's worth. So it could be a bottom game.
It looks like FlyQuest comp is very straightforward.
Yeah.
Ezreal Syndra, good mid jungle, Lucian Melio, good scaling, and then a really good slot to pick Cassante because unless he's matched up against Ezreal in a team fight, he's going to be unmovable in the side lanes against the double.
Fly have the coach dream. Winning ball lane matchup after level 3. We have a mage mid and a tank top. Yes.
That's
LCS coach 101.
That's what the coach wants in the book every single time.
It's very simple. It's strong bot 2v2, strong mid 2v2, and we have some scaling, we have a tank, we have some CC. It's like, it's not too bad, you know?
Okay, so that's the coach point of view, but I'm going to ask, this is the Azael question, because he always likes to ask this when we have pros on the casting desk with us. So seeing the 2 compositions, if you had to slot in for one of these 280 carries, which spot would you rather play? From the Ezreal perspective with that composition or from the Lucian with this one?
I would take the Lucian side because I think it's the winning side in terms of team comps, but I wouldn't mind either. I think Lucian will probably like lose push in early levels, but then they'll win once they get level 3. Also, Masu won the cleanse exhaust coin flip, which is like, if Rahel takes exhaust, you want cleanse. But if he goes barrier and you go cleanse, it kind of sucks.
Right, because it's
so
like,
it's kind of a risky gamble, and most people just take barrier and Lucian because like you don't want to lose the downside of the flip, which is like you have cleanse, he has barrier, it's really terrible.
Yeah, you don't do
But he won,
against it.
so he's a goat.
Okay, he
Also,
managed to win the coin toss.
It's a reminder, this is Emily's match of the week. In case you didn't know, she's really pushy about this. She always gets in first with whatever her match of the week is. But welcome back to the broadcast. Sven,
hey,
we got a lot of accolades for you here.
9th season. Damn, that's impressive.
9th LCS season? Damn, I'm old.
Yeah, 2018.
That's one of the requirements for being on the cast.
I have most pentakills in LCS history?
Yeah.
Is that really true?
You're number 6. You're 6 total pentakills.
That's the goat.
That's 30 kills.
Apparently from a lock-in tournament, but that still counts.
I don't remember all of these. anyways.
We'll get the timestamps for
Because you were too locked in. You were getting pentakills. You're not thinking about remembering the other.
That was good.
Yeah. All right, well, as we're waiting for the action to really heat up here at the start of the game, we have a sideline interview ready to go with Golden Glue.
Hello, right before, as we were watching this kind of bot 2v2, you said nice, that they just hit level 2 first. Congratulations. What are you looking for specifically from the 2v2 or just overall with your draft?
Yeah, so our bot lane, we picked Ezreal Seraphine, so it's a pretty strong lane into Lucian Miller, so we're looking for like an early advantage. They should have early prio, and I think Jarvan's also, Jarvan Lee Sin is kind of a match jungler, but I think in general their team comp, they kind of have to ball comp more, where we have Ryze, so we can play side lane a bit more. Yeah, I'm expecting us to have like a bit of early lead with our side lanes, and yeah, see how we team fight.
And then you talked previously about draft archetypes and like how your team likes to play. I feel like this draft kind of fits it, right? With kind of some comfort champs. However, you guys are also known into getting into some early deficits. So like, how have you been working on that with the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because I feel like us as a team, whenever we focus on our early game, we do improve it. And then our Baron 20-minute post, like we just play awful. So it kind of just feels like we're pretty bad at like maintaining what we worked on previously. But you know, we do our best to just try to focus on whatever the biggest hole is in our gameplay at that moment.
So if you had to fix one, it's definitely the latter one though, right? Because you guys are known for your comeback victories.
Yeah. I mean, typically it's the early game, but the problem is if we focus on the early game, then sometimes we like can't come back, right? So it definitely, yeah.
And then congratulations, you've now become an emote in Twitch chat. One of your coach reacts, yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I need to see it. Chat, spam it for me. I need to see it.
All right, and with that, we'll toss it back to casters. Thank you so much, Grayson.
I do think Golden Glue has some of the best reactions from the coach cam. Whether something good is happening for Sentinels or something not so good, he's very clearly very emotionally invested in his squad. Hambach wants to try to step up here, potentially challenge for the big chicken, but he throws the flag. It doesn't get it. Not really a whole lot to do here, as both of our junglers just continue along on their pathing. They've already made their first recalls, as you can see. Also, Gakgos went back and shopped after doing that little bit of proxy farming early on here in the top lane. Griffin's going to show up as Gakgos does have this wave in a spot where he could be relatively easily gankable, and they want to make sure that Griffin is ready if Hambach arrives.
Yeah, nothing too crazy in this early game so far. Gakgos got the proxy off, which many people like this matchup because you can get a free base and get a free magic mantle against the Rumble, and you see both have TP. But already one base on Gakgos here makes him very comfortable in the matchup here. Otherwise, not much to say. I mean, I think Sentinels got pushed out of ball lane and forced to get a pretty bad base. They only got the tier on Ezreal. They didn't get, you know, normally on Ezreal you want tier and glowing mode. It gives you like the 5 jack stats, which is kind of like your early game power.
Oh yeah, just a little bit.
You get like 6 AD and 6 haste from it. Master got 2 longswords, which is a much better buy. So Flag is going to have bot prio for this next couple minutes here, because this matchup bot is like winning for Lucian once you get one base off, and they have that one base now, so.
It's interesting, Rahel didn't take Jack of all trades. He's got boots and biscuits.
Well, then you don't need the glowing mode.
So he doesn't need the mode.
All right, glowing mode, we can leave that in the shop. 5 ability haste, doesn't matter.
Biscuits,
don't really care that much about it.
Oh, we have boots and triple tonic.
Oh, sorry, triple tonic, not biscuits.
Yeah. I was going to say, biscuits are kind of outdated these days. But the boots,
the cookies are stale.
Not bad. You get the Triforce spikes faster. Hang on.
Okay, Masu already going to go ahead, pop the cleanse in the trade down here. Both junglers hanging around. Hambach and Griffin looking for the opportunity to maybe make something happen. Hambach is going to go pretty far forward here into the tri-brush. Potential wraparound angle as Masu and Cryogen both get themselves back.
Both junglers trying to do the 530 smite technology.
Okay.
When you save the Gromp for 530, and if you get it, your smite can be upgraded.
Nice secure there, though, by Griffin.
Did it look like Hambach was trying to threaten the 530 smite steal, so Griffin smote early, also didn't get it because he didn't wait until 530.
Oh, 2 fights at the same time as Gakgos is getting cooked up here in the top lane. Griffin down to half HP, getting away from his own jungle as Sentinels is sending a 4-man potential invade to try to collapse onto that Lee Sin. Impact going to continue chasing Gakgos further out, but he has to respect his positioning relative to the terrain. He doesn't want to give Gakgos a good angle here for the all-out, as you're going to see Huhi making his way back down into the bottom lane, regrouping with Rahel at the same time. Gakgos Still losing out on these trades overall, but not a ton of damage. Again, what you were talking about earlier, Sven, is only that much more extreme now with the Negatron Cloak fully completed. The Magic Resist makes it much easier to shrug off some of this damage. Griffin is looking for the angle here, but he's spotted on vision from Sentinels.
Should know it at least.
Yeah, you would hope. The control board is right there.
It does tell you in game you're on the Phaelite when you're on it, so you should know.
You should. If you don't know, we have bigger problems.
Yeah, but Hambak got the Buckrap, which gave him level 6 off his Krog. So no Drake has been started so far. He was afraid of his top jungle being taken by Griffin, so defend that. So maybe won't see much action until potentially a grub fight in this game, a grub swap perhaps.
Who wants a slow game more, Sentinels or FlyQuest?
I feel like FlyQuest should be happier. I think their 5v5 is stronger. I feel like it really depends on what happens, because like sometimes scaling is like a relative term. Like you outscale, sure, 6 items, right?
Yeah.
But like if you're down 2k gold off of a Drake fight, it doesn't matter if you outscale at that point. You know, you're always going down 1 full item. So I think it's more about like the timing windows. For example, Lucian has Essence Reaver, which is cheaper than Triforce, packing in the whole tier, right? So you got to play off that power spike when you have Essence Reaver, while Ezreal is much stronger when he has Triforce and Manamune, because Essence Reaver, Navori is like kind of trash items. They're like kind of useless. So another time you win on Ezreal, it's about using those windows to push as much as you can. And FlyQuest are putting their ball in the top lane here, so they want the grubs in this game, obviously. Sentinels could contest it and fight, or they could just say, you know, screw it, we'll give it up, we will rumble top wave, and we'll go Drake instead.
Well,
that's kind of what Rumble's good for anyway.
Yeah, they do have they've got the Rumble, obviously always going to be very powerful in these early to mid stages. Matsu and Cryogen getting that wave shoved up exactly like you're talking about here with the lane swap, as 8 minutes hits the mark on the clock, and you can see, sure enough, Griffin is already in the grub pit looking to pick up that first one. Huhi with a good job interrupting the recall from Gakgos. So the FlyQuest top lane are now under pressure, has to get away from the Realm Warp. Gakgos creates enough space. Sentinels committed to that with the Realm Warp from the Rise, brought Hambak down here to the bottom lane as well. They wanted to make the move on Gakgos. They will force his flash to escape, but that's a lot of manpower committed for a summoner spell. So now what can FlyQuest get back on the other side of the map? They've already got all 3 grubs. They won't be able to find much more just yet, but Matsu and Cryogen are managing to force Impact back away from the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, looks like FlyQuest are getting more gold out of this in total, but the Drake typically does scale better than the grubs once you're out of laning phase. So we'll see if FlyQuest can find a way to overload the game, you know, put more people on one side, use the grubs, hit the towers, get more plates. But Impact's doing a good job here at canceling the recalls from FlyQuest ball lane.
And I mean, even when we heard from Golden Glue and Emily, Golden Glue was talking about how, yeah, I think their comp has to ball comp more where we can play sides because we have Rise. But now Huhi's under a little bit of pressure. Griffin, Matsu, and Cryogen looking to make the play. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Good night. First blood for the Lee Sin. Griffin and FlyQuest are on the board.
Support players just love canceling recalls in like as far away as possible. You know, they want to run into your nexus to cancel recalls. And Fly knew this. They called the jungler. Nope, no one recall cancels for you. And I think this is really huge for the game, for FlyQuest, because they kind of needed this, I think. They weren't winning this whole swap situation that hard, it felt like, but now they might.
Okay, there's no kick available on Lee. Impact trying to outplay this one a little bit here. Cryogen takes the turret aggro. Impact staying alive for now, and Hambak arrives. The play from FlyQuest is botched. Cataclysm coming down, but a good flash from Griffin to avoid the AoE, avoid the damage, avoid the death. So even though Cryogen is knocking on death's door here, even though they do not get the dive, FlyQuest won't lose any men in the attempt.
I just want to say, I thought Sentinels got Drake from this whole play earlier, but they actually used the timing to Realm Warp ball lane and try to dive Gakgos, and it failed, so they didn't even get Drake off of this. So Fly got a goal lead from this. They got the 3 grubs, and Drake is still on the map. And I think Masu might have his item spike here in base. He does have it right now, and I can guarantee you Rahel is not nowhere close to Triforce, as he only has like the 2 components so far. So this is like FlyQuest's best timer to pressure now. They have Flyfire Torch mid, which is a strong item, while Roa is a much more scaling item.
Yeah.
So you have like the Eclipse jungler, S-River, ADC, Blackfire Torch in mid lane versus like, you know, these weak items like Triforce components and Roa components. Maybe it has Roa in base here on Rise, but this is time to FlyQuest for them to like pressure the game now, try to get Drake, try to, you know, dive bot, use the grubs to get plates, or just do anything. And meanwhile, on top lane, they have a champ who has so much MR that there's no way you can go
How does he die?
There's no point. You know, like Rumble and Rise can't kill him. Jar and Rumble Rise can maybe kill him, but at what cost?
So, yeah, exactly.
If I go top, you go bottom, it's bad for me because, you know, bottom's more important than top lane in this game.
And we already saw FlyQuest respond well to Sentinels trying to overload on manpower in bottom lane earlier to try to kill the Cassante. It just didn't work. And now, here's that Drake that you were talking about. FlyQuest will pick that one up. It is a very late first Drake, almost 11.5 minutes into the game, so no rapid soul stacking here in this first one. But FlyQuest still comfortable, still having a great time. Both neutral objectives are theirs thus far. Still 3.5 minutes until the Rift Herald spawns, so nothing else to fight over right now in terms of that neutral territory. Sven, where do you expect to see the next action happen here, considering we don't have those essentially big flashing lights that say, come fight for this?
You know when top laners say they have an island lane? Yeah. Or they want to be on an island? This is it.
Okay,
Gagos will never see his teammates this game.
Tropical destination.
Gagos will never see any of his teammates this whole game.
Okay.
He will never see them, ever.
And he's not supposed to.
He will only see Griffin, you know, briefly when he's on his Krugs, on the way down the ball in.
It's like, oh, hey.
Yeah, hey, you're still here. Oh, I see you. But I think this game will be a mid-balling game. It will never be anything else than that. I think both top laners are kind of hard to kill. One guy's a tank, the other guy's a Rumble ult.
Yeah.
So it's like, you go up there, heal with wave. Well, that was time waste, so now I'll go back to blind ball in. And both bonds are just more important to play around than the top laners. So it's more about stopping Ryze from roaming by giving Syndra vision so she can fight Ryze. Because, like,
ooh, nice kick coming out from Griffin. And again, Huhi is going to be your target. Cryogen and Griffin trying to put the damage in here, but Huhi with a nice sidestep avoids the sonic wave that would have taken him out. Griffin's got another one now, though. The encore flies through, but it will not be enough. Masu tanks up the turret to guarantee that Griffin is not going to get trapped in any CC under there, and FlyQuest make their move. They kill Huhi for a second time.
Yeah, Rahel based for his Trinity Force, and as that happened...
Ooh, nice. Scatter the weak coming out from Quad as Rahel tries to get away, but another resonating strike again. It's Griffin finding his targets. Hambach tries to re-engage here with the Cataclysm now as Darkwing's into the fight with a Realm Warp. FlyQuest got to be a little bit careful, but the cozy campfires keeping everybody healed up over the wall. Cute. The damage follows, and that's a kill for Darkwings. Griffin is finally down. Gakos and Impact both making their way into the fight as Sentinels reinforcements arrive. Darkwings with the flashback over the wall, looking to continue chasing Cryogen. A nice scatter of the weak coming out from Quad, but it will not save the Melio. Cryogen is dead. It's just about who gets the kill, and Hambach throws the flag. He says, give me that.
That's a lot of flashes used for one Melio. Yeah. That was a Rumble, a Ryze, and a Seraphine flashing for that Melio. Just that one little guy.
They hate that Melio. They do not want him getting away.
That felt personal almost. But yeah, nice first one from FlyQuest, but I think they kind of stuck around a bit too long here. They should know that, you know, Rahel's coming back with his Triforce, and they don't really want to fight once they've used the kick and stuff. So I thought it was a good first play, punching that Rahel based and bought his item. I think they should just get out of here, to be honest.
And then this play, I mean, Griffin is feeling really strong on his Eclipse Spike, but Quad had spent all the time to roam down, which I think made him want to keep committing.
I mean, honestly, it's a good play by FlyQuest because Quad was here already from the last play, and the middle was already gone, so he's like, oh, I'll stay around and look for something. He finds Rahel, but then this fight just became bad because of the 3-man Jarvan ulti. I think Fly could have tried to run away, maybe TP'd earlier as well. Gakos TP'd second. I think even here, right, they could have run away much earlier. I think they kind of stuck around way too long here, and they could have been I think killing the Ezreal and having your jungle die is worth it.
But then just the extra death afterwards.
But then staying around and giving extra kills over. I mean, honestly, support dying for 3 flashes on Rumble, Seraphine, and Ryze isn't even that bad.
Right. You just have to
take one
get
death
something
with
out
3
of
flashes
it.
because that means that this Herald spawning in 10 seconds or this Drake spawning in 1 minute 20, they won't have those flashes up for that fight. So maybe Griffin will find a flash kick angle with his, he has flash advantage. He has a strong item buy here. He's going some sort of funny build here with a Steel Sigil and a Crystal.
Yeah.
It's like a half Death Dance, half Sinner's Guy, something like that.
Yeah, we'll see what he actually ends up building.
He does love Death Dance as an item, this guy. He always builds it every game. But he does have a Ruby in it, so...
I mean, if you're ahead in tempo, Death Dance is great, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's very powerful. But, yeah, we'll see exactly how he wants to go with the items here as Hambach comes over the wall. Cryogen gets found out by Sentinels as they take out the enemy support. Hambach, nice exit there with the flag and drag to get back over the Cataclysm wall. Knock up Griffin in the process. That's 2 kills. One of them's the jungler right as the Herald is going to be the objective. It's a perfect execution for Sentinels.
I think I'm yapping too much because I have no idea how he got there.
He just showed up behind him.
He was behind him somehow. How did he get there?
Didn't know either. He just came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden your support is dead. Your jungler follows right after. That's Herald for free for Sentinels.
Yeah. That's great. They can use it mid maybe before the Drake spawns, try to get control over this dragon.
Essentially, he came out top lane, walked through top Tribrush where they had control, and then arrived with Rise.
The full wraparound?
The full wraparound of the Rift Herald pit.
Nice play by Hambach there. And this Herald could mean they could use it either to push top with the Rise and give it the dragon. I think they will give up the dragon here, it looks like. They're not trying to contest this dragon. Or bot side, they'll trade towers and give over the dragon. Use the Herald to get some more plates, maybe mid or top for this Rise. Darkwing's playing Rise without TP, of course, so he won't be cross-mapping to any place. He will be pushing side lane, like we talked about earlier, trying to get a lead for himself.
How much?
Yeah. We're looking here, guys.
No W, no W him. Okay, we're looking Milio.
Yeah.
No Q on the...
Huh? Nice.
And Griffin dying at the end, flashing as the projectiles are in the air. That just adds insult to injury. That feels so much worse now because you were talking about, oh, he's got flash kick. Champs. Yeah, it's like, oh, flash kick, you can make the big play, you can win the game. Well,
or you can flash like that.
Yeah, or you can flash away from a projectile that's going to chase you, and then you're going to die. So feels really bad for FlyQuest there, but they do secure their second Drake of the game. So still stacking those. Gakos is going to acquire the second turret of the game here for FlyQuest as well. So despite the fact that Sentinels did get that pretty big win with the 2 kills plus the Herald, that's going to secure them only their first turret of the game. The gold still very close between the two, just about 500 separating Sentinels and FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think Fly had a lead early, but that one play we just saw on the Herald really got Sentinels back in the game. So good Herald usage there, getting mid tower, opening the game up. It's good for them always. Mid tower is like the best tower in the game to have because it gives your bonds much more safety on mid wave. You know, 80 carries love dying on mid wave, and mid tower being up.
Egoing on mid wave right now. How do you feel at this stage in the game? Because he's on 2 items, even though you said they're kind of baby 2 items, but it's still before Rahel has the mana immune.
I mean, 2 items beat 1 item always, no matter what items they are, basically. But Rahel might just have his mana immune. He does have it. And once it upgrades to the mirror mana is when he'll be much stronger.
We'll switch back.
But anyways, I think Lucian Milio is just a very strong mid-prio ball-in combo, while Seraphine is much more of a team fighter. Obviously, Milio can cleanse the Seraphine ulti, so it's like, you know, not too bad there either. But I think once it upgrades, he's much stronger in a team fight damage-wise.
I feel like this is the stage of the game where you get a lot more freedom into what your choices are because, like, Fly has sent quad mid, and they're all inning on mid-prio, so which means they want to fight.
Yeah, Rahel jumps in towards Masu, who's going to get healed up immediately by the power of the Milio, who he's got to be a little bit careful now on the Seraphine. Gakos and Griffin both looking, continuing to do their frontline jobs here. And keep in mind, Rahel did have about 348 stacks on his Manamune before the fight began, so Muramana should be fully evolved now.
Okay.
And there it is. The Muramana's blade is sharp, and Rahel cuts down Masu.
I think he was basing on a ward right there, but quad.
Ooh, he with the flash away. Otherwise, could have found himself knocked out by Quad's ulti as Hambach goes in, goes over the wall there with a blast cone, and he's ready for the full engage onto Griffin, and Rahel can easily follow it up with the auto attack DPS. Sentinels getting even more for free and more piles on top of more as bottom lane Darkwings is left alone to claim the tier 1 turret. The enemy jungler's dead, so Hambach is going to steal away the entire red side jungle. Everything is crumbling for FlyQuest.
It's actually insane how much this turns. So literally as he hits the power spike, Masu on half health recalls on a dying ward. But this is also after FlyQuest had committed all 5 people for mid-prio and still lost it.
Yeah, that's the power spike we talked about earlier.
Boom.
And then dying afterwards while your minion moved, meaning that Rise gets your bot tower while you're moving. Disaster for
So literally
FlyQuest.
gold was even when FlyQuest sent 5 people mid lane.
Yeah.
And then after this sequence, it is a 2,000 gold lead opened up for Sentinels, and they're fighting again.
Yep, we're already back to live as FlyQuest could be in a little bit more danger, but Hambach is the first to die. Griffin is low, but he is not dead. Gakos coming in through the side, looking for the angle here onto Rahel. Gakos going unstoppable, but the Pathmaker, he picks the wrong direction, chases the Ezreal further towards the left. Rahel with the shift over to the right gets away. So that's going to relieve a little bit of that lead that Sentinels has been building as FlyQuest finally find their move.
Didn't see what happened there, but Hambach seemed like he was way too deep for a comp. Doesn't really have that kind of juice.
All right, let's see.
Big blast cone.
We were coming out of the replay, but they realm warped in, or they were at least faking the realm
no,
warping.
yeah, that was an EQ flash after a Mega Blast Cone.
Yeah,
so yeah, that was just
never mind. No realm warp.
pedal to the metal all the way. We saw the play in mid as part of the 2,000 gold lead where he took the Blast Cone and found the angle on Griffin. The Blast Cone giveth and the Blast Cone taketh, because that Blast Cone was not the play that he wanted it to be. So yeah, Cryogen once again taken low here. FlyQuest kind of feel like they're stuck on the back foot now, Sven.
Yeah, I think Sentinels would much rather play these fights with number advantage, where they have Ryze coming first with, like, you know, Ryze has prior on side lane against Syndra. He has 2 items. He has Merc. He's hard to kill for Syndra. He wants to, like, push the wave and then move, not move and be 5v5 standoff with Syndra, 'cause that's what she's strong, right? So I think Sentinels took a bad fight there. I think also he chose the Lucian as his target, when going on Syndra would probably be better for him.
What do you think of this choice? Because it does feel like FlyQuest is just really grouping, trying to prioritize this sole point, but
I think that's
both
the only
sides
hope.
are pushed for
That's the only hope, I think, to be honest, at this point in the game. So I like it from FlyQuest. TP in from Impact.
Okay, Sentinels ready to try to challenge. Dragon down to half HP. Impact with the teleport shield ready to go. Darkwing's dropping the Realm Warp, but does not hop inside the circle. Battle line still being maintained. Gakko stepping forward there with the third in Tofo strike. Scout of the Week follows it up, but the damage does not. Equalizer comes down, separates FlyQuest away from the Drake. Now Gakko is going to get cooked. He nearly dies, and Impact gets the finish with the damage over time. FlyQuest now running in a 4 versus 5. Sentinels looking to chase a little bit further, but the Ruined Prison locks up Griffin. Darkwings gets another kill as FlyQuest continues to run. Sentinels will take the Drake, stop the stack, get the kills, and turn their eyes now towards what they can take next. It looks like that'll be Baron as they demand an answer from an ailing FlyQuest. They've only got 3 men to try to stop this. Quad firing some projectiles over the wall, but FlyQuest will quickly realize there is nothing they can do. It's another massive sequence from Sentinels.
Nice team fight from Sentinels. They pushed them off slowly off the objective and then just took it from them like it was, you know, like nothing.
Like,
funny.
It was nothing. I'm just thinking, Gakko couldn't find any type of engage. They have no flank, and then it's kind of the Ezreal Seraphine seems like it's just giving them the better eye contact fight. It doesn't feel like the Syndra is able to do much with how cautious he has to play here. Ryze flank on the side.
There's not really many people that can do anything. We see the Syndra stun there. Doesn't really do anything. There's just much more range on Sentinels. Lucian has good range in mid lane, but in a jungle fight like this, you can't really, like, you know, take the space at this point in the game. He's like so weak compared to Ezreal.
Ooh, and we're already back to live. Impact the target here for FlyQuest. He's trying to sidestep some of the skill shots. He gets away from the Sonic Wave. Griffin's still looking for a little bit more. Hotbox shows up and kills off Quad. It's a 1-for-1 trade here as the solo laners fall. Impact dies. Quad also down. Griffin still trying to get away. Regenerating the energy. Gets enough for the safeguard over the wall to the ward, but Hambach and Huhi are ready to follow. Griffin wants to turn his attention over to the Seraphine. Try to take one with him, but no. It's still a 2-to-1 play that favors Sentinels. Darkwing's getting away on the bottom side of the map here now as Masu's ready to try to follow him. Darkwing still running, but that's another shutdown over to FlyQuest. Masu grabs that kill. Meanwhile, the rest of Sentinels here with the Baron up top side. They're going to push the tier 2. There's blood all over the Rift. It's a mess in top. It's a fight in bottom. It's still going to be more for Sentinels, though, once the dust settles.
I'm not sure they actually got more gold out of this than FlyQuest, because those massive shutdowns on both Impact and on Darkwings. I think I saw 600 gold for Impact. I'm sure it was more for Darkwings.
It's gold even. Yeah,
it's gold
even. Yeah, 4,000 before anything happened and 4,000 gold at the end of it.
Not really the best Baron power play, unless Quad makes it a bit better here.
Yeah, Quad should be able to at least take that tier 1 turret, but the True Shot Barrage surely will deny his escape. They fire the Encore. I don't even really think the Encore was entirely necessary there, but
screw it.
Sometimes it's just give me the assist money, right?
Give me it there.
Throw that thing out. Get yourself a little bit more cash. FlyQuest now do have 3 turrets down, but Sentinels have already claimed 4. Masu and Cryogen trying to defend the tier 2 in mid. Still 45 seconds left in your Red Bull Baron power play as FlyQuest struggling to keep the turret standing. The Enchanted Cannon minion just continues to plink away at the turret, and they've got it down to 10% HP. Masu with the calling, trying to clear away the last little bit of the wave. Rahel just needs that next wave to walk up. 1 auto attack, and the minions will finish the job. I like the fact that ever since Sentinels got pressure, they've just kept trying to take more and more and more. They're not asleep at the wheel here.
Game feels a little bit loosey-goosey to me. There's deaths all around the place in 3 lanes at once. You know, Quad dies top, then he goes mid and dies again. Impact dies up a shutdown. Meanwhile,
that does feel very FlyQuest though. They're fast and loose all the time. As Gat goes through the front line, trying to get something, but the rest of the team is nowhere near. There's no follow-up. Gatkos pulls out the Mad Max Witness Me, and all they witness is another death for FlyQuest.
And your best engage is Cassante doing that.
Realm Warp 2, they're in.
Yeah, Realm Warp all the way to the back line. It's a crazy play from Sentinels. Darkwings dies, but he trades his life for Quad. Masu's forced to flash up the Cataclysm to stay alive. Sentinels, it's full Sentinels. They make the play happen between the tier 2, the tier 3. They go all in, and they're up 6.7 thousand gold.
Oh, hell no.
That's a full send. Okay, so we're starting off with Gatkos trying to frontline, but there's just no one who can follow up. He's doing it with everyone else zoned out by the Rumble All, so they just can't walk through.
Not a good time to engage at all. No. Even if it was, there wasn't any follow-up anyways, so...
And then
look at this. The Realm Warp, and look at Darkwing's flash after he Realm Warps. Like, that man wanted to get in there. I think he saw the stun from Syndra, and he was like, go time. Now look at him, he's like...
Oh, he's so... Oh, he got kicked back and then flashed sideways.
Honestly, I like it. He sees the Scat of the Week from Syndra, and he gets in there immediately.
Have there been any replays where we come back and we're not fighting again? It's just more fighting once more as Sentinels, they do have control over the Rift. They do have their 6,000 gold lead. It's time for the next Drake to spawn. If Drake stacking wasn't the only way to win earlier for FlyQuest, it definitely is now. They have to try to hit Soul Point to have any sort of pressure in this game, but Sentinels still with total control over the area. FlyQuest still trying to approach. Gat goes from the front, loses half his HP for free, and the equalizer guarantees he's out of there. Masu singing the same song as Rahel just continues chasing for a little bit more. The Realm Warp means Cryogen's not getting away, but they don't want the guaranteed thing. They want the extra points. Griffin and Quad both still escaping for now as Cryo dies. Griffin still your target. Darkwing's closing distance, manages to hit the overload. Griffin with the flash away. Impact with the flash follow. He's all the way in the enemy base. He does not give a damn. Griffin and Quad both still live to walk back to the fountain, but that's still 15 seconds on Masu, 20 seconds on Gat. Sentinels kicking in the front door.
I mean, they're just relentless. They're chasing them through. The Drake is still up. All they're doing is realm warping in for more and more kills. But the 5v5 fights, Sven, just don't even look close.
Nah, there's just there's nothing unlike us. There's no engaged, no follow-up if it's engaged. There's no range advantage. There's just nothing there.
So where did it fall apart? Because in draft, we're like, perfect coach draft. They got the winning bot, winning mid-jungle, tank top.
Well, I hate to admit it, but sometimes it's the player's fault.
Yeah. We see Syndra. I have double W here. Ult in pen on me.
Yeah. He dash. 나 이거 루시안 보고 싶어. I will take. 루시안 dead. Midwave. I can chase. Can you chase?
You love to see it. We're back to live, and there's no fight. It's just guys running towards waves.
I like the concept of Sentinel. It's very calm and clean. Nothing. Yeah. No one's screaming anything. No one's like doing anything funny, like target calling. It's just
no wasted space. Yep. Yeah. Just good, clean comms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Works for me. Total gold here coming up, and it's Rahel way out in front. The richest man on FlyQuest is still poorer than Sentinel's jungler. That's how you know the game is not going the right way for the boys in green.
I mean, Hambach's pretty fed.
He is pretty fed. 5-1 and 11. 16 out of 17 participation in kills here in this first game. Just about 30 minutes on the clock. 2 dragons to 2. Any sort of stacking dream is dead. Baron is live on the map, but I don't think Sentinels are really concerned about killing anything that's not an enemy player. They have bloodthirst in their eyes this whole game long. They are setting up here in the enemy red buff jungle. Mostly just setting a trap, seeing if FlyQuest will walk a little bit too close, sweeping through all the vision. Of course, we have God vision, so we know that there's nothing around here for FlyQuest. And again, it's Sentinels going in for the engage, but a nice potential catch there onto Darkwings, who uses the stasis, keeping himself alive for now. Archangel's shield allows him to survive as Griffin gets away over the wall, but Darkwings ends up going on a killing spree. Scatter the weak, buying a little bit more time as Rahel goes forward. Impact trying to chase a little bit further. He has no flash because of the previous use chasing into the enemy base, so Sentinels will not grab anymore, but yet again, it's an objective on the map, and Griffin is the kill that Sentinels acquire. That is 3, maybe 4 times this game that Sentinels have secured an objective because they managed to snipe down Griffin, and FlyQuest can't contest.
I think there's nothing they can do anymore, to be honest. I hate saying it's lost, but
It's lost.
Sometimes a game is lost.
We can't engage. We can't poke. We can't side lane. Do we outscale? I mean, not really.
And this brings up a bigger question, because if FlyQuest loses this game, they are in a little bit of trouble. So the remaining schedule for both of these teams, knowing that FlyQuest is already only on 1 win, if they lost this game, lost the series, they're still 1-4. And that Dignitas game tomorrow would become super, super important for the last playoff spot. I think it's crazy that we're in this situation where start of the year, we will make Worlds.
The thumbs up gets it every time.
Will they make playoffs? It's actually going to be a question, but this is literally, I'm being a pre-game 1 Andy. We're not even done game 1.
We're done. We're done. We're done.
All right.
I think right now, like, if one guy from Sentinels DCs, they might still win.
Yeah, like Huhi just disconnects right now.
Impact or Huhi.
They're not in the game anymore. They can still probably just take the 4v5.
I think so, yeah.
I mean, look at Ryze's items, man. Full stack Roa, full stack Archangel, fully completed Zhonya's Hourglass with Actualizer.
It's got the...
It's crazy.
Whole bunch nothing.
And now...
Swift Marsh, Proto Belt, EU.
Yeah, it's like, okay, what does this
That guy
do?
Hazler doing damage, I think.
Yeah, this isn't doing a whole lot. But Sentinels are looking to do enough to end this first game. Gakko steps up, wants to go in towards Darkwings, but immediately Hambach's going to respond. Wow. Gakko's dies before he can even press ulti on Cassante. It's that bad. It's that one-sided. And FlyQuest can't fight it. That'll be it for Sentinels as they gun down everybody on FlyQuest. They will shove this minion wave straight into the Nexus. 23-7, 14,000 gold. Sentinels take the first game.
That's a fun game.
Yeah.
Something we also have to do is you have to pick your player of the game, like right away after this game.
Who do you got?
Rahel or Hambach.
Okay, we'll lock it in after. Lounge, what do you think?
Left out a name there. I think Darkwings had a great performance as well, but there's a lot of performers on Sentinels that stepped up to the plate. Can we call it a comeback, Emily? Technically?
No. This team's come back from 9K. Like a sub 1K gold deficit is not the deficits they're trying to talk about.
But it builds the
fixing.
narrative, you know?
Yes, but sometimes you can't just shove everything into the narrative. I mean, you can try.
You could try. You can make an attempt.
People just call you out on it. Like I just called you out on it right now.
And then it promotes discussion.
I
and
think
then we
you're wrong.
Fill 30 seconds of airtime.
I guess that ended the discussion.
I guess so. Well, let's start a new discussion because Raz, you got our Rift Vision. You wanted to break down a couple of plays there.
Yeah, so let's talk about this Samsung Rift Vision breakdown here, because for me, a lot of my focus is going to be on actually Darkwings. So take a look. This is going to be the vision that FlyQuest have. They've littered this entire bot side with wards. They've had a proper setup around this, so now this next wave is going to be coming in, and Griffin eventually is going to be looking for a dive now bot lane. So let's play this through. And you're probably wondering, where the hell is Jarvan? He's topside. He's not going to be a part of this play at all. So it's going to be on Huhi and Rahel to be able to survive this play. Clearly doesn't happen. Rahel does. He bases. He's gone.
Yeah.
But in this situation, Huhi is now going to be the next target. The Krugs are going to be another one. Quad, who had pushed through mid, is now on the way just to see if they can get a little bit more. So they do eventually get Huhi. So Quad's like, okay, I guess my play is over. What they're going to do here next is that Masu and Crygen are going to base, and Griffin's going to be locking in on the Krugs. Now that is the mistake, because now Darkwings does have push through mid. He's going to clear out the wave, and while this skirmish is happening, Ryze is going to be the difference maker, because now Rahel is dead. Darkwings recognize there may be a cataclysm. I'm not stuck in with you. You're stuck in with me! He ends up not only just getting the kill on towards Griffin, of course, but also chasing down the rest of them, and it does also end in Cryogen dying here. So I actually really like this specific play, but then I'm going to go to a few others. I actually really like this one. I think the big question that a lot of people have was, when is Darkwings and Hambach going to really be coordinated, synced up together? This is a moment where you're seeing Fly just really try and push down mid, maybe get a plate or two, but the loop from Hambach and Darkwings was really essential for them being able to pick up the lead. So it was just a 1K deficit. This isn't a huge comeback here, Kangas.
Insane comeback.
But
that one's nuts.
But that wraparound, I thought was very good. This is another. This is just going to be a quick one. And this one's just going to be around Dragon, because this was kind of like turning into a 50. Actually, I was on the wrong timer.
This is it.
So it's going to be a quick one.
This one.
And it's going to just be around Darkwings and the positioning that he has. Because he's forcing a flank, so even though Gakkos gets a Q on towards Impact, he can't really follow up on it. So you realize he's in a really tough position. Rumble ulti goes down. The route that he has here turns into a kill on towards Gakkos. That's immediately a flick for everybody recognizing we're focusing him down. He goes, he follows up, he gets another snare on towards Griffin, he dies. I thought this was just a really good game from Darkwings in particular as I walk back, just talking about how he was able to do so much in the early game to be able to get the, I guess, the lead going for them.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out the Rum Warp into the J4 ult, because that was one of my favorite plays. However, we have a little tiebreaker that we need some help with, because the player of the game currently is a tie between Hambach and Darkwings. So we need chat to vote once again.
Hambach takes it.
Okay.
Understandable.
A reminder that you can only vote for one of these players.
Yeah.
So obviously,
appreciate the other votes.
We gotta throw out all
count.
the Rahel votes.
Yeah,
That he also had a really good game.
Understandable.
Right?
I think that's one of two things. First off, Sven said Hambach, so of course all Twitch chat's just gonna jump on that as well. But also the legitimate one is that who do you give the credit to? The one doing all the damage from Rise perspective, or the J4 that's finding those engages? Like you said, Raz, it's Hambach kind of leading the charge.
Even even on a lot of those plays that I was talking about, Hambach was the one that was there initially for the Krugs, that was there following down on the wraparound mid, and then later on in the game had ridiculous cataclysms. So I think it's fair to go for Hambach 100%.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Same.
There we go. All right, cool. Well, with that said, during LCS Summer Split, that's right, you at home could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. As we head to break, here's a look at our latest episode of Missing Ping, out now on the LCS YouTube channel.
This is Missing Ping, a League of Legends challenge show where professional gamers try and solve problems that shouldn't exist that they've never seen before. The challenge is simple. Read the note, hop into game, and try and solve whatever is put in front of you as efficiently and creatively as you can. Which pro will push the limits of their league IQ, and who's getting hit with the ping? Let's find out.
All right.
Go ahead and read your note, man.
Hit the longest snipe.
Place a training dummy anywhere on the map.
Without using global, deal at least 1 damage to that training dummy from as far away as you possibly can.
Ziggs, Lux, Caitlyn, Rumble, and Nami ults are not allowed.
You may not look anything up.
The player who hits the dummy from the furthest away wins.
I have to snipe someone. A training dummy.
Okay.
Training dummy?
From as far as possible. 나 티모 어때? 티모공. 티모공은 그냥 개멀리서 그냥 궁으로 그냥.
아니 가만히 서서 날려야 되는 거지 계속.
아니, 계속 안 날려도 되는데, 그러니까 최대한 멀리서 맞추면 맞출수록 좋은 거. Yeah, I won this challenge. 간다. It's coming. Are you blocking? 봐줄래? 가고 있나? 막히면 말해줘.
I can see.
Oh no!
Oh, sorry.
아니!
Sorry.
You're ruining! Is it going?
Yeah. But it's not good way.
Not good way? Is it not going the right way? 가고 있네?
A little bit left way. A little bit. Yeah. That way. Yeah, hit.
I did it.
Hit.
Pretty easy, like.
Brain gap.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Ace taken on my W.
Okay. Listen no flash. Shield dash. Yeah. Fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Fine.
This is dead. Listen no play.
Yeah.
They're all low.
On the next wave, I think we can kind of step up and then
we
burn their
Ice
spells.
Yeah, I can look Rise
Oh,
ulti
no,
with
you want
Jarvan.
Isaac. Isaac, you have this.
I wanna look like
Yeah, you should go.
when Syndra use Q.
Yeah,
you can look.
no
You
Q.
can look. Go. Syndra dead. Lucian 노플. 야 노플이야. 나이스.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's week 5 here at the Riot Games Arena, and we are kicking off our pro player takeover weekend with Sentinels versus FlyQuest. We got Sven here, not just for one game, as per usual when we have pro guests. Oh no, it's pro player takeover. That means we got you for the whole series.
It starts
now. Yeah, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. Sentinels were really ready to go. FlyQuest wasn't. You even talked about how they had kind of the coach's dream draft in game number 1, but that dream became a nightmare, my friend.
Because you still have to play the game afterwards.
Ooh, yeah.
I love living draft, but sometimes the players do lose the game.
Yeah, you've got to, you still got to make sure that you're clicking the right places, making the right choices, and unfortunately for FlyQuest, a lot of those clicks were straight to a black and white screen. So let's see how things change here in this second game. FlyQuest has elected for first pick. Sentinels have elected for blue side. We're into the bans as Sentinels again paying respect towards Quad's Cassiopeia, while Bard and Vi remain the bans on FlyQuest.
Good call out. They're not going to give Quad Cassio this entire time. But we got to wonder how frustrated and tilted FlyQuest is going to be. Because fun fact, depending on who you are, FlyQuest has only swept or been swept this split. So if they lose game 1, game 2's always been a loss. And they've looked very frustrated to me at the end of their series when I've been watching them.
Well, then why are we here? Wrap it up. It's over.
It happened 3 times. It'll happen forever.
This is the antithesis of you got to play the game. It's like, no, you don't really have to play the game. Just wrap it up. Look on their faces says it all. But no, FlyQuest definitely have to bounce back from this because we were talking about it a little bit between the games. This is a FlyQuest team that has not performed the way that they were expecting, the way that a lot of fans were expecting. Obviously, the first half of their split here in Summer was up against the other top teams in Lion, in Cloud9, right? Up against Team Liquid. But even despite those losses, now you're up against FlyQuest, or now you're up against Sentinels, excuse me. You're already on 1-3. You lose this series, you lose this game, you're going to 1-4 in the standings. That's not a spot you want to be in. I'm pretty sure. Now, I'm not a pro player.
No, I agree.
Okay, all right. Just making sure we got the approval here.
I was just going to say, Karma first pick without Ezreal usually means Caitlyn, but Sentinel's taking it away from them without the Bard. So they're playing Kaelin Lux here.
Oh, they're gonna go Karma Jin, aren't they? They always do Karma Jin.
Oh, wow, I hate that. Karma Jin, but it's gonna be Kaelin Lux. It is gonna be Kaelin Lux.
Ooh, the solo queue terror.
But Blind must know this, right? Because they know where hell loves Kaelin once there's no more Ezreal Lucian in the game. So you pick Karma to play with Kaelin, knowing if he goes Kaelin, you go Jin. So Flyers must have decided they wanted this side of the matchup over Kaelin Lux side.
Okay. How do you feel about it personally? Because I feel like we don't get a lot of Kate Lux in Pro specifically.
Yeah, I think it's just the burden of execution is too high for most teams to perform well with when there's other things that can do the same but easier or have more like, you know, safety nets. Jin Karma is a winning lane. And I think the best champ for CryoGen is Karma. I don't think Hui's Lux is like his best champ at all. It doesn't fit his style as well as the Bard does in this case. So I think Flyers have got a good draft here in this sense.
Yeah.
Because of what they want with what the end team wants.
But you know I like to cherry pick stats like I did with the Ezreal win streak last game.
Yeah, hit me.
On the year, Rahel's 8-1 on Caitlyn. It's by far his best champion. So even if you're going to have to pick it with Lux,
oh no,
they're going to take it every day of the week.
This champ, however, I don't like.
Okay.
Jisoo.
This guy right here. I hate him. He always loses lane and then loses the game.
Jace?
So, yeah, the champ is useless, bro.
Well, he's also going to most likely be piloted here by Gakos, who has also been having a pretty underperforming summer split overall here in the top lane for
We talk about NA Jace. What about Turkish Jace? Turkish Jace. Is it better, worse?
Yeah, I'm not
different.
Sure. We would have to.
Okay,
Chat, do you have any
Jace
obscure stats about Turkish Jace?
Is better.
On the year, Gakos is 5-3 with Jace. It's actually, of champions he's played 8 or more times, his best champion.
Okay. How many champions has he played 8 or more times?
Jace, Cassante, Rumble, Sion.
Okay, that's actually more than I thought. I thought it was going to be 2 or something.
Yeah, the only one.
So I had to ask.
Long range poke is good against Kaelin Lux, but I just feel like Jace so often on stage, he like goes up 10 CS, dies once, and now he's completely useless the whole game.
Okay, so we're in the second part of the bans, but it's not showing the third pick for Sentinels, so...
It's a Victor.
It's a Victor.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was about to ask
me.
producers, please tell me what this is. Okay, so everybody just imagine that there's a...
Yeah, we can't draw on
We
it.
don't have the drawing thing? I was going to
Victor from Arcane
try
is
to
right
draw
there.
Victor on there, but we
Oh,
don't...
they got Kaelin and Victor.
Yeah,
They got Arcane synergy.
They're up against Jace, though. So,
But that's still 2-1.
Yeah, we've still got 2-1 Arcanes. We'll see how the second half of the draft goes through, as we do have Yorick and Akali banned away. The Yorick, one of those pretty common answers into Jace in the top side that can make his split push 1v1 life not very enjoyable.
I am imagining now something with a lot of armor in the top lane against Jace Jin, and it's feeling very useless.
Where's my Malphite?
Jace Jin.
Give me my Malphite.
I mean,
Lock
it's
it in.
impact though, so he's Orange, Scion, Malphite.
You got last pick the Malphite though if you want it.
Yeah, you gotta wait.
Since you can't give it the Silas angle.
Yeah, Silas, that's a
Victor
nightmare.
Victor pick on 3, like it. Ban Akali. Kid Darwin's his best mage champion. It's a very standard Sentinels draft.
And you've got the Trundle ban away too. I mean, that tells you 100% they're going for one of these Ornn, Scion,
or
Malphite
a
angles.
Xin. He's often kind of picked by Trundle. Both teams want the same thing here. They want some sort of like tank / bruiser.
Nice.
Yeah, there he is.
Okay, we've got the Victor in there. Skarner going to be the last ban of the draft here. So
Hambach Skarner.
Getting rid of the Hambach Skarner. Exactly, the respect being paid. As over on Sentinels, they do have 2 picks left to make, the top and the jungle role. Hovering the Scion right now, we've obviously already mentioned how they're thinking about it, and it looks like they want to just go ahead and lock that one in for impact here topside.
They could put Jace jungle at this point, like Quest, and then hard counter the Scion with something like a Gwen or a Gnar. I don't know what kind of Scion more than that, but
Vayne.
Pink's kind of risky. Vayne, yeah, I mean,
that's a lot.
Feels kind of risky to pick Scion like this, as opposed to picking Xin Zhao or whatever jungle you want in this game.
That's what I was thinking. Is I was
almost like a bait, like, hey, come on.
Generally, when you've got last pick, I want to see last pick be used for something that's explicitly a counter pick versus like a jungler. But okay, we are going to get Azir for FlyQuest here in the mid lane. So if you want to talk about being able to chew through those tanks there on the front line, Azir certainly has better frontline damage than a lot of AP carries in mid lane do.
Yeah, there's just this new build for us here. He goes press the attack, and he goes like Dusk and Dawn, and he procs it with like 2 autos, thanks to the double proc. From Dusk and Dawn applies on effect twice. So he's kind of back now. Got some small buffs as well. Let's see if it's going to be Jace top. It is going to be Jace top.
Okay.
I mean, no one wants Jace, Karma, Jin as bot side. That's like the no CC, no tank, no gank.
Like, what does this do, right?
All we do is throw spells and hope we win the game.
No tank.
No tank, no gank, no nothing. We just have winning lane and just some poke,
Shoot some crap from across the screen and hope it hits.
Hope it hits. Hope we win that way. So it's gonna be Pantheon.
So
I'm imagining a Xin Zhao coming up here, or some sort of like tank, Bruiser, Sejuani, Xin Zhao.
There is no way to ever kill Sion without Quad being there.
Oh, don't worry, Master got this. Like, Jin's got this.
Yeah, for sure.
Surely he'll buy Yumus and Fire Cannon, he will launch them.
Yeah, Mosquito Jin. Just give them enough malaria and Sion will die.
I need to get your opinion on Mosquito Jin because people talk about it all the time, but people keep picking it. And then I also like checked the solo queue and the pro play win rates. And Mosquito Jin is actually not that much worse. It just looks so much worse when it is a
solo
Mosquito.
queue, there's no tanks.
Yeah, everybody plays carry.
Yeah, and you always have like 3 carries in your team in jungle, mid, and top, so it's like fine. But I mean, I've always liked buying full crit on Jin. You know, starting with like Storm Razor or like Hex Optics or something that gives crit collector even.
Yeah.
So that you have full crit on 3 to 4 items. But Yumus is just a much better power spike, better build path, so I think he will definitely go Yumus in this game. Also has like niche effects like you dodge Bartle with it, or like dodge a Lux Q or something with the move speed on the Yumus, so it makes sense.
What would you define as Mosquito Jin? Is it Ghost Blade into Rapid Fire and that's it?
I definitely think Yumus into Fire Cannon is the most Mosquito you can get.
But then the third item, like when the third item is somehow you have like Storm Razor, Ghost Blade, Rapid Fire with no IE.
I've never liked the Storm Razor third, because I feel like then you delay both Infinity Edge and Lord Dominic's or Mono Miner, whatever one you need. That means feel like you're doing no damage, right?
Yeah, I feel like always on AD carry, if you don't already have Infinity Edge earlier than that on like item number 2, you've got to have IE or Lord Doms as third.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just do
in this game, Sion's going to have like, what, 5k HP?
Oh,
and
yeah.
LDR basically deals... Hang on, might be a smack here. Impact's here.
Ooh, I like the fact that Impact is waiting to walk up into the brush, so he's not spotted by the ward. Monsu and Cryogen are going to step forward. Of course, they don't step far forward enough for that to really matter. Impact's going to go ahead, take his recall, and head towards top.
I got one more crazy stat for you, Sven. This one is pretty cherry-picked. But when Impact is 30 CS down in 15 minutes.
Oh, I heard this one last week on the broadcast, actually.
It's a 62% win rate, which is higher than his career win rate, which is 59%.
Wait, what? So he does best when he's behind at
30 or more CS.
I mean, that's very believable, to be honest.
It's kind of crazy.
It is kind of like his style, right? The last couple of years. It's just, he's the guy. Pick a tank, hold ball and wins.
The reason that this happened, oh, geez, they paused because they realized I was about to go on a tangent.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
You've got time.
It's probably just from lane swapping. Like, it's not like he's actually losing lane this often. Usually, they're probably getting something massive on the other side.
It's like those 80 carries down on CS. Oh, he played Senna, and he was the support. Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Because he had so many more of these games where he's down 30 CS than like anybody else. But he is a good laner, especially on tanks, is one thing that I've really noticed about him.
It's like something with the 80 carries, right? Like, there's like a certain like beautiful charm or whatever to playing the losing side of matchups and playing it better than the other guy who plays it. Because like some tanks are good in lane, like Sante and Sion were good in lane, but some are not. And playing the matchups can be really hard.
Just fast.
Anyways.
Do you know why everyone's dropped Sion
Yeah,
kind of away from this game?
He got like a pretty big nerf to his range matchups, and there's like so many Jaces, Nars, Vaynes, and all these other cringe champs.
The champs the top laners hate.
Yeah,
I mean,
is Grasp a little weird for him in this matchup rather than something like Spellbook? It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to proc it that often as he's going to get one here.
Yeah, honestly, bro, like top laners, like I just don't care.
They just lock some stuff.
If you're a tank, don't lose lane too hard, I guess. And if you're Jace, just hope you win lane. Because at some point in this game, you're going to be useless. We all know it. Like, I mean, I know it, Jad knows it, Flowers knows it, Chad knows it probably. Like, I just hate Jace, man. Like, I mean, Jace is like the Jin of top lane. Yeah, he might win lane, right?
That was...
Look right now, Jin's win lane, Jace win lane. But then look at it in like 10 minutes from now, and Sion's down like, 10 CS, something like that. But then guess what, right? Sion kills a minion, he gets 4 HP. 4 HP. He kills 100 minions, that's 400 HP. Yeah. And he gives you more on cannons too, right?
Yeah.
If you get them, of course. So it's like, yeah, I have 10 CS advantage on my Jace, but Sion has a 400 HP.
That's
for killing 100 minions. So
yeah, it's the Sion HP. I feel like every time we see this guy up against a lane bully, most of the time when you check in at 20 minutes or whatever, he's still got hundreds and hundreds of HP on Soul Furnace. So it's like, who really cares that much?
Jace pulls up with like a Yumus and what, a Manamune. You think he kills Sion?
No,
I don't think so.
No, probably
Does he kill him? I don't think so. So Quad, I hope you carry, bro.
And this is also why I was concerned, because you've got the Jace Pantheon top jungle duo. Both of these guys really high physical damage, but that's what they contribute. And Impact will be more than happy to just stack armor whole game long.
I think all bot laners hate, you know, the Jace, Vayne champs that might win lane and carry the whole game, or they might just, you know, lose all game solo.
Griffin might be looking for something bot. He's stuck around for quite a while after his crap. No, he's just going to go for a reset.
They have a very good dive with Pantheon W into Jin W, but Sentinel's balling not low enough.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Darkwings getting the better of Quad in these mid lane trades, forces the Azir down below 200 HP. And critically, look at the teleports. They've both already teleported back to lane. So this means Quad's got to go ahead, take the recall, heal back up, and his TP is not available to return.
Yeah, we got to look at the two bot laners, Sven, in this game. We got Masu and Rahel. We were looking at their all-time LCS careers. We thought it was kind of interesting how many games Masu's actually played, because he still feels a little bit like that rookie player, but he's very experienced. But then as... It's just top lane. You said it doesn't matter.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just don't look.
As we were doing some digging, we realized that actually, Sven, you're actually way more than these numbers. And this is just your 80 carry in NA stats. 10th amongst all players in
What
games.
are you saying? I'm logging these guys, or what? Is that the whole point of this?
Yeah, kind of.
Yes.
And now you get to talk about them too.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is the Sven praise segment.
This includes your support games. These are LCS all-time stats.
I see.
This is career.
Top
LCS
10 in all these
career.
numbers. We had these numbers for Masu. He was like, you know, Rahel was like 538th in total games.
Yeah.
Top 10. No, just saying. It's impressive.
I mean, I will say, like, Rahel, we call him Mr. Composed.
Okay.
In C9, because his whole playstyle is usually just farm in lane, but he will never, ever lose you the game. Almost ever.
He doesn't do the crazy stuff where you're like, oh, I'm feeling the pressure, I've got to make the play.
Almost ever, like Masu last game, for example, you know, dying on the ward. Like, he will not base there. He'll base somewhere else, more safe. He's kind of like very, very reliable and will almost never lose your team the game. He might not carry the game hard like Masu will when he's ahead, but he will never lose you the game. So he's Mr. Composed. That's why killing a champ that scales really well on 4 items is like perfect for him.
Right, because you're never going to get set behind on your scaling. You're always going to be the threat. You don't randomly get one tapped before the big Elder Dragon fight or something.
It's like the ups and downs of players like Masu and Rahel is that Masu might go up 3k gold against Rahel in playoffs at one time. You remember like last split, I think it was, when he was like up 3k gold every game.
Hard carried.
Masu in lane phase is very strong in that regard when he's winning. But then the downside is that last game, for example, we just saw it, Masu will die mid-wave to Rahel and kind of lose that whole part of the game, right?
Yeah. Well, Griffin wanted to start up the first Drake very early this time around. Remember that game number 1? First Drake kill happened after 11 minutes.
This grab is topside.
Ooh, he's got baby smite, so he can't actually contest this if he gets matched.
Well, we do have Impact eating the apples first. He makes his way over here, just wants to slow Griffin down while the rest of Sentinels makes their approach, and Griffin is going to be forced back away from this one. Hambach has already arrived. Impact has prepared this delicious crab dinner for him, and that dinner will not be contested as Hambach is eating good. He'll secure crab. No contest from Griffin on this one. Nicely played from Impact.
It's honestly not too bad when the crab that gives level 6 sometimes is spawning on top side, because then you can't do Drake right afterwards with level 6 advantage. But Hambach actually didn't get level 6 off of it anyways. He must have lost some of his Krugs or something. But anyways, nothing big happening around it. Sometimes when the crab spawns on bot side, and it's like, it gives you level 6, right?
Yeah.
Then you get Drake, still level 6 with level 5. It's like, everyone will kill themselves for this crab, right? I mean, trust me, I've been there, right?
Especially with Blabber on the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's like all units are crab right now.
Everyone go.
When it's topside, it's fine. We can give it. It won't do anything. I'll just get my 6 off my chickens or my Krugs. You know, Pantheon is like, he's fine.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's like a, you know, all units on deck for this crab.
There's no grubs to fight over yet. Those are still like
fine.
2 minutes away. Nobody really cares as much. We do have ultimates online now for both junglers like you're talking about, though. Obviously, for Hambach, that means a lot more team fighting power. But for Griffin, it means a lot more playmaking. Where would you want to see this first Pantheon ult go? Because I feel like first Pantheon ult, it needs to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, last game was the same thing. This game is the same thing. We're just going to go on the ball lane, probably, or mid lane. And Asir has this thing where he can shuffle people really easily and get a flash from them. And, like, even though you can't solo kill him, if you EQ on the Victor as Asir, he might just flash instantly because he thinks you're ulting on him with Pantheon, right? That's like the power Pantheon. But he's looking top right now. I think both teams know that ball and beat top lane in most cases. Even though Gakos has been playing very well this game. He's up a lot of gold.
Yeah.
So he's not doing quite well in that regard.
But Impact does have 273 sulfur in his stacks.
That's almost two ruby crystals.
Yep.
That's almost 800 gold.
Yep.
So who's ahead?
And that's 823 gold for Gakko. So
Yeah.
essentially, it's
We're
a
even.
23 gold lead. That's melee minion. Okay.
Grubs.
Okay. FlyQuest going to be forced back away from the Grubs here, as Sentinels do have a 4-man contest ready. Both top laners are on the bottom side of the map. Gakkos has his teleport available to join this fight if they want to.
A lot of
but
mid-gap here.
Impact does not. First
Okay.
Grub secured. Here comes the ulti out from Griffin. They want to make the play onto Rahel. Instead, he
What?
immediately flashes out. He knows that he has to use that flash before Griffin can try to stun him. And instead, this is just Sentinels being able to secure the Grubs for themselves. However,
Nice
Quad
flash.
tries to go in, find the shuffle there on the Hambach, but he's not going to get it because of the flash away coming out from Sentinels. Griffin with the flash follow, ready to go after Hambach, who wants to turn it back around. Here with the audacious charge, but he has no damage. First blood over to Griffin, just like the first game.
I feel like that was kind of scuffed from FlyQuest at first, you know, crouching, flashing on a guy who had to flash away already, and then this whole chase here, Asir flashing for Sinsa flash is not worth it. But the Jhin ult actually slowed him down enough for Panther to get in range to kill him. That looked kind of scuffed from FlyQuest, but they get a kill, right? So
yeah,
1 kill versus 3 grubs. Not too shabby, I'd say.
You can't hate on it, but at the same time, this mid gap is growing. It's a 20 CS advantage in the mid lane for Darkwings.
In the first place, he was here the whole time, right? Darkwings, Victor killed the grubs the whole time.
Then moved back, cleared the way, and then is here to support Hambach, who had a really nice flash, but as you mentioned.
A lot of mid-prio for Sentinels this game, giving him a lot of control over the game. Honestly, it was quite a reach to get this guy.
Yeah.
But they got him.
They got him. Still counts.
It counts.
So, dog tier list. A lot of people have been talking about this.
The what now?
Have you heard about the dog tier list?
The dog?
There's a dog tier list.
Dog.
But this is just a closer look at specifically FlyQuest. So in lock-in, they were kind of like, they were actually better than expected, like a little middle-aged dog. And then they're like a full-grown dog in Spring Split. They almost made playoffs.
Does this imply that big dogs are better than small dogs?
They're more mature. They know what they're doing. They don't throw themselves into walls and off of tall buildings and stuff.
They can run faster.
Yeah, they run faster. But what's interesting is it does feel like they're Benjamin Buttoning a little bit, and Summer Split is like the smallest dog.
They're regressing?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's
are
a
they
puppy
regressing, or are our teams getting better?
I like that take. But do you think that's true?
I think some teams are getting better, while some teams staying the same. I think TL, for example, improved a lot from like the first split to now.
Yeah, the TL glow up has kind of been insane. Yeah. They went to MSI. They had really good performances against every team not named T1, and even some of those T1 games were very close.
I mean, honestly, like going
while.
to MSI and having your whole play-in stage decided by, can you beat T1? It's
Yeah,
like,
I was so mad. I was so mad that they
it's just messed up. Like
when I was first looking at it, I was like, okay, so TL's gone. You know, they're gonna be in play-ins. Let's see, it's 2 teams out, right? No, it's only 1 team out, and the reigning triple world champions are the team that's in there against.
It's just messed up.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, this is certainly a way to do it, but ultimately TL still, I think, had a good showing given the circumstances.
Definitely.
They clearly have learned a lot. They're working together really well as a team, so I'd agree that they've definitely stepped up. But for FlyQuest, it feels like we're just not getting what we were promised. We joke a little bit about the think card quote with the haha funny thumbs up emoji, but this was a team that from the very start of the year was talking about how, yeah, we had to do a big roster revamp. We're not planning on being great immediately, but we want to ramp up over the year and make it to Worlds, and now you're 1 game away from being 1-4.
Yeah. You're 1 game away from fighting for Dignitas.
I mean, that
for
was
last
my
playoff spot.
This was my pitch. We were talking during the break about how I'm really excited for.
Hang on.
Oh my God.
Double
wow, okay, there's the follow-up. I was going to say, wow, that was a big laser for no damage whatsoever, but the follow-up immediately from Rahel with the sniper rifle manages to put the fear in FlyQuest a little bit here, forces Cryogen and Masu back away.
It's good enough, though. They got the Drake as well. Now they get recalls. They get...
Ooh, another nice binding. Lucent Singularity's not going to get the follow-up.
Getting plates the whole time for Rahel here. Mr. Compose up in CS now. Canceling the recalls.
So composed.
Getting plates. I mean, hey, they get plates. They got grubs. They got first Drake.
So
who cares that Jason hadn't
They're actually just back. They lost that first blood. They're down 700 gold. This whole sequence, they've gained it back.
Well, now Darkwing's going to take some damage quickly from Griffin. Turns it around to the
Monster's
Arcane Storm. Gravity Field also used here as Hambach is staying alive with the Crescent Guard for now. Griffin down to 50 HP himself. Quad also very low as the final shot misses from Masu.
go. He joins up in the fight, and Quad is down. Wind becomes lightning from a nice slow. Masu chases further, but he can't get anything. Meanwhile, the entire time, knock, knock. Who's there? It's Rahel in bottom lane. Taking turrets, FlyQuest, sequence fails.
Rahel is pushing bot. I think he got 5 plates, didn't he?
I think he did.
He got the entire tower, you know, full max volume Spotify while watching his team winning 3 versus 4 in mid lane.
Yup.
And it happened last game too, right? For FlyQuest, they had a fight around this time of the game where they lost the whole game, and now suddenly Sentinels are ahead. 1,000 gold.
But this one wasn't even like a Masu or an overgroup overreach. It was just the fight in the river that went wrong.
Yeah. But FlyQuest probably feel like, okay, we're losing bot lane, we're losing mid lane, we have Jace top, so he's useless. Lost Drake, lost Grubs. Gotta fight somewhere, right?
Yep.
And I chose this to be the fight, which I think was a good fight, because
Not much
Masu was here
advantage,
first, right? With his ulti. But he just missed the last shot. But to be honest,
sidestepping that, this last one.
It comes down to like the Jhin 4th shot. Maybe the fight wasn't that good in the first place. But this feels horrible now.
I mean, it's really the fact that the Caitlyn got the full turret.
Yeah.
That's the biggest outcome of this entire fight.
I mean, when you know in the back of your head.
Golden Glue's having the time of his life, dude.
When you're in the back of your head, knowing that Caitlyn just got like 1,000-something gold, and his quest complete now, he gets more gold faster than you, it feels horrible. And you lost the Drake, right?
Yeah.
Also, the first 2 Grubs. You don't really outscale because you have Jace top and Jhin against Sion.
Yeah.
So who kills him, right? When he gets like 1,000 armor soon. So you feel forced to make a play, but then the play fails, and now it's even worse.
Here's the other problem. We're talking about how, you know, the gold is a 1,500 lead for Sentinels. The only reason it's that close is because Gakgos is up 1.3k individually, so it feels like the game is actually even further away than it really is because of the fake Jace gold.
Yes,
He's even got that
exactly.
Cull. That Cull's going to juice it a little bit more, too.
The inflation.
The Cull inflation.
So then think about this, right? Impact has 600 HP. That is 4 Ruby Crystals. That's 1.6k gold lead. So actually, the side's ahead 400 gold right now of the Jace. Or 300 gold, rather.
And everybody else in the team is also ahead a few hundred
That's
gold.
an amazing stat. LCS Jace record with greater than 1,000 gold difference of 15. Just 34 and 27.
Was that
barely
like 55%
above
or something like that?
It's a little over 50. Yeah. And I'm honestly surprised it's
that
positive.
Gold lead to get that? Now tell me, what's the win rate of Caitlyn with a 2 gold lead at M15?
Probably higher than a little
so?
over 50% would be my guess on that one. But also, let's. I want your professional opinion here because we're seeing something we don't normally get
hubris
from the Jhin. Yeah, how do we feel like hubris in pro play? Because to me, this always feels like the quintessential solo queue item. You just want to get the stacks, become God mode. But I feel like pro play has probably not got the same tempo for that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you need kills to get this thing going. And so far it's been 1 kill in the game. Which is why pros don't normally build hubris because you don't get 20 kills like you do in scrims every game. But, I mean, comparing it to Yumu's, it is the stronger item. It has 5 more AD, I believe. And it does scale if you do get kills in the game, so it could pay off late game. But I feel like lethality isn't so good against tanks who have, like, 200 armor at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Impact right now has, what, I'm guessing like 150 maybe?
127 on Impact.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. He buys tabbies.
Yeah, I was going to say, he doesn't have his boots yet, and his second item is a Spectre's Cowl to have some MR up against Quad.
He's buying 2 longswords. I hope, for his sake, and for the series' sake, that that's
Going-
oh, yes, that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if he buys a collector here, I'm going to like go on stage and just, you know...
Just kick him out?
Because it would still be Mosquito even though we built Hubris.
I mean, at least with LDR, you get, you know, a lot more arm penetration. Makes this build kind of useful. So, not too shabby. I feel like Hubris isn't it.
What do you think
But
speeds this game
it's
up?
fine.
Or is it just going to be slow? Because essentially all Sentinels have been doing is they move Rahel around.
This might
Pantheon
speed it up.
speeds it up.
This speeds it up. Griffin makes his arrival, and Darkwings again is the target over and over. It's FlyQuest looking for this mid laner from Sentinels. Remember that the first blood play that claimed Hambach's life was originally aimed at Darkwings. The play in the river that got turned around was aimed at Darkwings. This play is aimed at Darkwings. It's Darkwings all day. As Impact versus Gakgos.
TP from
is not turning into a whole lot, but Quad does
Bui
arrive.
is top lane alone right now.
Yeah.
When the Drake's up. Split push.
Not ideal.
I guess they're giving the Drake over, but why is my support top lane?
getting some.
I mean, I guess you can mid tower anyway, so it's fine. He can.
And now Victor's going to TP and continue to collect plates. It actually is going to work.
I kind of like this play from Sentinels, giving up the second Drake when they, they had a dead Victor, so he wouldn't be here for the fight anyway. So.
Ooh, Gecko's bringing down the damage here onto Huhi, but not enough to actually kill him. Huhi is forced to use the flash to get away. Gecko's now going to fall back as Sentinels reinforces their support, makes sure that Huhi gets out. Meanwhile, Darkwings still putting in the work on this turret. Earlier, Rahel got to take the entire Tier 1 turret bottom lane while fights were happening elsewhere. Now Darkwings nearly going to get the entire turret. Make that, yes, definitely the entire turret.
They got
here
mid tier 2
in the top side.
Tower.
Yeah, they're just getting so many structures.
I think if I'm Sentinels right now, I have a tank top, I have a carry mid, a carry ADC, and I want to support such as tanks. I'm very happy to give up 1 Drake at 18 minutes for 2 towers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of what you were talking about in game number 1, except this time it's Sentinels doing it. It's like the coach dream, right?
Yeah.
You've got the solid tank in top side, control mage mid, winning bottom lane, jungler that can make plays and engage. It's kind of just checking all the boxes.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. There's not much to say about it. And at this point, it feels like Rahel base plays IE now. He has it in base here. Yeah. 2 items on him now. And FlyQuest are even in gold somewhat, thanks to this Jace lead, which is nice, I will say. But it just feels like, is Jace going to just carry this game in team fights? Maybe he will. I mean, maybe Asir will scale as well. I can see it being a possibility. But I feel like I'm watching right now Rahel's gold lead, and I'm thinking in my head, in about 10 minutes from now, he will have an LDR, have a fire cannon. He will pull mid lane with a headshot, and he will actually just one-shot either Masu or Quad from like half a screen away.
Yeah,
that's my current visualization of this game.
Scary stuff. We've also got the Muramana now fully evolved. 4 Gakkos just ticked over from the Manamune that has been stacking up. So with the Muramana plus the Serpent's Fang, Gakkos is on a 2-item power spike, even though it feels a little less than a normal 2-item power spike because Serpent's Fang is one of those cheaper specific application type of items. You can see all the damage happening to Impact. They even managed to break his shield a little bit.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I will say, Serpent's Fang is very good in this game against Sion, against Victor Q, Lux shields.
Yeah.
Very good and cheap item. So I like that from him. But I think we'll have a very slow game on our hands here. I think now that Sentinels broke all the outer towers, the tier 1 towers, if you will, not much will happen in this game besides just every 5 minutes, I'll see you at the Dragon.
Gives us time to talk about the remaining matches of these 2 teams. DSG tomorrow for Sentinels. So they win this, and if they beat DSG, who's yet to win, they're 4-2. They're sitting pretty going into that last week.
It's not
but
bad.
FlyQuest, if they lose this one and then have to play against Dignitas, that could end up being a pseudo-elimination game for them.
Oh my
if
God.
This game continues to scale for Caitlyn. The Dardoch versus Griffin storyline is actually what I'd be so super excited for. So my dream scenario for Dignitas was actually that FlyQuest loses this, Dignitas beats DSG, and then Dardoch can get playoffs by beating FlyQuest.
Jet hates FlyQuest confirmed.
I just love the Dardoch story.
That would be wild.
I'm sad if either one of these teams. I love the FlyQuest scaling story. I think it's super disappointing if the young roster doesn't make it to
hang on.
Worlds, let alone playoffs, as there's a gang.
Okay, Griffin coming in.
Hambach
ready to intercept. As Huhi is just getting absolutely deleted by Quad. Now Griffin needs to escape from Darkwings and Hambach. Nice use of the 3-talent strike there for the knock-up on top of the gravity field. Impact coming in from the side. Griffin still getting away, but he does burn down. Quad goes in for the shuffle, but Darkwing staying alive here with the Zhonya's cryogen. Falls to Rahel on the side of the fight. Caitlyn is still free-firing. A triple kill to Rahel. He needs a little bit more. Aces the whole lineup up. Almost shot him down as Impact flash, decimating smash for the ace for Sentinels.
And that's a problem. Because now we have a 3.5k gold lead on this Caitlyn. It was 2k gold 5 minutes ago. Now it's 3.5k, and he's going to have like a fire cannon and a Lord Dominic's much faster.
Yeah.
I think this fight, he like almost one-tapped cryo.
He did, and he was just gliding, so he popped his Ghost early, got his lethal tempo to like max range as well, and just started owning the whole fight.
It started with Huhi dying to Quad, but Griffin ulted in and flashed out. And now look at Rahel here, uncrowded here.
Yeah.
Two-thirds HP, 1 bullet.
Oh, he just runs Masu down.
Yeah, I mean, he has Ghost, he has Stormbrazer, his red buff. Like, once he gets going with the stacks on the tempo, he's just a monster. And there's no CC in this game. Once Quad uses his flash and Asir ulti, there's nothing that can stop him anymore, right?
Yeah.
There's 2 things, right, in this game. There's Pantheon ult or his flash. There's Asir's ulti. That's it. If those things aren't used on Rahel's Caitlyn, it's over. He will just stand there and click on you and win.
Yeah, this feels like a Rahel problem right now for FlyQuest, and there's not an answer really showing up. There's your rapid-fire cannon he bought at the end of the last fight, so now he's got the extra range, he's got the extra poke. Yeah, 8,179 damage there from Rahel's Caitlyn in that last team fight.
Does 493 damage from Jhin count as Mosquito, or no?
It would count as a Mosquito.
Yeah, I think that's a Mosquito.
Especially because he dueled the Caitlyn in the bush.
Yeah, that's...
He hit him once for like a Mosquito bite and then killed him with a bazooka, one-shot him.
Yeah, I actually have a lot of mosquito bites on me right now because I was outside yesterday evening. It was lovely outside, and then I went inside and I noticed I'm covered in mosquitoes. Lots of Jhin players in Los Angeles here in the summer.
As your first day going outside, I would not recommend that.
No, it was not the it was not ideal with all the mosquitoes. Just like it's not for FlyQuest here. Reminder for tomorrow: we've got Sven coming back alongside Dokla, Inspired, and Zazel as they're running the whole analyst desk. It's not like this with me and Jat here with you, pro player guest. It's pro player takeover. So Emily, Raz, Jat, all our usual analysts will not be present on the lounge. It's going to be you guys calling the shots instead.
Oh, they're just going to do Baron.
As Sentinels call the shot to take the Baron. Yeah, they're saying, all right, can FlyQuest challenge? Probably not.
No vision though.
Fly coming in though. Caitlyn trap line already set up. Curtain call opens. Sentinels backing up as Griffin enters. Darkwings is already shut down. That's a big engage here from FlyQuest, but they are going to lose their jungler in the process. Lux Laser flies through. No real damage coming in here just yet. Keep your eyes on Rahel. It's all about the Caitlyn.
Still leashed.
Impact and Hambach trying to finish off the Baron here as Quad goes in and seals his own fate. The Azir shuffle did not do what they wanted. FlyQuest end up just gift wrapping their mid laner for Sentinels as the Baron is secured for the boys in red.
And look how sus at first then when they killed Darwin one shot with the Pantheon ulti, but then there's just nothing else going for them. That once again, this team comp where like, you know, they'll go in and I'm like, guys?
Yeah.
Guys?
Where is everyone?
Where's my...
Just every sub has flash.
Maybe you can ult in. Maybe you can ult in.
Yeah, I'm ulting in now. I'm ulting on Caitlyn. Watch me.
4K, 3K. Victor's getting really low. Victor's getting really low.
Look, I'm poking Caitlyn.
Look at Pantheon. Yeah.
Play slow.
Yeah, we're keeping the Baron. We're keeping the Baron. 3K.
아래쪽 들어오든가. He dash. I'm ulting. He dead.
Okay, I'm behind.
Yeah. It's fine.
Did Griffin say I'm poking the Caitlyn?
I think he said I'm poking the Caitlyn. Yeah.
Mosquito biting the Caitlyn right now, guys.
Like, he even accidentally killed the Victor.
Yeah.
Like, I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing.
I'm going Caitlyn.
Oh, wait. They're trying to full dogpile onto Impact. They manage to catch him because they have
Despair is going to do work here.
Yeah, but
they had to have Griffin flash in front of Impact to make sure that he couldn't get away. They had to send 4 people and still flash to kill Sion.
But they got him.
They did get him, but at what cost? Mid lane has been completely demolished.
We get more farmers way.
It's just giving you minions to escort your farm straight into your hands. Bottom lane, tier 2 turret also going to fall. So it's a flash plus 4 people's time for Sion, traded for tier 3 turret mid, tier 2 turret bottom, inhibitor mid, and all of your bot side jungle.
And this goal lead on this Caitlyn, it's looking a bit
grim,
problematic.
Yeah. He's going Bloodthirster too, which I guess makes sense. There's no tanks, so he doesn't feel like he needs LBR.
Yeah, you actually have to go for it, yeah. Maybe you'll like to go full crit anyways because it scales with your headshots, but I mean, in this game, Jhin, Jace, Azir, you have BT, you can just tank all the poke and just lifesteal through it, you know, like a frontline tank. There's no CC, right, on FlyQuest. There's no hard, you know, Syndra stun or a hook or something. So
it's Pantheon is the only thing, right?
And he has no flash, which they know. He just used it just now, right?
Yeah.
One sign ulti, which Impact surely told his teammates. So, speaking of Impact.
Yeah, Impact's in the middle of everybody, and they've again almost killed his shield. Still alive, flashing over, using the ulti to get away. And once more, FlyQuest just don't have the ammo to take down the big man.
Is Impact like a walking rage bait?
Yeah, he is.
Rahel's like just tuned out, like pushing side lanes with, you know, max volume on. He's like, yeah, I don't care about any of this. I'm just gonna push side lane. In fact, you go rage bait him or something. Like, yeah, sounds good, Rahel.
Yep, that's what he does.
Walk somewhere and be annoying, die or flush out if I had to.
Take some short shots.
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? You know, I'm tanky.
Well,
Well, speaking of turret shots, this one's not going to get to fire a whole lot more. Tier 3 turret down up there in the top side. Quad trying to get an objective bounty. And wait, there's not even objective bounties on the map right now. Quad just trying to get a regular tier 2 turret in bottom lane because there's nothing else for him to do, really. They know they lose a fight.
He saw Rahel do it.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to play the same game. Unfortunately for him,
looks pretty good.
They don't quite have the same pressure elsewhere on the map that Sentinels does.
Shit, that's how it works?
And they also didn't get the turret.
Oh, man.
How are objective bounties not on right now? This feels...
This feels kind of rigged.
Yeah, this...
Okay, I will say...
It's because of it's actually because of the Jace, by the way. Because he's keeping the overall gold close enough.
Is he griefing by winning lane?
Yeah, in this instance. Because now Azir and Jhin can't get objective
If he was playing a
bounties.
tank, he would be even in gold, which means
And then you get the bounties.
Yeah.
So is he griefing by playing Jace and winning lane?
That's crazy.
I'm just saying you might have been a little prophetic when you were talking about Jace.
I will say he's almost up 100 CS.
Yep, but he's also pretty close to his Nexus potentially
But what
being
if
destroyed.
his team actually won? What if he had the 5k gold lead ADC?
He's actually done the most damage in the game, too.
Okay, but how much damage
I mean,
is done to impact?
it's just shooting Scion over and over.
19,100.
That is a fake stat. That is...
He's stats padding on the Scion.
That one's too fake, even for a Jat stat.
I sound like a hater, but
oh my God.
he has been doing pretty well this game overall, Gakos. It just sucks that he's playing Jace. And there's like, scenario 1, you lose lane yourself, you lose the game. Yep. Scenario 2, your team loses lane phase, and you lose the game. Scenario 3, you win, and team wins, you might win.
Maybe.
Because you still have Jace on your team, and Jhin.
Yeah, the Jhin, by the way, checking in. Hubris, LDR, and pieces of his Infinity Edge. Meanwhile, Rahel has now completed his Bloodthirster with Infinity Edge already done. As bottom side, Impact is the target yet again.
Getting one shot.
And now he's just going to lead the charge in by himself as his team does show up to help him out a little bit. Impact very low, but he will not die just yet. Griffin getting away. Impact does get shot down by Masu. FlyQuest finally take down the Scion, but it cost them their Azir. Cryogen flashing away. He'll stay alive. Everybody else on FlyQuest except Masu, very low on HP. They got to go all the way back to the fountain. A 1-for-1 trade is a big win for Sentinels. They already have super minions marching down mid lane and top. Now they're going to knock down the remaining inhibitor here in bottom side as they continue their push.
He's frontline.
4v4 to end the game. They're on to Nexus turrets. FlyQuest trying to fight. Griffin jumps in, going after Rahel, but he won't be able to kill him. Rahel running and gunning, but he finally falls. But it costs too much. FlyQuest can't pay the bill, and Sentinels have come to collect. Cryogen, the only one left standing, running from super minions as the Nexus turrets fall. They're trying to get this last kill just to have a little bit of fun with it on Sentinel's side, but it will not matter. It's a 2-0 for Sentinels, and they take down FlyQuest.
Nice game from Sentinels, honestly.
I agree. I think Rahel had an amazing series. He had the Ezreal game into the Caitlyn game, ends 6,000 gold up over the Jhin by the end of it, and now they move to 3-2, knock FlyQuest down to 1-4, puts them in the danger zone now for missing playoffs. The Dignitas Dardoch game. If Dardoch is able to win this next series, he's going to have momentum for tomorrow. That's my reason to tune in to the winless match.
All right, well, that's going to be coming up here a little bit further. I got to say, here in this last game, my player of the game, definitely Rahel on the Caitlyn, just the absolute X factor. And we're going to toss it back to the lounge now to hear their thoughts as well.
Rahel, definitely a popular vote. Raz, you seemed a little undecisive there at the end.
Was flip-flopping to the end.
Classic flip-flopper.
It was very tough, all right? But yeah, I appreciated the Scion gameplay. Yep. And I went with Impact. Then
he's keeping up the win rate while down 1,000 gold at 15 minutes. That's a shockingly high win rate. It continues, but we have Darkwings joining us. Give a little fist bump to Surdy on the way in. Congratulations.
Well done. The DSG homies.
Yeah.
Wait, do you still have any loyalty to the DSG homies?
I mean, to my homies, yeah, of course.
To the homies. Yeah, great win right there, putting yourself in a really solid position for playoffs. So I want to start off with kind of like what your perspective is leaving that game, because this seemed like it was going to be the closest one for like, okay, who's going to be making a push for potentially being a Worlds representative? It feels like FlyQuest Sentinels in that conversation. So what are you feeling coming out of that one?
I mean, before the match, we were a little like, not worried, but like we really respected our opponents. Like we thought Fly was a pretty good team, and scrims are pretty strong. But I think after playing like today, I felt like we, of course, like both sides made mistakes, but I do feel like we kind of performed better today, and we were able to the early game was pretty good for both games, and we were able to team fight well. So.
One thing that I was talking to Grayson about earlier was he's like, yeah, when it feels like we work on something in scrims and then we lose the other half. So if we work on early game, we lose the late game. If we work on late game, we lose the early game. It seemed like you guys were a lot more stable, to your point. So what did happen this week to kind of be able to bring that from scrims to stage?
I think a lot of it kind of just understanding what we're good at in terms of champions, stuff like that, and then also keeping track of our early game objectives, crab fights, stuff like that, just making sure we're on the same page so that when we're in game, we can all coordinate together and have a stable early game.
You talked about being on the same page and coordination. I think the entire year there's been a question about your coordination with Hanbok, actually, just the mid-jungle synergy. Game 1 on the Rise, you guys were, it felt really much on the same page.
Don't count the time where I ultied bot lane and Hanbok flashed into my ult. That was good coordination.
Well, how have you felt, your relationship or synergy has worked alongside Hanbok this split?
I think just what's it called? Just he kind of says what he wants to do, or I'll tell him what I want to fight over.
Yeah.
And it's just very short things. He asked me questions you have mid crowd this wave, or we can fight this crab, stuff like that. And I'll just give very easy answers like yes or no, and then we just go from there.
Yeah. Real quick, Golden Glue, you're walking by. I want to get your quick thoughts. How'd the early game go? Because you said it's one or the other. It felt like you were getting both. Thumbs up?
I'm stealing beverages from them.
He's stealing beverages. From the player room?
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
It was good. I think if we went even in that lane phase that game, we win. And we did.
Yeah, if you go even in lane phase. All right, cool. Just want to get a quick thought on that one.
Sweet. Who do you think is player of the game for that one?
The last game?
Yeah. It's a tough one. That was close.
I think me.
You? You're wrong. That's Rahel.
Rahel deserves it.
Everyone went
Wow, it's unanimous.
6 for 6.
Right,
You
what
could
about the fans? What about the fans at home?
I entered so many sequences.
I voted for you game 1. I tried to go for the dark.
Actually, we did all vote for you game 1, and
Damn,
then
it was
chat
Rahel.
voted for Hanbok.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna need you to open up this pack.
Whoa! Wow,
I got another one.
Okay.
Don't take it.
Okay,
personal.
I'm gonna open up that one. Open up that pack. Kangas is going for the other one. Let's see what we got.
Let's see what we get.
I want to see what the shiny is.
What you
This is
get?
a Sentinels.
Raz
photo
has
card.
been collecting Sentinels packs.
I'm trying to get golden glue.
He wants to get the shiny golden
All right, show
glue.
them the camera. That's your single right there.
All right, right there.
All right.
All right, we got Huhi.
Okay, perfect. Rahel.
Rahel.
Not bad. Where are you?
Oh, that's me.
Oh,
there we
okay.
go. There we go.
Oh, with the zip up.
Hanbok.
Hanbok. All right, who's the shiny?
That's Impact.
Okay, that's
shiny
Impact.
is Hanbok.
Hanbok! You can keep that one at home.
Hanbok, yeah.
Put it in your wallet just so Hanbok is extra safe.
Yeah, I got the Impact one. You can have that.
Raz really
shiny
wants
Impact
a
too?
shiny
Oh my
golden glue.
Yeah, the next card.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations on the win. That's going to be
Thank you.
it for our first series. Now we got DSG versus Dig coming up next. Bye, Ducklings!
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Red Bull gives you wings.
여기 하나.
They will take. Panther.
Oh,
Here. I'm tipping. Yeah. I think he's dead. No dash. Panther no flash. Panther no flash. Yeah. Panther first. Panther.
천천히.
Absolute. Jin flash. Chase no
Nice,
flash.
nice. You guys win.
Chase no flash. Chase no flash. 아지르 no flash too. 아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
No flash.
Isaac.
내가 잡았어.
Perfect. Isaac, just push mid.
Okay, I'll push.
노플이야.
You guys can do the Nash, no?
Yeah.
FlyQuest can't pay the bill, and Sentinels have come to collect. It's a 2-0 for Sentinels, and they take down FlyQuest.
And welcome back to our second series of the day, DSG versus Dignitas, with a lot of playoff implications still on the line. And Raz, what are the updates after
let's
that
talk
last
about
series?
this. Of course, Sentinels did 2-0 FlyQuest, which puts them into the
Danger Zone!
Yeah, so essentially what's going to happen here is DSG is going up against Dignitas. If Dignitas wins, no matter what happens, it's a 50-50 situation between these two teams. Dignitas and FlyQuest. Tomorrow, they face up against each other. Whoever wins that one ends up making it to playoffs 100%. But the ramifications of this specific series is, it's like a greater than 99.9% chance that Shopify Rebellion's in playoffs. Yeah. But the stats guy, Liam, is probably going to tell in my ears, don't say 100%.
Can you quit DSG?
That does mean that the scenario that puts them like out of playoffs is so convoluted. Liam is immediately saying don't say 100%. Yeah. But what it does mean is that it's like lower than 1% because of the amount of playoff scenarios that would get them into playoffs.
You asked about DSG.
I did ask about DSG, yeah.
So if DSG 2-0s, then it's a really grim situation for Dignitas.
Still really high for Sentinels either way.
Exactly, but DSG are now in a pretty high position, and it really depends on what the next few games. He also, Sassman Liam, may have told me, don't talk about the other days because the situations, there's too many of them. Okay. Way too many of them.
Also, did you say Statsman or Sassman? Because I heard Sass.
He is a little sassy.
He's a little sassy.
He's a little sassy.
Don't take his canon.
Don't take his canon if you're ever playing with him, because he's a little sassy as well. So like, just to talk about it a little bit, just to simplify it for everybody. Yep. If Dig wins, we're in a 50-50 situation for playoffs that gets resolved tomorrow.
Yes.
And if they are going to win, I think it's going to have to come from Dardoch, right? Because he has been a huge difference maker. We heard from Sven, and I fully agree that he has made a difference on stage, especially in their early games.
Yeah.
And now it's about being able to close out a series.
No,
he has
it's not
100%, yeah, team first blood participation. He's participated in all 4 of Dignitas's first
But
blood.
did that influence the prediction? I want to see the predictions a little bit here.
And overall, it's also, I believe, 4/5 of the games they've gotten first blood. So not only is he 100% of his team, but he's also leading the charge. I got a 2-0. We're all big here.
Hold on, Kangas. Why you're not giving DSG a chance?
Have you seen their games recently, Rez?
Have you seen Game 1 Dignitas
They
versus
can't
Game
lose
2
Game
and
1.
3 against Dignitas?
Yeah, fair.
All
But
right.
I do think that Dardoch is going to be the spearhead to get Dignitas that win and give us a very exciting match of the week from Sven tomorrow. With that said, let's throw it back over to the casters for game number 1.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk here. Azale joined by Kobe for Dignitas versus DSG, which, thanks to the results of the last series, became a lot more exciting because playoffs may be in the cards for these guys.
Yes, it may. You know, some power here in the bottom part of the LCS. I like it. It's very exciting. And even though this year, DSG, they've beaten Dignitas, both times. They beat them in spring. They also beat them in the EWC qualifiers. However, Dardoch was not present for any of those games.
Nor was Denethor.
Yeah, Dignitas have made some changes in the top side of the map. And honestly, both of those 2 players have been positive changes for the team. So I'm very excited to see what Dignitas can do this time around, because right now it is the moment where they do need to have their best performances, because these are the critical ones. They can make their way into playoffs. They can be the ones to kind of change the look of the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that they have a real shot. No one was really expecting that. But, I mean, if they beat DSG today, which, based on recent performance, Dignitas has been looking better, and then they would have a chance to knock FlyQuest out of playoffs and secure playoffs for themselves tomorrow, which would be absolutely massive. And, as much as you're saying FlyQuest, they're not going to lose Dig. Well, Dig actually has more game wins than FlyQuest does so far. The only wins that FlyQuest has gotten is actually the 2 wins against DSG. They're 0-8 in their other 8 games. So Dig with 3 wins and 1 more series here to play to catch up to where FlyQuest was. So if they win here today, it puts themselves in a pretty important spot tomorrow in that match.
Okay, so they're leaving the Orianna up and open, dangling here, and it's dangerous. They're just going to run for top lane power. Surdy just insta-locks this Olaf. Right now, Olaf has determined the meta. 2 of the big counter picks that have emerged primarily in Korea as the most used and most effective are the Jax and the Kled.
Yeah.
However, there are more that you can delve into. We saw even like a Kale hover there. That, I think, is kind of crazy. But it is very interesting here. Everybody has really become just okay with insta-locking blind Olafs. And if you have a support Shen to back you up too, that makes me very confident.
Yeah, it is really interesting. I mean, it's just skyrocketed in priority. Obviously it started coming out of as at MSI, but kind of like situationally as a counter pick. And then people are like, hey, it's actually pretty good. Let's start playing in this counter pick matchup more. And then they started realizing, hey, it actually kind of just wins a lot of matchups. Now we're blinding it at this point. We're first picking a blind Olaf top, which is not something I thought we would be saying, but definitely has really risen in prio. And a little bit surprised to see Dig not actually picking Denethor's top lane here, because now you can even throw out some protection bans, things like the Vayne, things like potentially the Jax or the Kled. We don't know, if Denethor really plays much of those, but DSG obviously having scrimmed against him are going to have some pretty good insight. So that is going to narrow the options here quite a lot for Denethor.
Yeah, I mean, some people even like Fiora. I don't think that's like a pro champion either that we'll see in pro play, but
so hard to
that or like, a Trundle stat checker either against him. So we'll see. But the Lee Sin here is nice with the mobility. Always is pretty nice to be able to dodge around a lot of those skill shots here with that Olaf axis with the Jhin as well. And so they are remaining fairly safe. There's the Orianna, finally does find her way onto the ban list after nobody willing to pick a low mobility carry in this day and age anymore super early on. Especially with both of these guys looking for possible counter picks. Palafox loves trying to counter pick stuff like that and look for kill angles. Hey, the Trundle that I mentioned, maybe you stat check him.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how that matchup goes. I feel like the crazy thing about Trundle is he's known as the stat check guy, and I think in a lot of jungle matchups he wins those 1v1s. Last time I started playing much Trundle top, I felt like I was going to win a lot of those stat checks. I was not winning a lot of those stat checks against some of these modern champions. So I will say it didn't go as well. My Trundle kick did not last very long.
Zale dies. He's like, "What are my stats at? Hold on a second.
Yeah, what is going on here?
Are these stats correct?"
All right, I got my Triforce. I ulted this guy, and he beat my ass.
Like, I auto attack, then I use my chomp.
Yeah. I pressed W. I played it perfectly.
Yeah,
what are we doing?
I'm inside the circle.
Yeah, I'm in the circle. I pressed my R. I right-clicked him. Where did I go wrong? Oh, man, this is a crazy global comp. We got Pantheon TF Shen. This feels like they want to full send it top.
Yeah, guess what? You've got an Olaf you blind picked, and then you have the Avengers you picked with him. Literally everybody's super long-range follow-ups here, so... I actually like this, Surdy on the team ever since he joined DSG really has fit in, and he's always been a carry-first style of top laner. So we'll see what they can get done. As far as counter picks, we waited so long for our exciting counter pick here, Isaac, and it's Cassante.
Our 5th pick, Cassante.
Sick.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess he's just saying. I will to his credit say, I'm not really that keen on playing Kled or Kale or Akali or like all this, any of those. Those things are kind of considered, some spicy matchups or whatever. Yeah. And then, you have TF and Shenol and Pantheon all. You're kind of like, well, all the carries are kind of high risk. So you're probably going to get slammed by all these globals. So I guess his choice is then, well, I'm just going to mitigate loss. I'm just going to farm, and we're going to hope that this Olaf is not that useful later. But I will say it also leaves them in this situation where you got no engage. Like, your engage is basically Lee Sin hoping you're going to kick someone in. And I feel like later on in the game, it's going to get really hard to play where, when TF has a couple items and just walking forward with a rapid fire gold card, you just kind of gold card anyone and then just hit that person. And you can just kind of keep doing that rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit scary, I feel like. And they have good go buttons, obviously, with Pantheon ult plus Shen ulting in on top, point and click stun with the taunt guaranteed to follow up right thereafter. So I feel like there's a lot of good tools on that side.
I've got the engage for you. I can see it now.
The Ghost engage from bot lane.
They realm warp in the Cassante with this W on.
Oh.
So he's unstoppable, and then he gets the big
Yeah.
push. You get the genius realm warp, and all the enemies are standing like close to a wall.
Five-man path maker.
Very close to the wall. You hit the realm warp 5-man path maker.
That's nice.
Clean, huh?
Well, set it up.
And the Lee Sin's in there with him too. Then you kick him back through.
Yeah, 5-man Pathmaker and a 5-man Lee Sin kick. Beautiful engage. That's what we want.
And the Olaf does not hit his R button.
And this is Raz's match of the week. And Emily tells me he's picking first, but I choose to live in a world where Raz has to pick last. I think it's more fun. So I'm just gonna, even though I know what she says to be true, I'm just gonna choose not to believe her.
She did say we were liars too and spreading misinformation last time.
Yeah, our producer even just said, "Is she reliable? Can you trust her?" There you go. There you go.
Production sowing the seeds of doubt between the talents.
See, Emily didn't consider that we're okay with being liars, and there's a lot of us. So
if enough people are spreading the misinformation,
it becomes somewhat reliable, doesn't it? It's reliable misinformation. The truth may set you free, but our lies will lock you into this.
Wait a second. Are these lies true? Well, it is true that Palafox is trying to trade very heavily with the TF here. However, that might attract some jungle attention. We've got some interesting pathing going on. Pantheon here, Kryra did his Wolves Gromp into blue, and so he's looking to get active. I like this. Pantheon is one of these junglers that even in the other form of Pantheon, before they reworked him, was so good at level 3 ganks. Dardoch's thinking of level 3 too, and Palafox is going to be toast!
Yeah, Palafox in a lot of trouble here. Flashes up and goes away, and that's going to be pretty smart from him. Instead of trying to actually flash backwards, definitely would have got caught there by Kryra. Well done. It does cost him both his summoners. Dardoch looking for Calm Me, won't be able to find him with the Sonic Wave, so a little bit of pressure there from DSG. Doesn't take too much time either. Kryra right back to farming, and it's 2 summoners down for Palafox, so he's going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, that was well done. They try to set up with pull the gold card as Pantheon's coming over, but right as the gold card expires, Flash Ghost, and he is out of there. Nicely done. survival of Palafox, and both junglers will be back to their kind of delayed rest of their clears on the top side of the map. Both of them trying to go for the level 3 camp plays. Dardoch, of course, had an idea for the invade. Playoff is pushing bottom lane. Ezreal, Karma, you're always looking to try and use that early push advantage and poke that they get to also help with jungle pressure. But because of the modifications that Kryra had, it ended up as nothing there for Dardoch, and doesn't end up getting ahead either. Even when enemy jungler does usually do a level 3 gank like that, usually you're a little bit more efficient, but because of the plans that were laid already, they're still at parity.
Yeah, nice little hold there from the Karma, but Dardoch going to spot Kryra, was trying to wrap around, is going to connect on that Sonic Wave. Ward hop forward, looking for more here. Lions going aggressive, Ignar very low. The 4-shot not enough from Sajed to take him down. Ignar was, of course, freezing that wave on him, as Dardoch over here on the scuttle does have a pretty big health advantage. This looks like a bad fight for DSG, but Calmy's walking in anyway, bold as you like, because Lions is coming up. Kryra put low, the heal used there from Lions, goes for the taunt flash, but does get flashed away from there by Dardoch. And it looks like at the end of the day, Dignitas with that HP advantage, even down a man, are going to push them out, and Lions has to be a bit respectful, has no flash, and will walk out.
Yeah, good flash from Dardoch here as he sees Lions coming, knows what he's going for. But mid lane, Lions isn't done. Gold card into...
We'll see if he can catch for the taunt. Palafox just walking away, and that will keep him safe yet again here. And is back towards mid lane to collect this wave. So Palafox not losing much of anything. Palafox and Dardoch doing a good job there, winning out in that 2v3 at the end of the day.
This has been a fun start to the game, even though nobody has died. We still get our fill of action. Lots of attempted plays, attempted ganks going on here as the skirmishing does continue.
Yeah, Calmy getting pretty low here. Palafox just doesn't have the mana to actually finish him off, unfortunately for him. And I was going to say, FBI wasn't creating much of an advantage on that bot side, but we didn't see actually what happened to Sajed after this skirmish began in the river, but Sajed fell down over 2 full waves off of that because, obviously he delayed his base, but then he had pretty much caught up entirely in farm after that. And I'm not sure exactly what happened, if it was just a bad base timing or if he was getting zoned off by the Karma or something, because of course Shen roamed.
Yeah, Shen left and stayed gone for quite a while. I think the second play there for Lions, I don't know which one called it, but the gold card into him trying to go for Palafox again, and Palafox walks away. That was a significant portion of time.
Yeah.
And the cost to support roams are more heavy now on this patch. Of course, everybody's still of the opinion like, you know what? I'll get my catch-up XP, all good. But for right now, Ignar's going to, have a little bit of experience lead over Lion as well. And we'll see. It's really annoying as when you're already in the double poke lane and getting shoved under your tower. See if they will sustain any further damage. You're always playing for extra plate money here, and good plate money already for FBI.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's it's not just the cost of the role quest that you're talking about. It's if Sajed's getting zoned off, that's an expensive roam, right? If you're losing 2+ waves, that plus the experience, like that is equal to a kill, right? That is a lot that he is giving up there as Palafox pops the early ghost. Kryra going in, gold card gonna get locked in here for Calmy onto Dardoch. But again, 2v3, they just fight it out, and now the bot lane is roaming here. Lions will be pushed back. Ezreal and Karma did move up. Jin just going to head back to base once again. They're just constantly going for Palafox, and it's getting them nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they also have very little synergy with Kryra and Lions there, Lions taunts away out as they go for the... Here we go, in.
Yeah, they're going back in. In comes the Destiny. Lions going to be knocked down for first blood. Ignar incredibly low, burning down to that Ignite. FBI taking some damage back from Kryra. In comes Calmy, trying to finish off FBI. He's going to be able to do it. Palafox going out with the Realm Warp will escape. Him and Ignar limping out of there on a low health. DSG do go +1 kill and should be able to grab the dragon off the back of it.
Yeah, they make it work this time around. There's the taunt they want with the double taunt. All right, they're walking up over here. Ignar right in. There goes Lions. They lock him up, but really they come through with the Twisted Fate ultimate right in. Get the gold card on him. Kryra was able to back away. He blocked a lot of damage there. And is able to get the kill onto Dardoch, so that secures them the Drake here. They do get their victory after all these attempts skirmishing around mid lane and buy the dragon. DSG finally get their extra kill. They do get their dragon, and Lions went for another roam towards top side. He is still level 4.5. And we'll see as Ignar is headed back to the bottom side where FBI continues to knock off more turret plates.
Yeah, so Jed going to be able to pick up some of this farm, of course, but...
Landing Mystic shots, too.
Yeah, he is very far down at this point, and it is, 12 CS plus the plates, FBI 500 gold ahead right now. Pretty significant lead there for TF with the kill and assist, plus obviously all the fake passive gold that he's going to be farming. And Surdy is just kind of slowly winning out on that top side. Hasn't been able to get as many plates as the Ezreal, but does have that two-wave advantage to his name.
Yeah, pressure is going to continue down here. And since Lions, I mean, he does have both summoner spells, but is definitely going to not make it up to the top side for that play. So Grubs will go over to Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough because, like, Lions is roaming a lot, which is putting Sajed in a tough spot. But at the same time, what can Shen really do in the 2v2? And that's kind of, I guess, what he's having to weigh, because this is a cleanse Ezreal, right? So even if you taunt flash him, he's just going to cleanse it and E away, and then you could get tethered by the Karma and just die. So there's not really a lot of aggressive moves he can do. Of course, you can help them to farm under tower and, maybe block some poke and things like that. But he is just trying to weigh the risk versus reward, I guess, of these roams, and so far has been going for it a lot. Of course, about to hit level 5, so we'll be able to roam more freely.
And again, you can take advantage of the catch-up experience as a support. Supports are always the lowest level on your team in the game, and your catch-up experience is based on the average level of your opponents. That determines the level of the minions, so you can just soak it up down there and try and slingshot.
Losing lane, going down levels? Nah. Clever use of game mechanics.
Exactly. Catch up. We'll see as far as the...
Oh, here comes the TF in. Nice taunt to set it up. Goldcar is there. Avengers arrive. Holy moly. Kryra, Sajed, everyone getting involved, as that is a very dead Karma, but it is just a dead Karma at the end of the day. So a lot spent for that one kill on just the support.
Yeah, I mean, but their idea is we just keep creating action, burning summoner spells and stuff, and then slamming our ultimates whenever we have them. So we're constantly burning more cooldowns off the opponents and keeping more action, which creates more areas to use our globals in. And if they can just, keep hitting on repeat these plays, then it will eventually add up here. 2 more minutes until the next Drake, and just trying to keep that action going. By the way, this whole time, has isolated the top lane. The other side benefit of we're always fighting and skirmishing around mid lane with our support and our jungle. Top laners know, hey, we can see enemy support and jungle all the time. And so Surdy up there, Olaf is farming away, farming up a storm versus the Cassante, especially with the early steel caps here. Now we're going to see a Dignitas invade, though. Palfox helping out Dardoch with some counter jungling.
Yeah, you can see Call Me and Kryra are here, going to be trying to push them back. It is secured, though, by Dig, and it looks like they will be able to just walk this out. Curtain Call going to get opened up, though. FBI shifts away. Some nice dodges. Third shot does connect, but that is all he will get from it. And Dardoch's going to go right back into the waiting arms here of Kryra and Call Me, taking a ton of damage. Does ward hop back out. Heal used for the move speed. They're looking for Dardoch. Kick does not actually connect onto Call Me, just knocks Kryra back. It means he has to flash over the wall to get out of there.
Yeah, definitely living on the edge there. Dangerous for Dardoch. They avoid casualties so far. Bot lane's going to finally get pushed in the other way this time, though. So maybe Sajed's time to actually get some pushback.
Yep, going to be able to push this in. Maybe get a plate if he can get it up there, but might just want to take the base as he hasn't bought in quite a long time. You can see FBI now on that Triforce is heading out towards mid lane. So Palafox likely going down towards bot. And role quest just completed there for Surdy. So he will have his TP available, of course, even with that Ghost Flash. And we'll see if he can find an angle to do something. I mean, DSG, despite having this losing 2v2, they're the ones with the early Dragon, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, good early action created by them. And those globals are almost back up. So Pantheon ultimate is ready. They're just going to fire off another one.
Lands the taunt, and it's just a nice buffered shift there from FBI. So even with the Deadly Flourish connecting, is not going to mean much of anything. We'll see where Ignar wants to go, but of course, Mikhail's very high value against a team like this that does have so much chain CC. But the problem being, there's a lot of CC to layer thereafter.
Exactly. And all the globals are just walking down to bot lane instead. So you got Alliance, you got Kryra making a roam down bot lane, trying to see if Palafox is going to make a mistake. But Palafox has not given them the angle yet.
Yeah, Palafox does not give him the angle and does spot Kryra, and there's a taunt in from Lions. They are looking for another engage here. Twisted Fate arrives. Jet is there hitting Dardoch. He has no flash, and I don't think he has any real way out. Kryra flashing out to help get that kill, gets the Stand United. Call Me is in onto FBI. FBI is going to have to flash away. In comes the man drop from Kryra. Can't find much of anything. The curtains are going to get called. It's Palafox being slowed up into the gold card. The taunt misses on the stun target. Lions, what was that? He might burn down as well as Call Me is running for it, has to flash over. Denethor arrives, Pathmaker misses. FBI takes down Lions. The Dragon helps to get the kill on the second one. Call Me gonna fall as well.
And Palafox says, try again, suckers! They cannot take him down! They keep throwing everything at Palafox. He keeps walking away every time. And DSG, they do stumble a bit. They're still in the lead. But we'll take another look here. So, Lions does get this taunt onto the two members. Good start. Remember, it is Dardoch with no flash, so they focus down Dardoch. Good play here from DSG. They get their pick. They do use the Shen Stand United in addition to the Twisted Fate for this play, but here's the follow-up. On that Jhin W, they open up, they wait for extra vision, boom, they see him, and then Lions, yeah, just shorts it there with his taunt, then has to flash out, and then with the teleport coming in from Cassante, they gotta bail.
Yeah, they both end up dying at the end of the day. Denethor helps to get that one. And FBI picking up the other. I also got to say, Kryra maybe could have just kept chasing, but instead just farmed the Raptors there. You know, they had the gold card. They had the CC to follow that up. Call Me now getting pushed back here by Denethor as Denethor has escaped his cage in the top lane and is only down 300 gold at the end of the day. It is quite a bit of CS, but you know, definitely going to be not the easiest person for them to burst through in these fights with Jhin and TF.
I did think it was a little tragic for Denethor that he teleports down there and doesn't even get the assist on the touch. He was like so close, but that's not even...
spiritual assist.
Yeah.
You know, you were there. I saw you.
I mean, he teleported and made them start, you know, running away and stuff, but...
The scoreboard may not show it, but the homies are going to count that.
Yeah, but you want material rewards for your plays, right? It's nice for when they...
My love and admiration is not enough of an assist for you, Kobe?
For me, it is.
Okay, but not for him.
top laners, you know.
Greedy. Yeah. For a jungler's like, thanks for showing up, bro.
Yeah.
It's the thought that counts.
As long as you... Oh, here we go.
Twisted Fate going in, looking for FBI. Has no cleanse, but he has the Mikhails there from Ignar that does keep him safe. Nicely done. Ignar just completing that Mikhails and making great use of it already.
Yeah. Dignitas have done a good job fighting back. They kind of deleted the DSG gold lead.
Palafox is just ghosting in. Bold as you like. They're looking for Call Me. Dardoch going into the back line. There's the kick flash. Doesn't connect onto either one. And now Surdy arrives, and he's going to pop the Ragnarok looking for Dardoch. FBI is low, but Denethor is blocking those shots. Dardoch has no one to block the hits here, though, from the Olaf as Surdy making great use of that TP and does get a kill for himself.
Surdy has joined the fight. The Olaf here is going to be really... Wait a second. They're going to collapse on this.
Looking to see if they can actually fight here. They are down their jungler, which is going to make things pretty difficult. TF does not really have a way to join, though. Is showing up on that top side. Going to be secured, though, by Kryra, and they will be able to walk this one out.
Yeah, Ryze recall in there, so they make the call. We're not going to fight this. There is a dragon up on the other side of the map, too, so we'll see about the rotation over. They're going to keep Call Me on the top side. Twisted Fate with no teleport, with no ultimate, pushes in the rest of the wave.
I was tripping for a second. The Spectator client wasn't updating the role quest TP from Surdy on the teamfight UI, and I was like, am I crazy? Did he not TP? Did he walk in there? But no, his TP's on cooldown, so he did TP in for that fight. And yeah, great job by Surdy. His first look at that TP is, of course, a very long cooldown when you are not playing Summoner TP and you are just relying on the role quest, but getting a lot of value from it already.
All right, let's see about this setup for the Dragon. The control ward already in mid lane and on the bottom side here for Dignitas. Palafox trying to defend it, but it is on DSG's side. They're going to move in, try and retake this vision and set up for it. The Twisted Fate ult will be up shortly. He still will have to walk a decent ways to be able to get there. It's not a true global. Is going to have to walk, you know, like half of the way as well.
Oh, he's going to pop the Ragnarok looking for Palafox, but we'll just be able to Realm Warp out to safety. So maybe it's worth it to just get the chunk if they can start the Dragon immediately, and I think that is the thought process here.
Yeah, I like the play because Palafox's double mobility summoner spells, no teleport. Rai one of the mid laners that does, want to have ghosts for team fighting and stuff. And so Surdy says, I'm just going to get guaranteed gold by trading my ult for yours and your health. So he gets the guaranteed gold on the tower, pushes the wave, forces out the Rise, and they're going to be able to get the dragon on top of it. So again, the Olaf here, the pick that we were most scared of, that most of the draft looks like it is built up to be able to complement, does seem to be very scary with Surdy now rotating up to the top side with the Shen, with the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, definitely looking really powerful here thus far. DSG, though, up to that 1.5k gold lead. Denethor, easy path maker to answer that gold card. We'll just buffer out to safety. But DSG just moving around the map well. And I didn't love what Dignitas drafted here. There's just not a lot of pick tools. And when you're behind, that gets even harder. And now Denethor could be in some trouble. Going to get wrapped around on. They just focus down the tower. And now we're going to look for Denethor. They're even going to spend the Pantheon ult, which I don't know if it was even necessary. It's a 1v4. He's going to go all out. Denethor buying some time. Will not be able to escape, but does get both the Twisted Fate ult and the Pantheon ult there. Seemed kind of like overkill.
Yeah, I mean, they really wanted to kill him very, very quickly. It does mean split push bottom side. Rise gets all the way into the tower. And mid lane as well, getting their push as well. But DSG, they are increasing their gold lead. This is a good look from them. They are continuing to stack the objectives. They continuing to push the pace of the game. The entire game, it has been them dictating these plays.
Yeah, and Kryra now jumping in onto Ignar. Looks like he will be able to back out. But I got a question for you. Are you feeling peachy? Because the LCS Championship is heading to the Peach State, the Gas South Arena, Atlanta, Georgia, October 3rd and 4th. Single-day tickets are now available, so grab yours, and we will see you there.
We certainly will, and maybe Dignitas or DSG will see you there too.
And then at the World Championship Finals.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely see you
First
there.
step is the Gas South Arena, and then Faker.
Truly. All right, in New York, they'll be there as well. DSG currently, though, with a very good situation. They've got a lot of space to work with, and Shen ult is up. The Twisted Fate and the Pantheon ults that they used in the previous one are the shorter cooldown ones. And so they will reliably have those available for the next big play here. We still have a long time until the next dragon, so a lot of time to work with. And again, you just move the Olaf around and then use some globals. Wait a second.
Oh, this could be trouble here for Calmy. Gonna be able to hit him with the gold card and just walk away for now, as Denethor, of course, used the Pathmaker aggressively. Calmy just trying to push this in, does have that Roa almost fully stacked on the Lich Bane, and once you get that rapid fire, it just becomes so easy to play. You just walk up, gold card to anyone, and kind of play off that, as Calmy does look for him with the Twisted Fate ult, but it's an easy shift away from FBI, and even if he was in range, he has Cleanse, so definitely not a high-value ultimate there from Calmy, and he is going to get chunked out pretty heavily as a result.
Yeah, FBI not scared at all. They're going to realm up too.
They're looking for Sajet. I think he might have to early flash. He holds on to it. Now the Stand United does come through. Palafox can't quite finish him off. Does get rooted up. In comes Surdy as well as the ult from Kryra. They're trying to burst him down. They can't quite do it. And the curtains are going to get called here on Dig. Flashing away is Ignar, but Surdy is still going in onto FBI. Shuts him down. Denethor can't get the kill. Flashes forward with the Pathmaker. Does take him out with the shutdown. Now looking for Kryra. Going to be going all out, and Kryra is in trouble. Blocks some big damage. There's the flash in from Calmy, but it's right into Q3. It does not matter. DSG has the damage to get the job done.
They get the counter kill here. DSG continues to progress the game. And this was off of Dignitas trying to chase them in a pretty long fight. They're still going to get even more rewards after the kills of the team fight. Tower money going down as well. And another tower going down, especially the mid one, would give you so much room to use these globals and make the next setup.
That was a game-changing play. The fact that Sajet lived, I thought he had early flash for sure. He doesn't, but he survives anyway.
Yeah, and then he's Jhin, so he can just walk all the way away and open up with his ultimate to still provide value to the fight. They roam up on him, and it's also going to cause a lot of forward movement here. FBI shifts forward, Palafox is extremely far forward, so all of that into the counter engage of Olaf and Pantheon ultimate over the top. Even though Lions is not able to get his taunt there, they still get the chase down, and Surdy's able to dive FBI, finish him off. At the end of the day, yes, Denethor is still able to get the shutdown onto him, but a shutdown into the hands of Cassante, I don't think really changes the course of like the setup for this game, the play of this game. It's still, at the end of the day, 4K gold lead here for DSG, and a good spot up on the top side, everybody around Baron.
Yeah, Denethor was threatening a wraparound, but there's 3 members of DSG make it forward with Kryra up there. And something I noticed in that replay, Dardoch didn't even throw out a Sonic Wave when he arrived in the Realm Warp. He didn't even try. He just immediately backed off. So clearly Palafox wanted to go for the kill. Dardoch didn't think there was an angle, but even just the initial hit of the Sonic Wave would have been enough damage to actually kill the Jhin at the end of the day. So sure, it could have got flashed, but not even trying is a little bit surprising there, and it definitely felt like split comms from Dig. And now the TP coming in here from Surdy. It is Cloud Soul on the table. Of course, this would just be the 3rd dragon for DSG, but Cloud Soul, if you can get that for Olaf, is insane. And both teams definitely wanting to fight for this 3rd dragon.
I want to see how much poke damage FBI can get done early here. He has license to be fairly aggressive, but with no summoner spells, you definitely have to respect the CC that is available on DSG. He's trying to land some Qs, trying to play fairly aggressively, but DSG looking.
Yeah, and he does have the Mikhails, so there is that in the back pocket from Ignar, but of course looking back and forth.
Olaf wrapping around too.
Yeah, Olaf is behind him, and this could be big. Here comes the Stand Unite. They're going to go right in. Realm Warp going to get popped immediately, and they get out to safety, but Dardoch does not. Lions picks up the kill. The other 4 members here from Dig still full health, though, thanks to that Realm Warp. Surdy is low. Will they look for the fight? Palafox trying to push in here with Denethor. Going to get gold carded, stunned up. Lions taking some damage. Pathmaker going to connect. Denethor taking a ton of damage back himself. Does get Mikhailed, and now the curtains are going to get called. Denethor is the target. It looks like he is not long for this world. Sajed kills him off. Palafox on the run, but they are chasing. Goldcar going to connect. The CC layering is there. The taunt, the stun, the big axe to the head from Surdy. DSG grab another kill. They're on Soul Point.
That looks so weird. Everybody into the Realm Orb except Dardoch. The team just bailed on him. He was out of there. They're still dying.
Yeah, Kryra's behind Ignar, and Ignar's got nowhere to go. It's another kill going their way. FBI will survive, but back-to-back plays felt like Dardoch was on a different page than the rest of the team here. And DSG are 7K up.
Yeah, meanwhile, congrats to DSG here. They have been on the same page the whole game. It is the wraparound gank here from Surdy. Shen in on his back, and everybody's like, get out of here. But Dardoch walked down to the other side towards the Scuttle Crab speed. He's the only one that doesn't get into the Realm Warp. Then they isolate him, they take him down. Since nobody's able to make a real play here for DSG, you're 4 people. As soon as they finish the dragon, they're ready for the counter here. And it is, again, just playing off your stun cooldowns. Wait for the gold cards. They did the Kryra setup into gold card before. They do another Kryra setup into gold card. It's Pantheon stun into gold card. Both times, they lock him down. They slowly move forward. Kill after kill after kill. Just easy CC for them there. Point and click.
And that's just going to get harder because I bet you has rapid fire now. Yep, it's completed because he just got involved in a lot of kills there. And so now Colmy has rapid fire, and it gets that much more difficult here for Dig to be able to deal with that. You know, Colmy definitely has some real damage behind it, and the team is starting to get strong. FBI earlier in the game had a 1K gold lead. Now it's even Sajed actually with that slight gold lead, almost has the IE, and Jhin becomes very, very relevant as you do get into the later stages of the game. People obviously talk a lot about Jhin as, you know, being Mosquito, but that's with Ghostblade Rapid Fire. That is not with Hex Optics, LDR, IE. Like, you actually hurt even tanks with these kind of builds late in the game.
Crit Jhin does some good damage here, and especially if your whole team is running forward all the time, creating so much space here. Olaf leading the charge. You have this point and click from Kryra. This Pantheon has been critical. You know, setting up so many of these plays, and his ultimate as well gives them 2 ways to put extra pressure across the map.
And Curtain Call sometimes can be pretty valuable, sometimes can be pretty useless, but when you have this much point and click CC, it's very easy to follow up, to be hitting these shots, to hit the Deadly Flourish, to hit the ulti shots, because we've seen it gold card into stun, into taunt, into root. Like, that CC is never ending. They're looking for FBI. Call Me goes forward.
Red card.
Pull the right card there, and just... a warning. You know, you get 1. He's going to go back in. This one is going to connect on to FBI, who shifts out to safety. So Call Me takes a little bit of damage for his trouble, but they can just continue playing, and they're going to look for Ignar now, who's a little bit too far forward. Beautiful self-Mikhails, though, from Ignar. That saved a kill absolutely. Surdy is pushing on that top side, though.
Yeah, the pressure there is still worth it for DSG. Nice job. You still get full vision when you pop your Twisted Fatal, so you can still push on both sides. They get an extra turret play, get the minion wave in. This entire time, Denethor is pushing bot, so eventually someone from DSG is going to have to catch that wave. Bot side is finally making its way all the way into DSG territory here. So looks like it is Call Me that's going to go back and collect that wave as well for the Twisted Fate with the extra gold generation.
Yeah, DSG playing this really, really well. Very coordinated game. They're looking really on point with the globals. Everyone seems to be on the same page, as you were pointing out earlier, and they are now on Soul Point. It is 1 minute until this Cloud Soul, and that is going to make it so hard for this team that is already, you know, kiting you out and then chasing you down, you know, with these gold cards constantly, giving the additional move speed not only to him, but also Olaf. Like, Olaf has to be one of the very best champions in the entire game with that Cloud Soul move speed burst. You pop that, and you have your Ghost, you're going super speed.
And let me tell you, Surdy is peaking right now. He's got Elixir of Wrath, and he just finished Death Dance, and they're going!
They're sending it. They're looking for FBI. Kryra is behind him. Good buffer. There's the cleanse. Doesn't even matter. FBI fighting for his life. Gets taunted up. Shifts out of that. Denethor in trouble. Trying to get out. Twisted Fate gonna pop the ulti. Surdy has the Ghost active. No one dies on either side. Calm play there from Dignitas keeps FBI alive. The Dragon spawning in 15. They're going to realm warp for the Baron. They're just going to try to full send it before that spawns. And are they aware? DSG are aware of this. They're moving over into the area. Kryra coming out from base has no ultimate. But Surdy is here. He still has the Ragnarok. He sees the Baron getting low. Denethor creating some space. Kryra not yet in range. Surdy gonna get stunned up. They're trying to burst it down. Kryra's not gonna get there. The Baron is claimed by Dig, but now the Soul has spawned. The curtains are gonna get called. The taunt flash on a Palafox. Denethor in a lot of trouble. Goes all out, gets knocked down. Surdy now running. He's low. Great cleanse. The kick flash from Dardoch. He turns it around, gets a shutdown onto Call Me, and Palafox once more going forward. Spell Flux through the team. Kryra turns, Kryra fights. Surdy flashes in, and Surdy's taking over this fight. Sajet and Lions are back, and that means it's a DSG one fight. Dardoch has got to get out of there. DSG go up in kills 3-2, but they have no jungler. The Dragon's still on the table.
Cloud Soul is on the map right now. Pings are going out toward it immediately. Lee Sin, let's see if they can get vision for him, because there's no way you can do that with a Lee Sin around. He definitely will steal it away. They're going to have to wait for Kryra, who does not have Pantheon ultimate. These death timers coming back. Palafox is going to be the last one to revive on DSG, though. That rise would be critical.
And he has the actualizer now, so definitely
I think he might just be too late, though. I think it's just going to be DSG getting the Cloud Soul, unless Dardoch pulls off some crazy stuff.
We'll see. Dardoch is in the area. They don't have vision of the Dragon, but of course they know that they are on it. Lions moving around. Dardoch just trying to clear this out. They now got eyes on that Dragon down to 4K.
Where's Kryra?
Kryra's still walking out from base here. Of course, we're watching from Dignitas POV down to 3K. Here comes the Pantheon ult. They're going to try to finish. Dardoch's backing up. The call is just to give, and that is Cloud Soul here. That is a 6.3K gold lead for DSG, who feel like they're on the precipice of taking this game.
That last kill, Surdy flashing in to kill the Rise later and have the delayed death timer, does get them the soul. So here's the Baron. Dignitas, they are able to get it. They finish the Baron, and then it still looks pretty good for them because Lion goes in for his taunt on Palafox, but they don't get much damage down on him. They do get the kill onto Denethor. Moving forward, Dardoch opens up with a huge kick across the front line, and with the shutdown, they decide to go for it here on the 3-on-3, but look at the re-engage. Kryra goes first, Surdy can follow up, and that allows them that Rise kill. With that delayed death timer, they're able to get the Cloud Soul in the aftermath.
Yeah, and FBI just went a little bit too far forward. I think he didn't have his shift available. He triggered a Jhin trap, and then he felt like the only way through was walking forward, but then he took the spear from Kryra, just barely got in range of that, got hit by a deadly flourish, and that was enough to finish him off from around 30-40% wherever he was. Had he lived, it looked like off that kick flash from Dardoch, I thought Dig could have turned the fight. I thought they could have denied the soul.
Close. They
Very
could have.
close.
Could have, but did not. And now it is Cloud Soul, 7,000 gold lead to DSG.
Remember, tomorrow, pro players take over the LCS. Watch Sven, Dokla, Inspired, Zazel, and Jose Dioto run the analyst desk and the cast tomorrow. There is going to be none of us, none of the usual LCS folks on the analyst desk. It is just them. They make the segments, they plan them, they run them, and it's going to be mayhem.
It's going to be beautiful. We'll see. Pro player takeover, definitely looking forward to that one. Right now, DSG takeover is happening before your eyes as they're closing in on game number 1. Looks like they're going to be able to reveal everybody with the Twisted Fate ult to the bottom side and still keep up the pressure.
Taunt there on to Denethor. Of course, does get hit by the Deadly Flourish. Will be okay. And yeah, Dardoch just ward hopping over the wall there, escaping from that TF ult. So feeling pretty good. And they have a ton of move speed here. The Realm Warp comes in, but you can see, look how fast DSG are in this little boost of move speed here from the Cloud Soul Rift. Palafox, Denethor are trying to move forward, but they are holding the line here well. And now Curtain's going to get called. Denethor getting low. This 4-shot will hurt a lot. Holding it very patiently, and Dardoch is able to block.
All right, bottom side, it's got to be giving up turret plates there too, though, because Olaf pushing and just Ezreal down now. Yeah, that tower's almost dead.
We're going to see deep TP here coming in. It is going to be Denethor looking for that flank, but Dardoch already getting chunked out very heavily. Ignar moving forward. Call Me looking with the gold card is chunked low. But again, just use that move speed. Run straight away here. Going to see if they can find anything else, but just doesn't look like it. Dig is just so low on engage. It's very hard for them to force, even when they feel like they see an angle. DSG just kind of walks away.
Yeah, even when they have the deep teleport, the pincer movement from them, they can't lock anyone down to keep them there. And Dignitas, even though there's a little bit of pressure there on DSG, but they still find their route out, still walk their way out. Invest the heal from Lions is about all they need to get Call Me to safety, and they can get their reset.
And Call Me now just completed his death cap, so he is very rich. A lot of big item completions coming through, it feels like here. Serpent's Fang even bought up for Kryra. Pretty nice with all the shielding there between the safeguard and the footwork from Denethor and everything. And Kryra was very deep looking for an angle.
Yeah, I wondered if they were going to try and get an angle for Sturdy to teleport, and they were going to have teleport in with, you know, Kryra starting out, and they were going to actually fight that. But honestly, it's better value. Wait.
Lions could be in some trouble, getting chunked low. Kryra goes in, Twisted Fate ult's gonna get popped. Denethor coming in to reinforce. Palafox put very, very low. Dardoch stunned up by the gold card. Kryra going back in, trying to take him out. Nice Pathmaker there, stuns up the TF as he arrives, and Call Me may just be going down. Stand United gets popped, but Denethor kills him right through it. FBI over the wall here, running from this Olaf. Olaf flashes over, and into the GA goes Dardoch. Denethor trying to run from Kryra, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. FBI hitting Surdy, but he just doesn't deal any damage, and Sajed certainly does. Great sidestep there on the Deadly Flourish, keeps him alive for now, but it costs him the flash, it costs them 3 kills, and it costs them potentially a Baron as well.
Yep, Baron over to DSG. Game number 1 is looking in hand for DSG. It's a scramble, and they've got the Cloud Soul move speed to be able to chase everybody down there. That fight did get very chaotic with the split. Them going 2 different sides, but still able to get the collapse there for DSG, chase down the kills, get the Baron, and now they definitely have what they need to be able to continue the siege and finish this one out. Here's a look at the start now. Lions will see him go for the taunt onto Palafox, but they don't quite get that, and so he gets pushed out. Palafox to the backside, and they just decide, you know what? Still keep going. Set it up, Pantheon stun into attempted gold card, and even though Call Me is going to die on this side, guess what? Surdy can run through, and with the Jhin bullets, they're going to Pantheon ult too, and just continue the dive, finish off Ignar, finish off Call Me, and then they've got the rest of them trapped. Guardian Angel down, as well as the Cassante.
And Ignar there looking a little bit perturbed as this game definitely slipping away from 20 seconds until Elder. That's maybe the last chance here for Dignitas. Palafox is going to get stunned up, taunted up. There is the Mikhails trying to keep him safe. But now it is Denethor taking a lot of damage, just dancing back and forth is DSG, and now the curtains are going to get called. Denethor is not looking very tanky, and here comes Surdy into the middle of the whole team. Dignitas do get out as Denethor uses the all-out to just escape from that Ragnarok Olaf, but it's going to get interrupted here on the recall. Surdy put quite low.
Good interrupt.
Eyes on this dragon here. If they can stop Surdy from going back to base again, though, Dignitas might just have a chance, and they're going to try to force it.
Dignitas Dragon here. Surdy's getting his recall off this time now. It does finish. He has a teleport ready too.
Yeah, and Dignitas are a little bit low on health. Calmy goes in with the stun, arrives Kryra. Kick flash from Dardoch trying to get out of there. He's put very, very low. Realm Warp going to be used. Dardoch is going to actually take the Realm Warp here, but in the middle of the team is Denethor, and that's where he will be buried. DSG take control of the Elder. This is all theirs. Dignitas can do nothing.
All right, DSG, they're going to go for more.
Calmy going in, Stand United, FBI turning, fighting, but it doesn't matter. Calmy's got hands. The taunt there on a Dardoch is going to secure another kill for Surdy, who is just looking to chase them down. Level 20 ticks Surdy as he gets the Elder buff. They're pushing in. They're looking to take this first game and claim their second game win of the season.
DSG looking good when they need to do it versus Dignitas. Important series for them with some good implications for playoffs.
Yep, they are looking at a must-win here, and it looks like in game one they will be able to get the job done. DSG, eyes on the Nexus. Dignitas will fall, flashing forward, try to kill Palafox in the fountain, can't quite do it, but it doesn't matter. 15K gold lead, 22-7, DSG with a beautiful game one. Great control, great coordination. Analysts, what do you think?
I think it's fun to see DSG with another win. Second game win of the year.
Yeah.
Or not of the year, sorry, of the summer.
Yes.
And dare I say, Azale, I'll add on handsome. They're also handsome.
Oh,
okay.
Add more compliments.
And well read.
Okay.
Yep. We love some educated
Well, they didn't read Dignitas this entire game.
So I'm going to go into something game related, which is that at the start of this, Raz and I were talking through draft, and we were like, okay, the comp on the left may be a little bit easier to play, right? And so the thing that was so important to me was the fact that DSG were able to pull out and play through this pick comp. And I think it really started with Kryra, right? And a lot of his early to mid ultimates that were able to set up a lot of this stuff. Because if you don't have kind of him and Calmy working in tandem, as we see, layering their CC, picking people off early, it then becomes a huge problem when you have to presumably deal with this Ryze Ezreal on the other side.
Absolutely, and I think when you struggle as a team to coordinate on what plays to make, having semi-globals like Pantheon Twisted Fate is incredibly helpful. And also, adding on to that, this is a hilarious play, by the way. So like Dardoch is like, where's my team? Whoa, I forgot the train, I missed the train. But like, also on top of that, single target damage made it so much easier for DSG to recognize who is the next target. Like, is it the Shen taunt, the W from Pantheon, Jin, like anybody that was getting gold carded was immediately the target, and oftentimes it was Dardoch. So I actually thought this composition led a lot to giving clear direction to what the team wanted.
Yeah, and the triple globals. I mean, the semi-globals with the TF and the Pantheon, but the Shen following up as well. We even saw at the very end, like they were winning the game anyway. It was fun to see the Twisted Fate ult in, Shen on top, and just like get the kills before the Elder Dragon even comes up. But the highlight reel of Kryra, that was awesome to see because I feel like Kryra showed us so much promise in his debut series, beating Inspired. Then he went a little quiet for the rest of the year, and it's moments like this, games like this, that I get really excited about him.
I think an aspect of the team that really injected some real growth has been, for me, Surdy. And I'm going to break down one specific play that I thought was actually great level of creativity from DSG, because if you look at the play here, really funny, really interesting, it's difficult for DSG to ever walk into Dignitas' vision. Very hard. So Surdy has an idea. Surdy is on a journey. Have you watched Fievel Goes West?
I have.
Yes, actually.
It's been a while.
Surdy goes south. He's on a journey himself. Because he goes through all this fog because he recognizes they're going to be sitting around this vision in the line bush, here in the banana bush. So he goes on the long run, largely unseen except for this ward. But the beauty of this is you don't get to see Surdy until now, and now you're Dignitas. What's the plan? Well, the plan, as you just saw, was, oh, we're screwed. Palafox sends the Realm Warp like you saw. FBI says, screw it, I'm jumping in myself. Dardoch thinks maybe he can make the last train. No, he's alone. He's alone, he gets picked. I just like the overall creativity and finding a flank out of nothing. And then on top of it, even just like going to the Elder fight. To me, the Elder fight was so much about, okay, all right, buddy. Okay, we could go to it. Okay, perfect. This one is just simple. It's just the simple single target damage that we talked about. Where the beauty of this, Olaf is back at base. He got chunked to like 10% HP. He's not a part of this. This is straight up a 4v5. And in all of this, Dardoch goes a little bit too far. I'm going to go back one more time just so you can see the whole thing. They think they can start Elder with a man up, but Call Me coming in a fog, shows up, gold cards. I don't think Dardoch should take that cue, but as you can see, the single target DPS down on towards Dardoch, who's alone. If it wasn't going to be Dardoch, it was going to be Cassante. It made it very clear for DSG who was going to be the target. I felt like throughout the entire split, that had been a weakness for them, and I liked in that one instance, and throughout the game, that was a strength.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me was being able to pilot this composition.
Yeah.
And then also being able to recognize, because some of their drafts have done this, some of them haven't, that Surdy can be such a huge point of pressure on the map for them. Obviously, in this, he's on Olaf, one of the strongest picks right now, coming out of top lane. But we already pointed it out, Cryer's early ultimate, his coordination with Call Me is really what set up so many of these plays.
Boom.
It was close, there we go.
Surdy, Call Me getting some nods as well, but I think Cryer being the tip of the spear, as it were, for DSG.
As one would say, someone playing Pantheon.
For Dig, I said Dardoch was going to be the tip of the spear. I think that was a blunt spear that he was playing with this game.
Yeah.
We did not see the Dardoch that was getting all those first bloods from earlier series.
Chad agrees with me.
76% on the Surdy. I do think the vote from Azael towards
Surdy.
Call Me is something where he had a huge impact this game.
It's that entire top side working
Quite literally,
together.
anyone that was gold carded was going to die. So I think the vote should have been higher from the fan side. I'm just putting that out there.
Well, hey, DSG, they're happy to take a win. Dignitas back against the wall. We'll see if they can bounce back. But you at home, make sure that you don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. As we head to break, here's a look at some more Missing Ping.
Okay, I got it. I can't say what it is though. You're gonna ban it the second I tell you. Kyle, you wanna look? You wanna see what I'm doing? The second you see the champion, you'll know. You know what I'm gonna do? Yeah.
Hit the dummy with your ult or with your Q fade away?
Q.
Q fade away.
Yeah. Put this dummy as far back as possible. This is the maximum you're gonna be able to do in the game, I think. So this kind of yeah, okay, perfect. No. Yep, got it done. I hit it from the edge of the map to the other edge of the map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Don't wait on me. I'm already gone. Don't pray for me, 'cause I'm already done. There's a chemistry. I see it in her eyes. Don't follow me tonight.
Welcome back to the LCS for Game 2 between DSG and Dignitas. Kobe and Azael joined now by Griffin for the cast. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
How you feeling?
Obviously, it feels bad.
Yeah.
You know,
We were
just
hoping
lost.
you would win so
Yeah.
you'd be happier.
Yeah, but I'll still
We're
try
gonna
to,
lock
you
in.
know, I'll still try to have good energy for the cast. I think,
Yeah.
you know, I can ignore that for now, but yeah, definitely
Nice.
sucks. Yeah.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this matchup? Did you see Game 1, Dig DSG?
Yeah, I do think, I mean, I do think, like, DSG is a bit better than Dig. We haven't scrimmed Dig too much, but obviously they have the new jungler, Darduck, which seems like by consensus is like, it's helping the team a lot, but yeah, when we scrimmed them, I remember I think Darduck, you know, you get a new player, you have that fresh energy, which feels pretty good, but I think DSG are a stronger team, so yeah, I'm not surprised by the first game. It seemed pretty clean. Or not clean, but like stoppy, but yeah.
Yeah, they had this comp with so many globals, and you were talking about, yeah, they really like the combo of the Pantheon and Shen, and they were able to use that really effectively in their skirmishing. I know you're also pretty close friends with Kryra. Do you feel like, yeah, you know, he has a really good matchup here into Dignitas, into Darduck?
Yeah, I think obviously I'm close friends with Kryra. I think when he gets to play his game and he is able to do that, he does pretty well. Like, he's pretty consistent, or in that aspect, if they get a lead. And I think against Dignitas in general, it's pretty easy for them to do that. So here, they're first picking Jarvan. Pretty standard, Nocturne Vibe ban. And Lee Sin's out. There's still the Poppy, but we'll see what he does here.
So they've also been leaving up Orianna a lot, and when you have Jarvan on your side, is this like a good angle for DSG Orianna, or what do you feel like?
DSG could go Orianna. Maybe I know a lot of people have been liking like Syndra to Orianna and stuff, but they do have the Jarvan first pick. Respond by Lucian Milio, pretty just kind of standard. And they pick up the Victor Nautilus.
So you like extra engage for bottom side here when you're looking at the Lucian Milio, usually with Nautilus. What do you want to complement this with? Because Lucian Milio opening up really big. You know, FBI has been a pretty good Lucian player.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure what bot lane pairings they'll go here. I mean, because Dig will also have 2 bans, so I'm surprised they didn't just finish their bot lane. Maybe they think they have like a lot of pairings. Jhin is out, which is like pretty common with Nautilus. And then against the Lucian Milio, I'm not too sure what they'll look to pick here for AD carry. And then Dignitas picks their Orianna here.
Yeah, Orianna into Jarvan and a showing Nautilus could be dangerous for her. We'll see, I guess, if they able to put any pressure, but should be farming versus Victor.
Yeah, we'll see what jungler's DSG ban here.
Bot. That's kind of interesting, right? Because they're banning Azir, so they think that the Victor could be bot potentially, and then it could just be,
that's true. Actually,
for AP.
A lot of people do like, I guess, Victor into Lucian because you kind of just outrange him, and then you're able to just short trades. So DSG ban Nefiri here. You could also look to ban Wukong. So it's pretty standard with Orianna that you want to look for like Nefiri, Wukong. It's also good into Jarvan. So I would suspect DSG to ban Wukong here as well. And then Darduck has to play something like Poppy maybe. Doesn't seem too bad. Could also play something like Xin. It's fine too with Lucian, Milio, Ori.
Yeah, the Xin does make a lot of sense. Gives you a lot of ability to skirmish over some early objectives too. Ooh, they also banned the Vayne. Opening up for topside for some more picks for Surdy, so he doesn't have to worry about the Vayne counter pick, maybe Gnar or something like that.
Yeah, Gnar and Bessa is pretty standard.
Yeah.
Okay, they take the Xin here, not the Wukong, which I think is also fine. Then Surdy's going to have to blind here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing so many Van bans these days because it's good matchups into a lot of the meta champs. You know, Gnar, Ambessa, even the tanks, Renekton. Like, there's so many different options. So, Senna is a bit of a throwback. It's interesting because we don't see that much of it these days, but FBI was a really big Senna player. Used to play a ton of Senna Nautilus, so they're obviously going to be pretty familiar with the champ. But I think it is just going to be Victor bot is kind of my guess, and Gnar protected there by the Vayne ban. So we are just waiting for Denethor, his pick. And what are you thinking about here for the 5th pick for DSG?
They could go... Usually people like to just trade Gnar and Bessa, usually, when they, like, blue side bans Vayne. So I'm expecting Gnar. Or not Gnar, and Bessa, rather. And I think that's pretty standard.
So it is going to be Victor bot, will be Ahri
Oh, they
mid,
actually take
and
a
it's going
Camille.
to be Camille. So a bit more of an aggressive look here from Denethor. We don't really see Camille top hardly at all these days. It was obviously played a ton support in the roaming meta, but it is going to be Camille top, one of the kind of throwback counter picks or answers into the Gnar. Obviously, you can look for those all-ins when he goes mini, you know, hit him with Hextech Ultimatum. And it's a pretty decent combo with the Orianna, you know, Hextech Ultimatum into Shockwave. Which side of the draft do you kind of prefer?
I think DSG have a lot more like creativity. They have Jarvan or Ahri, and then bot lane matchup they have to influence. So I think DSG have to be able to influence bot lane matchup, either boat blow sums or something. I'm a bit more fan of DSG's draft just because it seems like they have a lot more playmaking. And then Dignitas's draft is pretty kind of just standard. They want to get to like set up and fight, and then hold for setup, and then Xin Ori just playing to hold his space.
And this Camille pick is also a bit of a Denethor specialty. 25 picks on it in his career, 64% win rate. So him into the Gnar, you know, into a matchup they can try and look for some kills up there as well, and then could turn into you know, some side lane pressure for them. That would be nice. Because I'm definitely worried about the pressure that they want to put on Palfox. Game number 1, they were fighting around mid lane all the time, sending so many ganks at Palfox, and now he's playing Orianna, which is low mobility, into Ahri and Jarvan.
And Nautilus.
So they definitely can make a lot more passes to try and put pressure on him.
Yeah, so I think going into this game, probably both junglers are looking what they can do to influence mid-bot. I think, obviously, DSG, they can do a lot of creative stuff. Jarvan usually being more influential early game than Xin can do, and Xin is just looking to match. So Jarvan here is looking to start Wolves, I guess, and then Zin's just full clearing down. Maybe Jarvan's going to look to do something interesting. He could look to 3-camp bot with starting Wolves. He could also just do a regular clear. I'm interested to see what he'll look to do here.
If you were playing on the Dignitas side, so you're slotting in for Dardoch here, how much are you taking into consideration the fact that, you know, there is this Camille, you know, in the top lane, and in these melee versus range, you know, like counter picks, I'm putting in quotes, but like Yasuo and all these champions, generally you have to play so aggressive as the melee champion to be able to actually capitalize on it. So do you feel like that draws you more to the top lane to try to cover Denethor and allow him to play aggressive?
I think typically, since this game they have like Lucian Meliel kind of needs to be able to play their lane, I think. So even though top is more of a volatile matchup, it's usually like post 6 where Xin Zhao can really like influence that matchup, I'd say, when Camille unlocks the ulti. And then before then, I think he should just look to cover this bot lane matchup and making sure they're able to have push and vision. Because once there's bot lane matchup, like Nautilus is able to get a reset or something, and he can influence mid lane or something like this, it's not favorable for DSG's bot lane. They kind of, or Dignitas's bot lane. They kind of want to just hump tower and stuff like this.
And last time we had Kryra do a very similar thing where he started Wolves and 3-camp ganked, and he's going to 3-camp gank again. It looks like he's going over the back of the Dragon Pit right now, staying out of vision in Fog of War. So if they wait for the next hook timer from Lions.
Well, they're going to go. The heel's going to get popped, and now they get the bad news. There is the root. Flash away from FBI. Flash after the Flagon Dragon to knock up FBI, but he doesn't get the damage. They're not going to be able to knock him down. When you lose the EQ damage for Jarvan early, you need to have a lot of follow-up for that to actually work out.
Yeah, so I actually like this play. Like I said, I think this Jarvan wants to be creative early game, try to influence bot lane in, on some sort of capacity. I don't know what went wrong there. It seems like it looked like a decent play where they can at least burn his flash, but I don't know. They just failed the CC layering. Maybe not. I'd have to see the replay on this because it felt like it should have been.
Oh, Charm Flash from Call Me. The W picks up the first blood onto Palafox.
Oh, and he got Palafox's flash because he had the Foxfire active already. That was going to tag him, and Palafox tried to flash after the W damage from the Ahri is going through. What a play from Call Me there with the solo bolo.
Really nice charm flash. We just saw the player card. Maybe we can bring it back up. We had the Griffin player card. I think it said first at Diamond when you were 11 and you still don't have your driver's license.
Yeah, so that story, the driver's license, you know, I didn't have the time. I was in Korea and stuff, but interesting, Dardock here doesn't go for bot crab. You should know that Jarvan's top side and went for top crab, so I don't know why Dardock didn't go for bot crab here. And then, yeah, that's bad, very bad news for Dignitas. Obviously, Orianna also burned the flash, so I'm assuming when Jarvan hits 6, it's going to be very scary for this Orianna when Ari hits 6. But yeah, weird pathing by Dardock here. I don't know why he just doesn't play for bot crab, but now he's looking for invade.
Yeah, I guess he just wants to fight Kryra. I mean, he has the red buff, does push him off, obviously aware that Kryra is around, sees that resetting red buff. Kryra just going to look to take Krugs here and try to play it a bit safe.
Try and smite fight him maybe. He's got vision.
Yes, Q smite. Oh, this is disastrous.
That was a late smite for Dardock, too. He never even
used
it. He was at 500,
yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get that for sure. Call Me now, scrapping with Palafox is up a level, but Palafox does win the trade, and Dardock spends all that time to not be able to get anything.
Yeah, this is quite horrendous. Kryra stacked a lot of tempo to look for this 3-camp bar early. That didn't even work, but now he's able to get double crab as well. So already there's a little bit of a mistake in the jungle department. Yeah, Kryra should be able to get punished when he uses tempo like this.
Yeah, they had vision the entire way, seeing him come in, and having that ward on red, Kryra able to yoink it back to his own side. Here's another look, though, at Call Me's big solo. So as he's pulling back this Q, he's already looking for it. Minion dies.
Level up.
Boom. Charm flash, and then W's on.
Nice!
Hell yeah, Jihoon.
Yeah, you need to carry me, bro. I trolled this game.
Yeah, so Kryra probably saying he trolled because when he ganked bot, he missed the EQ, but even though he trolled, he got 2 crabs, so honestly, Kryra is pretty advantageous right now.
Yeah, that was Kryra said that before he was able to secure his own red, and they saw Dardock come waste a bunch of time, so he probably feels a lot better now.
Yeah, he's probably feeling in a good spot. He actually spotted the Xin too, I think, on Raptor, so they know Xin is on Krugs here, and then Kryra's tempo. He had like free tempo to check Raptors because now he's just going to clear. And then I wonder if they'll be able to punish this Lucian without having flash or this Orion without having flash. If I'm this Jarvan, I'm just going to try to get level 6 and definitely punish these flash timers. So Xin basing here, and then I wonder what this guy's going to do off base because he kind of doesn't have anything to do on the map. He's kind of homeless.
Yeah, no camps. I mean, they kind of know that the Raptors are respawning, but it's so dangerous now with both mid laners being, level 6. Kind of like you're talking about. You've got to play off like control wards or something. Currently, he's pathing just a lane up top lane.
So we got your keys to success, Griffin. So this is the key to success for Dignitas. Play through bot lane, clean up the mid game. Remember that your opponents are also 0-4. So how are they doing so far? Are we giving them any checks?
Well, that last point, holy, we lost it. That's kind of embarrassing. But yeah, I mean, I think Dignitas' probably best like lane matchup is like their bot lane is, in my opinion, better than DSG's, so they can play through that, and then they obviously have like a pretty strong bot lane in this game where they just want to play through themselves, but already Kryra got the first gank on bot lane, but Dignitas was able to avoid it decently, but I feel like that should have been a good play. And then we'll see how it goes into mid game and stuff.
Now these are keys to success for DSG, so enable Call Me, well, he enabled himself. Clean up the objective setups, and someone has to win this, so how are they doing?
Right now, I mean, Call Me, they're not really enabling him, he just got his own solo kills, so now he's going to be able to just keep winning lane. And then, yeah, clean up objective setups. I think they're mid-game, as long as they keep going into mid-late game and they have first setup, it's very hard for Dignitas team to play. So here they're punishing the Orianna without flash.
Yeah, Charm is going to land there after the Cataclysm, and Palafox has nowhere to go. DSG with a pretty easy kill. They do spend the flash from Kryra, but they get him.
Yeah, just straight down mid lane, force the play, easy follow-up. I kind of like how Call Me was going off to the side to clear the ward too while the jungler is coming down, just to make you feel a little bit extra safe, and Kryra knows he can close the distance with his flash.
Yeah, there's not much counterplay to that. I mean, EQ Flash R is just too much range, and then I think obviously it's just a mistake from Palafox getting solo killed and burning his flash on that timer. And now Xin Zhao is also pretty homeless now too. He also lost his Raptors, so he lost his Raptors, double crab. So right now, and he's losing this second crab, so honestly Xin Zhao is really homeless this game too. So it's looking really good so far for DSG.
Yeah, Kryra was able to accomplish the goal that you set for him, punish that Orianna mid lane who had no flash. What's next? Because it gets a lot easier for Kryra now, and Dragon is available. Are you clearing all your camps before you push down there, or trying to set up something a little earlier?
Yeah, so right now, DSG expended both their ultis, even though they're still ahead. So it will open up Dignitas to even play for Grubs, which is spawning soon, or play for control on the bot side. But it looks like they're just looking for another mid gank here.
Charm is going to connect, and that is going to spell disaster for Palafox. Has to flash again right before a potential fight at Grubs or Dragon.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty horrendous because Dignitas had double ulti advantage on jungle mid, so probably they could play for Grubs. But now Palafox getting chunked out makes it so there's no play on the map, and Zinzao can't really do anything and is even more homeless. So honestly, it seems kind of, if I'm Zinzao, I'm so unhappy this game. It is what it is.
Dardoch, though.
Maybe he can steal one.
Gonna look for one. I think he will be able to push him out. DSG positioning like they want to get out of there. Teleport's going to be coming in here from Palafox. So Dig does get 2 Grubs, and it is just a 1 for 2.
Yeah, but then they are also losing this mid wave, and they burn TP top. So if I'm DSG, I'm still really happy with this result because it should have been like honestly 3 for 0 Grubs. But with Palafox getting chunked and having the TP top, he also loses 1 mid wave, and they still were able to get 1 Grub. Which honestly, as long as you get 1 Grub and the enemy team doesn't get 3 Grubs, it's pretty perfectly fine, to be honest. They don't get the void mites and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a super hater.
No flash on Ori.
Ari does have ult back, so Ari could look. Lions was hanging around there as well. The 3-man play does not amount to much.
I'm a big Grub hater. I don't know about you, Griffin, but I feel like those things are worth so much less now than they have been in like previous seasons and stuff. And so, like you're saying, if the cost as a whole is a mid wave for my Orianna for teleporting that high top, as we have a little trade. That to me already even seems like not a good trade with the minion wave down.
Yeah, I think Grubs is the most valuable when you are able to get 3, but when you're only able to get 1 or 2, it definitely doesn't feel as valuable. And now Orianna no flash, so honestly, this guy's game is going to be really hard when Jarvan has flash backup, and I don't know how he will be able to play. He just always has to catch mid low because he has to always be under threat of Jarvan gank, and then Ari's going to be able to just roam the map and do whatever, to be honest. So
Jarvan is top now, and Camille could be in a little bit of trouble in isolation. This matchup not working out so far for Denethor. Of course, he has played it a lot, 16-9 all time, but is down 16 CS, and Kryra might even interrupt the recall, but doesn't quite have vision until just now, and now Denethor could definitely be in trouble. Call Me is moving up as well. They're going to look to potentially set up a dive here, but Denethor just will evacuate.
Yeah, so they're actually going to bleed a little bit on top here, but then Zinzao starting up the Dragon. Not the worst for both teams, but Kryra's able to get this top grab here.
Yeah, Dardoch on the Dragon.
And Dardoch is getting pushed out with Jarvan crossing now.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit awkward. They don't feel like they can actually finish this, and Palafox still, as you said, kind of has to hug the tower because he has no flash. There's not really much of an answer from him if Kryra does look, and it looks like Kryra wants to go one more time. Nice sidestep there. Call Me going forward. Hits by the shockwave, and he is going to get the shutdown, and now Kryra, we'll see if he has the damage to command protect. Might keep him alive. Kryra's going to fall as well. It's Palafox with the outplay. Hits him with the shockwave. Gets a 1v2 double kill.
Yeah, I think it's a bit overforced. Kryra, like last 2 minutes, had his entire bot side up, even crab up. Once they push Zinzao off the Dragon, I think they're just overforcing on this Orianna. Kind of tunnel visioning. This guy has no flash, but Jarvan can just clear his camps. Orianna will always be pressured under the tower because he can't really catch the wave. Ari's going to be able to roam the map. And I feel like they just overforce. Jarvan can just be full clearing, getting all his camps, but now quite the disaster.
Yeah,
I mean, might actually have Denethor here. In comes the ultimatum. Nard against the wall, hops forward, but the passive is back up for Denethor. Looks like that's maybe it.
Kind of want to see if they go for the re-engage. I guess he's not going to do it quite yet. But I completely agree. I mean, they had just wasted so much of Dignitas' time. When Zin was trying to kill this mountain, then they push him off. As soon as that charm misses, I think it's over. But Call Me goes back in, he dies the tower, and then Kryra's going to full commit here too. Even with him getting the kill on Palafox, it is worth for Palafox to get the double.
Yeah, I think, I think as a jungler, sometimes too, you have to know when the lane is already in a really good position and not overforce these situations.
Call Me loses his flash to the culling there from FBI, but DSG do secure the first dragon of the game. It's a mountain dragon 12 minutes in, so a bit of a late one. Do you expect them to fight over the Herald in a few minutes here?
We'll have to see because Call Me did burn his flash, and then both teams don't have 3 grubs, so it's not like a big trading pattern. Right now, Jarvan crosses Raptors to secure his camps, but I mean, at this point in the game, Dignitas slowly are recovering, and I would say Dignitas, I mean, honestly, both comps can play late game pretty well. It depends on like this Lucian, because Lucian will be able to first push, and they're going into the top side here, getting some top side vision. But yeah, I think as a jungler, you have to realize when, some junglers like really want to hurt the enemy laner, but when they're already in a bad position, you can just let it play out, and then, yeah, this is quite bad.
Yeah, big overforce. They are still up 1,000 gold, but it does give a double kill to Palafox and pulls him almost back to parity with Calming.
And after that play as well, it was during the replay, but Dardak had gone back to try and start the mountain again. So it was 2 times he had got pushed off, invested a lot of time in trying to start this mountain dragon. It takes a long time to kill and then got pushed off. And so DSG, yeah, they still get that dragon for themselves as well as keeping their lead.
Yeah, and actually, Cryra, I don't think has farmed his bot side camps in like 3-4 minutes. I think really they're overforcing too much when if they just played a slow game. He could have had a really big CS lead, obviously, taking his double crab and then also taking his Raptor respawn. But now Dardak is actually the one that has a CS advantage, so that's not good.
Do you feel like Cryra maybe thinks that they're going to get outscaled, so he has to force, or what do you think his kind of thought process is in skipping so many camps?
It could be thinking they get outscaled, but I wouldn't say they get outscaled. It really depends on how the fights play out because whoever gets like first setup on the objective, and then obviously DSG really want to be able to kill this Lucian or this Orianna with their flankers, and then it's up to Dignitas to be able to protect their the flanks and be able to play the fight like a regular 5v5. So I don't know why he's feeling so pressured, but it hasn't been good. Now he's down to camp when he should be up like a lot.
Something we thought would be fun to do with you is when you think there's going to be an objective fight, maybe we can turn off vision and kind of watch from one side to try to talk about the setups and talk about how pro teams are looking to set up vision and get control over an objective. So when you think there's going to be a dragon fight, maybe a minute ahead, we'll go over for that. As Denethor has a TP coming in here from Palafox, DSG looking to fight. Cryra in the backline onto Ignar, flashes out, but FBI is there. Cryra's in a lot of trouble just tanking the culling from FBI. Flag and drag comes back up, but he gets shot down out of the air. FBI with the kill, and that is a loss of Flash, of Cataclysm, and your life, plus that of Lions.
Yeah, so I think what ended up happening here is that like with how the comps played out is that Nautilus is going to be able to roam around the map and then have timers, but Lucian Melee will always have the first push on mid and then be able to hover down the lane. So I think they just didn't respect their tempo from mid and then also the TP timer.
Dardoch looking for a dive here, goes in, gets the knockup. FBI trying to help him out. There's a double stun. Breath of Life going to have to come through. There's the flash out from FBI as Dardoch does get hit. Depth charge now coming up, going to land onto FBI. And Call Me on the flank. Dignitas have gone too far. FBI is going to fall. Dardoch is going to die as well. And that felt like a massive overforce there from Dig.
Yeah, I think both teams are just not tracking numbers that well. Obviously, they had that good play on bot, and then they don't track the death tempo. And then they just came off base, killed them on mid, and especially this season with the new home guards, like people get back to lane so fast, so you have to really be conscious of how much time you have to make these type of plays.
And it's causing a bit of a swingy game here. It's really back in DSG's favor. They still are able to get this Herald, and Denethor is harassing Lions. He might be able to kill Lions.
Yeah, might be able to take him down. Does do so. Call Me going to jump in the Herald here. Try to get out of dodge.
Where we going? Where we
nice
going?
little 360 Tokyo drift spin move gets out of the pit. And we'll be able to take that to safety, but that means most of the value of the Herald is lost. Yeah, you use it to escape, but you gave up a kill. You took the Herald and doesn't get a charge, but it does buy time for Surdy on the bot side.
Yeah, so honestly, for both teams, not the worst. Cryra drops the Herald to save Call Me, but we're actually able to get bot tower, Gnar. So now Gnar's going to be able to base and have an Overlord timer into top here because they'll have a lot of tempo from bot. So I wonder what they will do with this. They'll be able to push out this Camille and probably get pushed on top here and get some topside vision. Lions sweeping in. And then now they just have to be careful of like whatever Lucian Melee could get first move on this mid wave here. But they're getting the vision now. And it looks like Jarvan's just basing and then going to cover the Gnar bot, look like.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to get up to top side clear now here for Dardoch as well. Onto the Xin. Finish off the rest of his camps, even though they're going to lose out the tower here. They already got the first tower gold bonus. And not going to be move the needle that much.
Yeah. Now already has top pushed out and Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Camille's catching top with TP. I wonder if both teams are going to try to fight this Dragon. Cryra is here first. They're going to try to hold this first setup.
If they do, which side are you favoring right now?
I think right now DSG have a pretty good position. They have top pushed out fully, bot pushed out fully. They're starting their Dragon and holding line bush. So then Dignitas are going to have to face check after they clear out this mid wave.
So we are watching from DSG's vision. So talk to me about how you want to see them set up this fight. What should they be looking for here to stop Dig from getting in?
It looks like Dig is just looking to give this Dragon and trade topside here. So then Gnar is going to push out bot, and then they have to retake after Jarvan. Jarvan will probably look to cross here.
Call Me going to look there. Charm lands onto Ignar. Dardoch going in onto Call Me. Call Me chunks somewhat low. FBI gets some damage back on Alliance as Shockwave lands onto Sajed. He flashes over the wall, but in comes Surdy. Has to just evacuate as soon as he arrives. DSG almost get a couple of kills, but do limp out, and they claim the Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, so actually, that play there is Nar still pushing bot, and Camille was on top, so I think DSG felt confident in the 3v3, but they didn't see Orianna on bot, actually, so it was a 4v3 for a while. If they were actually able to live and Nar kept pushing bot, that would have been really big for DSG, but they committed the TP, which is kind of sad for the Nar, because if Nar kept pushing, he probably would have been able to get a few plates there, but TPs to try to save the teammates, and they ended up all living, so not the worst.
So out of 10, how do you rate DSG handling of that last Dragon and cross-map situation?
I think what they did was fine, but Ari shouldn't have played aggressive. But now they're looking for a pick on Camille. So
They're going to get it. Looks pretty easy. Good TP in. Kryra was behind him, and DSG trying to take over vision. So we are still watching from DSG POV. What would you want to see them do to kind of take over the map to try to extend their lead?
Well, here they want to eventually be able to crack this mid tower. So they were able to kill Camille on side. So now top has to be open, and Orianna has to defend top. And then maybe Nar is able to shift mid here, and they're able to hit this mid tower. But speaking on that Dragon situation, I think DSG did it pretty well, but they shouldn't have looked for the fight. They should have played defensively, especially when they didn't see Orianna on bot.
Oh, FBI gets lollipopped, and the Charm is there to follow it up. The Nautilus hook extends. They get the kill, and now Dardoch's in trouble, flashing out of the Cataclysm, but Calm Me coming in, looking for more. Dardoch charges over the wall. Charm flash from Calm Me does connect onto Ignar. Flag and drag will not land, but Ignar might just get ran down. Dardoch trying to peel for him. Denethor comes in. EQ flash in. He's looking for Kryra. The Cataclysm is not available, but he is put into the ultimatum, and he is knocked down. Now the teleport comes in from Palafox. He's looking for more. Here, Shockwave is going to connect onto both, and Calm Me will fall as well. Did get a couple big kills back.
Yeah, so all in all, DSG definitely overplay there. They already got the Lucian picked on mid, and they thought they could still kill the Xin Zhao, but it's overall not the worst, to be honest. DSG is still in a commanding position, and they're able to break mid tower, and then ideally Lucian and Milio is able to always catch the wave high and able to get first prio in that way, but now with mid tower gone, they have to be really scared of potentially getting caught on mid. Obviously, DSG overplayed and can give Dignitas some kills back, but should still be in a pretty favorable spot for DSG.
Yeah, DSG, they have 2 item power spikes on both their mages, basically with the Ari and the Victor. So definitely looks like they still have pretty good setup. Here goes Lucian, though, getting his Navori. Once they do get their 2 items for all the characters here on... okay, we'll take a look at the replay first. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the situation was already so good. They killed mid, pushed in top. They're going to have full map control, and then Calm Me over-aggressive a bit, and then Kryra tries to help him. It's actually, I heard from, like, you know, Calm Me is like really good in lane, but like sometimes in the mid game he does play a bit over aggressive here when they're already in a really good situation and ends up getting punished here.
He has hit some really good charm flashes, you know, like the solo kill in lane and stuff.
He was feeling himself. Yes. I respect it.
So every successful play kind of gives him credit for you know, going for another one, I guess.
You hit the charm flash, so after that, you just blame the team. You know?
Yeah,
I did my job. What are you guys talking about?
So actually, Dragon a minute and a half here, and then they already have top pushed in. So Ari will probably hover down after they push this top wave. They know Orianna has no TP and Camille's on bot, so I don't know how they're going to... I think both teams want to play for this Dragon. It is 3rd Dragon.
It's 30. It does have lethal
no
tempo
flash on this
fully
guy.
Stacked, and Denethor looking like he is just dead. Very easy solo kill there. Dignitas trying to come back in. FBI and Dardoch here is supporting the play, but Sajet is coming down. Palafox is there. Surdy's winning the 1v1. They need to help FBI. FBI almost dies there, does get picked back up by his team, but the rest of Dignitas have got to run because DSG is arriving. Shockwave on a Sajet. He was split and he is shut down by the culling there from FBI. Dardoch now pushing forward. Crescent guard pop. Surdy and Kryra low. Flag and drag out. Calm Me now coming in on the side, looking with the ulti. The charm is not going to connect, but it doesn't matter because Ignar is down. Dardoch is down. Surdy is about to mega out, and DSG wipe Dignitas off the map.
Yeah, so quite a banger of a game. Actually, I wonder what happened here. Lucian is trying to go on the Gnar, and then Milio was in Narnia. I don't know what happened here. And then essentially Calm Me gets the flank and is able to clean up everyone.
Yeah, I mean, look at, this is even after. I wanted to start at the beginning because Surdy, he just got his Sterix as well. So Surdy was able to get his kill, and then he makes so much space. But that Orianna Shockwave just deleting Victor, then they decided to go forward.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty hard to go forward into this team. They need to still be aware of Ari flank, and I think this is actually something we're trying to get better at too, is knowing what zone you want to play in, because it's pretty hard to fight going forward with certain team comps, and yeah.
Why did they just leave that Lucian alone to get completely mogged by me? What the fuck happened?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to rewatch and see what happened here. Oh
my God, that is
wow.
damage.
Well, 10% HP from just one combo.
Yeah, and that was through the Orianna shield as well, so that is pretty scary stuff. DSG claiming vision over here are going to move to Soul Point as well.
Yeah, they get the dragon, and then honestly, now I don't know. Dignitas has to find like some miracle to get back into this game, because by 5 minutes, DSG are probably gonna be 3 items, and they're still gonna be on 2.
Yeah, I mean, Denethor now down 2K in that 1v1. Surdy has just been really comfortable, it feels like, all game long in that 1v1. Really not receiving any pressure, you know, throughout the earlier mid-game, you know, from Dardoch or from anyone. And Surdy kind of just slowly built up a lead for himself and is now about 60 CS ahead in that top lane, has a couple kills, has gotten tons of plate gold.
And we've all been there. When enemy top laner is getting ahead like this, you also get a bunch of extra levels. And being level 16, he had a very easy time with the Lucian. Like, Surdy is a monster right now.
Yeah, fishing on this Gnar, no flash. Maybe could be a good... Oh, he does. Oh, he reaches.
Flashes forward, does get the Hextech ultimatum. Surdy about to go mini. Shockwave used as well. Surdy pops the Sterix, the culling coming through. Everyone arriving here. The shutdown goes over to Denethor, but at the same time, yeah, DSG just going to take the Baron. There's no way to contest.
Actually, Dardoch is trying to make his way up there, and they do have double TP, so maybe they're going to play for the fight here. But maybe the Baron's already gone. It's 3K, and they're too late. DSG are just going to be able to leave.
Yep, DSG will just walk this one out. Denethor arrives. Will he look with the hookshot? Spots Call Me. Does he go over the wall because he has no vision? Pretty scary to do. So Dardoch just looking for an invade. They'll take a camp or two away, but at the end of the day, that is a pretty big loss.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I like what Dignitas is trying to do. They're trying to punish the Gnar with no flash, and they had an overload timer because they had pushed out top. But the problem is, and honestly, I see their philosophy too, because DSG doesn't really do Baron that quickly, so maybe they could kill Gnar really quickly and double TP for the Baron, but they were just a bit too slow, and now DSG feels like they have a grasp in this game.
Yeah, with the Baron buff here, should be able to get back out to push top and mid, but Death Brush being set up here from Dignitas. You feel like they have a good chance of this one working out? What are the percentages we're looking at here, Griffin? Oh.
I mean, you just have to be desperate at this stage of the game and try to go for these type of like plays. So I kind of respect it. It's definitely hard.
Yeah, good patience there from DSG and Lions. They kind of wait for the rest of the members to reset.
Yeah. Just let Victor check pushes with E and then flag or put a flag, and it's going to be really easy for DSG to retake here and get topside control.
Yeah, and when you're in this position with Baron buff, 4-1 split push for you, actually they're sending the Victor up to topside too, just to make it even more safe. But they have a lot of vision checking tools here for the jungle too, so I think it looks pretty safe.
Yeah, I like how DSG are doing this. They just send their 3 top, jungle mid, and then or jungle in between, and Arion mid, which is going to be able to catch these waves really easily with his ulti.
Yep, Ari has a lot of safety, has flash, has Zhonya's, has ult. It's almost impossible to chase down as DSG do push in this wave, do take one of those outer tier 2s, and in 2 minutes, it is Soul on the table here for DSG. So in about 30 seconds, we'll swap over to the Dignitas side, and I want you to talk us through how you want to see Dignitas try to challenge this, because we expect them to show up to try to contest the Soul, and obviously it's going to be a very difficult job.
Yeah, so DSG are going to have Baron for another 1 minute, so ideally here, they're just going to be able to keep bot side control until Soul. Dig probably has to go through bot lane or something, but we'll have to see when Soul is closer and how DSG set this up. But ideally now, their Nautilus is coming fresh off base, and they can keep like very deep vision in the jungle here, and just hold this setup until Soul spawns, and then Dig has to face check, and Victor's just going to throw out E's, Ari's going to throw out EQ, and then they're going to get very chunked.
Okay, yeah, Denethor does have his teleport available.
Lions is going a bit early, but that's fine.
So this is from Dignitas' POV. We're going to watch from their vision until this next dragon here. So 1:20 until the Soul spawns. We can see they see very, very little. So how should they go about trying to even approach this dragon, or do you think they should?
I mean, it is Soul, so you kind of feel obligated to fight. But DSG are doing this well. They're pushing deep vision. I think Dignitas probably have to look to go through bot. It's probably just going to be the easiest, but we'll have to see. Maybe they will try to play for the mid push as well. Right now, they're trying to get some mid vision. I'm surprised DSG are not here, just like chunking them when they're face checking like this. And they're actually able to get the crab, so I'm so confused what DSG is doing, to be honest.
Must have been on a reset, but DSG do show up now, and it is going to be the scuttle claimed there by Dignitas, so they have a little pocket of vision around that Soul, and Surdy is about to go mini, so maybe an angle here for Dignitas.
Yeah, it looks like DSG actually took the resets on that timer, so then Dignitas was able to get some control. But slowly DSG is going to be able to push them out. And then Dignitas are trying to re-enter here.
You can see Denethor playing down through that bot lane, but very scary for him to walk up. Spots Surdy down in that bot lane tri-brush, and DSG gonna get
Ari
jumped
Bridge
on.
ulti.
Calmy loses the Ari ult very early on here. If they can wait that out, could be big, but if you go too early, he could just re-engage here.
Kind of trolling.
Calmy goes over the wall, the Charm's gonna land there on a Dardoch. Breath of Life used by Ignar, but in goes Kryra with the Cataclysm. The Shockwave flashed away from Bisa Jed. Denethor's in trouble, trying to take down Surdy, but Surdy's gonna mega out, and Dignitas are crushing the fight here. They lose no one. They get multiple kills here. 3 members down, make it a 4 as Surdy is taunting Palafox before knocking him down, and DSG look like they just took the series.
I love that engage from Kryra. He goes Cataclysm, then he flashes out to set up for the big AoE Victor damage.
Yeah. I honestly, Dignitas, it was a nice try. Honestly, DSG kind of butchered it a little bit, but at this point of the game, they just have too much control of the game. And even though the fight, they didn't play that well, honestly, but Kryra gets the flash 4-man R or something, and then Victor R just melts the rest of the team. So, well played at DSG, and yeah, pretty easy win.
Yeah, another kill there for DSG is at the end of the day will be a 2-0 series victory. DSG on the board, get their first series win, take down Dignitas, and keep their playoff hopes alive.
They 2-0 Dignitas in spring, and they're going to do it here in summer as well. We're going to send it on over to the analyst desk. Spam chat now with who is your player of the game.
I'm going Dirty Surdy.
You're going Dirty Surdy?
That's my player of the game.
Dirty Surdy, eh?
Remember, God, I hate the fact that you said that first. I actually hate
I've been calling him Dirty Surdy.
We have been having a fight with Kangas.
Yes.
Who swears he said Dirty Surdy on
I've called him
cast.
Dirty Surdy for months.
He has not.
Raz said it one time. I was like, wait, that's got a ring to it. I'm going to call him that. I was like, Raz, I've been calling him that.
And so you took the toss just so you can start by
just so I can officially.
Just so you can manipulate the people.
Disgusting.
I'm pretty sure if we check the tape, you'll have heard it from me at some point. Yeah. But there's a lot of other people that could get player of the game. Spam chat right now for who you think deserves it. We're going to be chatting here with Kryra in just a moment.
Woo!
Everyone's favorite French Canadian on the broadcast. Or in the
Do you hate Vulcan?
Oh, true.
There it is.
No, he didn't. He's about
Why
to
are you
take
trying to
Afro.
pit the French Canadians
It's
against each
because
other?
he's going to dethrone my goat Aframu. That's my favorite player
I
of
was
all time.
actually
He's
just
going to take the most
say
assists.
a bunch of Quebecois swears.
Well done, well done.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Immediate reaction taking a dub.
It's fun. Like game 1, I played pretty well, I think, and then game 2, my early was good.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a clear plan, like level 3 gank bot. I misplayed it though because I flashed for no reason. Just take the flash and chill.
Yeah.
But so then my game was kind of cooked, should be. But I think he made a mistake. He tried to invade my red, but I just chilling and then smite the red.
Yeah.
And then I double, or I don't double crab, but I'm just chilling.
Yeah.
So I saved my game that way, and then I stole his raptors 2 times.
Yep.
But then like my mid laner just trolled me 2 times, like diving mid to turret. And then, and then one other time, flash E-Medio for no reason, and then I have to go in, bro, because if not, I get flamed, so I don't know.
Well, there was a lot of fun mechanical plays. I mean, you said that the early game wasn't going great, but that like flag and drag flash to get the knockup, yeah, you didn't get the kill, but it looked cool.
It feels good.
Yeah.
It looked really cool.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you were looking back on that being like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, of course. As soon as I did it, I'm like, hang on.
Is that what you were referencing? Because we got to hear a soundbite from game, like a comms listen in, where you were thinking, call me, like, you got to carry me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Because I cooked my early game kind of with that level 3 gank. Like,
Oh, okay.
I think if I have my flash, it's fine, but no flash now, it's weird. They can double crab, but he tried to invade my red instead, and I just smited, so after that, and then he's clearly slow. He fucked his own tempo. I don't know. He showed his own tempo, so then I could take his raptors because he's slow clearer 2 times, so I'm just chilling after that. But when I see Jihoon, I mean, call me solo kill after I like kind of screw up, I'm happy,
One thing that was pretty clear in both games today was that you had like 2 pretty strong like early game plans. You just talked through kind of your response to what happened in game 2. But game 1, like every Pantheon ult was simultaneously with every single TF ult.
Yeah.
Talk me through like just an improved level of coordination in game this week.
I think me and Kami right now, we're playing really well together, better than all year. And okay, I guess results don't show, but like in Scream, we're doing like really well, I think, together. As a 2, I think we're really good mid jungle, and that's why like it's a shame, like, cause like we lose on stage, like bad, but like when you look at these losses, some of these losses, like we're actually up gold a lot up, so that's what we worked on. Like in the past, we would throw that first game and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like the record that we have, like it's not like that's what I. It's not like
indicative
what we are. Yeah. I mean,
exactly.
I swear. I mean, everyone says this, but everyone would say this about themselves. But like, I swear, like. Yeah.
What's something that you want the DSG fans and LCS fans to be able to see that you guys are doing internally? Because like in scrims, obviously, that's like 80% of the work. That's all of the games that you put in, and you're just hoping that some of it comes and shows on stage. But what have you guys have been really achieving in scrims that you're hoping to actually show on stage?
I mean, it depends. Like sometimes it's just our early game is too bad, and like after that, of course, it's hard.
Yeah.
Because already like maybe some other players like are better than us, and if they have a lead, then it's hard. So that's one. But then like two, we want to like when we have a lead, like we know more how to like progress the game and don't throw and like chill and I mean not chill, but also like be aggressive, like not too passive, not like too crazy and throw. Like we don't want to throw. We want to like when we have a goal lead, like it feels like we have a goal lead, not just like oh we have kills and they still have like tempo and stuff like that. So I mean this week like we're working really hard. So I really hope also like it just keeps showing, especially tomorrow. Like this week I think we worked the hardest like all year. We went back to like really try hard and everyone had good mindset and I think it's gonna show up also tomorrow. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, awesome. Well, what are your thoughts about tomorrow then? It's gonna be tough.
Sen I think are really good right now for me. Just also for me personally, Hambak I think is like second or third best jungler for me.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a fun matchup for me. And just in general, I think their team. I'm used to how they 2-0 fly, so they can't be like underestimated. Just because like their record isn't like not the best, like doesn't matter. We're just gonna have to really lock in and play better. Yeah.
Do you know your playoff chances so far?
I think if we win tomorrow, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a quick check.
Okay,
just a quick check here just to see, because the numbers look really good for you guys. Now, don't show it now, production, because it's the grim angle. All right. You know what? You know what? Show the grim angle. Show the grim angle.
Okay.
Put it on the screen.
Grim angle.
This is the grim angle. If you guys end up losing, of course, and FlyQuest ends up winning, then you guys wouldn't be able to make it playoffs. But I think there's a possibility here. Yes, now it gets into the real dirty aspect. If Dig beats FlyQuest, but you guys end up losing, that doesn't mean your chances are really. It's actually kind of going crazy, right?
So we want to hate watch FlyQuest tomorrow?
Yes, we're hate watching FlyQuest essentially.
Well, what you want to do is win. Raz, what happens if they win?
All right. If we end up winning, you guys have a. Let's take Dig out of the equation.
Eliminate.
You guys have the highest chances and probability of making it to playoffs if you beat Sentinels. It doesn't matter how you do it. 2-1, hell, if you go 2-0, then it raises to 56% chance. But like that's the concept, that's what's being discussed. I'm just saying worst case scenario is not that bad actually. Worst case scenario is not that bad, but it is insane because what you are talking about, Cryer, is so much about what's happening internally, what's happening in scrims. And I think that conversation, as much as the audience at home at times doesn't feel like they care, that's what matters the most. Because like when you get into the scrappy final weeks, last few games, like you might get surprised. Shopify Rebellion surprised everybody with their last series when they made it to playoffs based off of like a really good series, and so like that's something to look forward to, I think.
Shopify already beat Sentinels too, so hey, there you go. You can beat Sentinels as well.
Of course.
Our player of the game is Surdy, so shout out to Surdy, your top laner. Had a great game 2 there. There we go.
We kind of carried him like. Camille was always moving, and you were like, okay, just chill. I don't know what Camille's doing. Just don't give them a fight. Surdy I think one time he recalled with like 3.5k gold, which is insane. Like, I don't know what they're doing enemy team. Like, they're just overgrouping. I think they're like scared or something. They want like something to happen, but like we don't give them the angle, and then they look lost. So it was just fear.
Who would you give player of the game to if you had that vote?
I think Call Me.
Yeah.
Call Me more.
I would agree.
Nice, you agree with me and Rez.
Was both of their votes.
Call Me this entire series is crazy.
Yeah. Final question for you, Kryra.
Yeah.
If you beat Sentinels tomorrow, how are you gonna do it?
Visualize it.
Yeah, paint us the picture.
We have to win, I think, mid jungle, like 2v2 and stuff like that. And we need like to not like lose early game lane phase and stuff like that. And then just fight better. Like just come to fight like equal, and then we can win. We're just slightly behind. Yeah.
Love a three-step plan. Boom.
Nice.
3 steps. Get all those done. You got an easy win tomorrow. Thank you so much, Kryra, for coming on. That was fantastic. Best of luck going into tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, with that said, let's take a look at all of today's player of the games. Kryra, you can get going. We'll see you on tomorrow's broadcast. Yeah, because you got to play up against these 2 players, Hambach and Rahel, both winning player of the games, and then Kryra and Surdy.
Yeah, and I mean, this Sentinels win was pretty surprising too. Not that they won, but how they did it, right? Because I did predict the Sentinels win, but I was thinking that this series was going to be really close. FlyQuest or they're
sitting 1-4 right now,
which is really shocking considering how well they did last split, which means that tomorrow's series against Dignitas is really, really massive.
Yeah, make or break essentially for them. It's DSG versus Sentinels to start. We just heard Kryra's 3-step process of how they can take Sentinels down, but Dig Fly, that was Sven's match of the week. It's what a lot of us are going to be keeping our eyes on.
In fairness, in defense of Sven, we did force him to pick a match of the week.
We did force him to pick one from that day too, especially.
If he had actually picked a match of the week, it would have been the first one today.
I just had to make sure.
Raz, what are you doing out there?
If Dignitas loses tomorrow, they're just out.
Yeah.
So they have to, I know it's obvious, but I have to make sure.
I believe they have to win out even, because they're still, they don't have a series win. You'd need at least 2 to make it in to
They got to start their run now.
Yeah. All right,
tomorrow.
Daria, come on. Let's sharpen that spear and let's get it done. Yeah. Think they can do it?
No. I think FlyQuest is way too good, but we'll see. I mean, we got a lot of pros, and they're going to be putting their opinions out there.
Yeah, that's not up to us to even break down.
Dokla, APA.
Yeah, we're adding names. We're adding faces to the graphic.
They threw an APA in there.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Zazel's in there.
Double-lift and Bjergsen. No, we're not going to get double-lift and Bjergsen. But we have a lot of pros coming tomorrow. It's going to be a fun time. That's it for us today, though. Raz, bye. Emily, bye. Myself, bye. Everyone watching, bye. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Time for the Pro Player Takeover Day.
Bye.
I'm going to go take a nap. Yeah, that's it for us this weekend.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.
LCS here at the Riot Games Arena as we are ready to kick off week number 5.
I wanna look like
you should go.
when Shindra use Q, then you can look. Go. Shindra dead. Lucian 노플? 야 노플이야. 나이스.
Sentinels, it's full Sentinels. They make the play happen between the tier 2, the tier 3. They go all in.
I want to poke now. I want to poke. Nope. I'm looking. Throw.
It's good fight.
Miles so big. Look at these guys.
Nice. We can win. Yeah. Kill this guy. Yeah. Mid. Come in. He's dead. Okay. I play this game so bad.
Me too.
At the end of the day, will be a 2-0 series victory. DSG on the board, get their first series win, take down Dignitas.